A very good morning in Namibia. Thank you so much for tuning in. We do apologize for starting. That is, of course, a bit late, 25 minutes into the hour of 6. Thank you so much for making time to basically, choose us to be with you in the lines. If you are in the lines as we count down, it's D-Day, Jonas. I'm excited.
Absolutely, it's D-Day.
Yeah.
We've all been waiting for this day. It's a big day. Like every other country that has to, that practices democracy.
Yeah.
It is like a rite of passage. And once again, we did speak about you being a first-time voter again, or second-time voter.
Second-time voter.
Yeah. But it was really interesting when I was driving on my way to work. I saw people already lining up. As a matter of fact, our neighborhood watch group, people already talking about setting up rather arriving at the polling stations at as early as 4:30. So it shows that people are eager to go vote, but also at the same time they just want to get it over and done with before the sun comes out. You know how vicious the Namibian heat can be.
I love it as long as you show up, because the aim is to get all the 1.4 million people who are eligible to vote to actually go out there and vote and exercise their democratic rights. If you're basically in the queue now and want to get it over and done with, we thank you so much. And if you're actually going there because you want to vote and you understand why you're voting and you want to be the change that you want to be, well, kudos to you too. Well, Jonas, I'm excited for today.
Yeah,
I can't wait to also go and exercise my democratic right.
Yeah, opening is at 7 a.m., which is
Exactly
in about, half an hour's time. So the earlier, the better. Once again, the only thing that you need is your ECN, what was it, your voters.
Yes, your voter's card.
Yeah, your voter's card. Interesting development is that there is now an app that you can download called the ECN app that you can find on Google Play and
on App Store.
On App Store, iPhone people. You can download it and it will bring you up to speed in terms of the latest numbers as they're trickling in. So you don't have to sit by the radio all day or sit in front of your TV all day, in anticipation of the results. And it's quite a very user-friendly. We did undergo a little bit of
training
under that. But on my phone yesterday, after I downloaded it, I was going through some of the functions. It's very, very simple. And this is coming from a not so tech-savvy guy,
Okay.
Yeah. I'm smart in other aspects, but technologically, I'm still working on that.
You need to catch up, because apparently, everybody talks about how they're afraid AI is taking their jobs. But the thing is, if you're not using AI, then it will definitely take your job. But it's just here, to assist us. But it's a very much user-friendly app. I downloaded it myself yesterday. Obviously, there are no statistics right now because the voting has not started yet. But as the results start flooding in, then everything will be updated on the app. But if you cannot get access to the app, there is also a website that is elections.na. So do not forget to always, go check out, what is happening on the app and also on the website. But also, we can also make it easy for you by telling you what exactly is on the app, by also just being mobile with us. NBC has got you covered. We have got you covered throughout the day until the elections results are out and about.
And the fantastic thing is that the developers have made the app in such a way that it doesn't consume a lot of data.
Yeah.
Data is like gold. I've never actually understood. I hope you're not one of the people that switches off your data every once in a while to save data.
No, Jonas, I have access to Wi-Fi at work.
Okay, you're flexing, but good. But as far as the program is concerned, and the pair will be speaking to a couple of individuals, including our reporters, of course. But to kick off, we will be speaking to social media and political researcher Dr. Sadrich Banduleni Chomenka, who will give an insight on the impact of social media on elections.
That's right. We'll also equally be engaging Emil Sebeb, who's one of our senior reporters, and if he's finding himself in Tsumkwen, he'll be giving us an update on some of his observations from as early as 6 o'clock, since our reporters and some of our presenters in the regions have been up since then, just to give us an update on the atmosphere at the polling stations. We'll
also hear from Selman Dikwa, who is coming to us live from the Hardap region to give us an update on the latest developments down south. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. You're still watching this special live broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. It's D-Day, the 27th of November, as millions of Namibians will be heading to the polls all across Namibia to basically vote and be the change that they want to see.
Now, the Tumkwe constituency in the Oshodo-Njupa region faces a significant challenge in the 2019 elections voter turnout. Despite 6,716 registered voters, only 45.6% of them, or 3,026 voters, cast their ballots, marking a drop in participation compared to previous elections. In that election, the ruling party remained firmly in control, securing a strong 65.41% of the vote, while opposition parties such as the PDM, NUDO, and LPM saw smaller vote shares. Let's now cross over to our colleague Emil Hamro Sebeb in Tumkwe, who is standing by to give us the latest details in Tumkwe.
Well, good morning, Namibia. Good morning to Tapewa. Good morning, Jonas. The Tumkwe constituency opened the doors as early as 6 o'clock, but the official voting has not commenced yet. I arrived at the Tumkwe Secondary School 6 o'clock this morning. I found about 8 individuals very eagerly waiting for the presiding officer to give the go-ahead so they can go into the hall and then cast their votes. Slowly but surely, the crowds are coming in. I'm now joined by Sharon. She's very excited, the presiding officer at the Tumkwe constituency office. But before we go there, just a few statistics that I need to share with the viewers and then the two of you in studio, is that there are about 5,900, over 5,900 registered voters in the constituency. This is a slight decline compared to the 2019 elections, where the constituency had over 6,000 eligible voters registered within the constituency. We don't know what caused this decline, but it represents about 65% of the population in the area that is registered for this elections this year. When we look at the trend of the parties that garnered votes, of course, it appears that the ruling Sobo party has a stronghold in the Tumkwe constituency. If one looks at the elections of 2019, the then President Dr. Hage had garnered 65.7% of the vote in the constituency. We don't know whether this trend will follow to the current presidential candidate of the ruling party. Only the results will determine that when it's posted tonight, when the polls are closed. Now, Sharon, you opened as early as 6 o'clock. You were ready already. How are you this morning? Are you excited for this about 12-hour workload?
I'm very much fine. I opened early today. I'm done. I'm just waiting for my voters. 7 o'clock, then they start. I can see the queue is ready. Now I'm happy to see them.
Do we foresee any challenges? Is everything set? You've got all your ballot papers, all your pencils are sharpened. Can you just tell us about the process when you go in there? We know you get inked, you get verified. What does the process entail when one enters this hall?
When you enter, you first go to the Ultra. We check your fingers if you voted already or not, and then we verify your card, and then you go to the Inca. From the Inca, you get your ballot papers, then you go cast your vote, then go cast it.
Well, that is Sharon, the presiding officer. I also saw a very prominent figure from the Namibian Parliament, Royal Ng'ong'o. He's going to cast... He's going to cast his vote here at the Tumkwe secondary school. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Good Morning Namibia. It's a very significant day in the democracy of Namibia. Can you just put your emphasis on how important this is and then encourage those still at home to come in and join this queue?
Thank you very much to give me this opportunity and also to greet the Namibian people. Today is a very special day. It is special in the sense that we are now here, and this time around there's not too much talking. We are now going to penalties. And penalties, I mean that the people must come, they must not be forced. because if you vote, your vote is your right, your vote to determine the leadership you want to put in place. And I am here. This was my school when I was a teacher. I taught from this school and I know it very well. Even some of the graduates who have got degrees and diplomas, they came from this school. And I'm here early in the morning to support my people, even them to also to support me. And I'm very much happy. But as you mentioned, I'm not happy when it comes to statistics of voting and of registering. I think there is something which needs to be done, and it really needs to be done even more than what we have now at the moment. But I'm encouraging them to come. I'm here and even to provide a transport. I came with my car, my private car, and I'm willing to transport them to the voting places. Thank you.
Of course, Member of Parliament, Royal Tui, and Deputy Minister speaking to us there. Just to further look at some of the statistics, there are 28 polling stations in the Tsumkwe constituency. Now, Jonas and Tapewa, about 8 of those 28 polling stations are fixed, with the 20 then mobile. Well, when I arrived last week, I traversed the constituency and there were some complaints from headmen of various villages, with some even saying or claiming that they were not aware that the presidential elections are taking place this Wednesday today. They had no idea. The last time they registered was the 2014 presidential and National Assembly elections, when you looked at their voters' cards. Well, we are not sure how far the ECN's voter education reached, but I did a report on that story, and after that story aired, we did see the presence of ECN educating the people at these villages. We went to another village, Karu, also in the Tsumkwe constituency, where there are about roughly, according to the headman, about 80 to 90 inhabitants at this constituency. About 8 of those people are registered voters when we observed their voters' cards. They also were not aware that Wednesday is actually the day that they are going to make this very important choice to select their leaders, rather saying that they will be on the lookout for official vehicles. But also what I've observed is that the vehicles provided for the Tsumkwe constituency, I'm not sure about all the other constituencies, are not marked with the ECN branding. So what the chief then said is, we are going to look out for the ECN branding, but then this was in the absence of the marking, perhaps the ECN officials will announce, we are here, please do come and cast your vote. Well, we will keep you updated. Like I said, we have 28 polling stations. We are intending on visiting as much as we can before the closing. Jonas and Tapewa, thank you so much for having me.
Sebep, bringing us up to speed, of course, with what's happening in Tsumkwe.
Yes.
And also just highlighting the challenges and giving us a few numbers there. And also speaking to one of the
presiding officers, Sharon,
yeah.
And also just highlighting that they are very much ready. They're just waiting for 7 o'clock. We're definitely off to a great start. I love how, everybody in Tsumkwe is ready, but also it's kind of worrisome that he mentioned that over 5,900 people in the constituencies are expected to vote, which is actually a decline, from 2019, Jonas. And also, some people did not know that voting day is today. The question is, where did we go wrong?
Absolutely. I mean, we ran a story on NBC News just to try to clarify that. And I think, one of the reasons is because, Tsumkwe is quite a vast place. And despite, numerous efforts, I'm sure ECN will be in much more better position to explain why that happened. But it's very unfortunate that these people were not reached so they can also exercise their political, or rather their democratic right. I've never been to Tsumkwe. I'd love to go, but for those who've been there, the road to Tsumkwe is still gravel road, and that's one of that has been one of the biggest, thorns.
Challenges?
Yeah, challenges
Yeah.
in terms of infrastructure development, because it is a hot, it's a tourism hotspot. A lot of tourists do go there, but because of the road and the quality of the gravel road, many people choose to go to other places. Now imagine if that road can be brought to bitumen standard, the type of economic activity that can come to that place, the level of services that can be improved in that part, simply because the road has been improved, I think would really, really add a lot of value to that part of the country.
Most definitely. And it's not only Tsumkwe, so many parts. In Namibia, 121 constituencies, 4,000, over 4,600 polling stations, 1.4 million Namibian. So we are looking forward to them heading, to the polls this morning, Jonas.
Yeah. And of course, once again, coming back to what we discussed yesterday, is that whoever is going to be in charge has their work cut out for them. We're talking about what, like we just mentioned now, infrastructure development, access to better healthcare, better education, employment. These are the bread and butter issues. And also, yesterday you spoke about something that has not really been taken up in the past few years in terms of the manifestos, and that is the mental state of Namibia. October, saw numerous cases of suicide, and I think we are close to about 500 now in this year alone, in terms of the number of suicide cases in the country. And it says a lot about what's going on. We can talk about the growth of the economy, we can talk about infrastructure development, but what is the state of your most important resource, and that's your human capital, and what state are they? So when we talk about the state of the nation, how are they doing? Are we really, living, in an environment where we feel like we are really contributing, or do we live in a society where we feel like, I'm not really doing any good, so the world is better off without me? I'm glad that some political parties in their manifestos have tackled the issue of mental health, given the fact that traditionally, when we talk about mental health, when we talk about going to a psychologist, they'll ask you, like, are you crazy? What are you going to do with a psychologist? Share your thoughts with a complete stranger.
And I think those are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves when we head to the polls today and vote for the people that we actually want in these leadership positions. Will they be able to address some of these issues? Will they be able to answer some of these questions? Will they be able to bring up some of these developments? As we bring you an update of what's happening in and around Namibia, Maria Kalushu is on standby to bring us an update of what's happening in Rehoboth. Maria Kalushu, good morning. Can you just give us that update?
Good morning in studio, I'm Maria Kalushu. We are coming to you. Good morning in studio, I'm Maria Kalushu. We are coming to you live from Rehoboth Primary School. When you got here around 6, the queue was very short, but then people are starting to flock in. We spoke to the first person that came in. He's 39-year-old, and he said he's very excited. We also spoke to a lady that was at number 57. She was a bit disappointed because she was hoping to be at least at the top 10, but then she ended up at 57. We also went inside and tried to speak to the presiding officer, but the team was still setting up. I'm now currently with the President of UPM, Mr. Jan van Wyk. Mr. Jan van Wyk, good morning. What are your expectations?
Good morning, Namibia. Yeah, I'm quite surprised by the turnout so far. It seems that people are ready, people are excited, and we're expecting good numbers to turn up and to make sure that we put our votes in the box and decide on the next government.
Okay, Mr. Jan, looking at the queue, I don't see young people. As I can see, I should say, is maybe only over 30 years old. What do you say about this?
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing. I believe they are still coming. I've seen some of them this morning in town very early, so I don't know whether they are still coming or whether they are actually party agents somewhere. But I hope they will turn up. They will turn up, yeah.
Okay. From myself and Tala Kashuta behind the camera is back to you in studio.
Yeah, Maria Kalushu there finding herself in Rehoboth, giving us an update. We definitely do see a queue there as everybody is anticipating to basically get into those halls and classrooms in order for them to cast their votes for the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections.
Yeah, one of the concerns raised there by Maria was the fact that she said that she's not seeing a lot of young people there. As you say, only people who are over 30, so I'm trying to figure out where I fall. Because like I said yesterday,
you know what, Jonas? You fall in the category of veterans. That's what you mentioned yesterday.
no, I say I'm a veteran voter.
Okay.
But I don't fall under the bracket of youth. I fall under the bracket of the youthful.
Youthful.
Yes.
A veteran voter, but young at heart.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and it brings us back to what we spoke about yesterday. We had a guest here on yesterday morning, Alikias, the medical student who shared, his thoughts around, young people and the importance of them participating in this democratic process. And he was speaking from a space where he said, look, we respect the fact that, people have fought for this country, but the war is over now. We're free. We've attained what we wanted to attain in terms of political freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of association. But now we need to move on to the next level. And the late president used to refer to it as, economic independence or economic emancipation. How do we now, take on this new enemy? That is now poverty and inequality. What weapons are we going to use? Back in the days, it was very clear. It was AK-47s who had Kalusha's, and in all this time, because the enemy was seen, who the enemy was. Now we are faced with a new, group of challenges. How do we address these issues and also address the intergenerational gap? I don't know how the conversation at home is in terms of politics in your home, but if you care to share, do you guys talk about politics at all?
We definitely do talk about politics, Jonas. And like I mentioned earlier, everything has to do with politics. Debates do come about, with parents. All minds do not think alike, but great minds do think alike. I'm sure the idea that you have when it comes to reducing unemployment is the same idea that I have. So it's, up to us. We keep saying the youth, it's our turn. The youth must go out there. The youth must vote. The youth must be involved in politics. But does the youth actually want to be involved in these things? What are we doing apart from just saying the youth, the youth, the youth? Can we have more action than more talking? It also just goes back to that, Jonas. Today, we need to see the youth actually go out there, put in the action. Maria said she sees people over the ages of 30. Perhaps that does not signifies as, the youth that she wants to see. She wants to see, teenagers who are over the age of 18 who are basically eligible to vote, in those lines, just to also, bring about the change that they want to see. It's one thing to preach about change and it's one thing to actually act on it.
One of the contributing factors, having spoken to a few political analysts, is that, there's always been a call for civic education in schools. The earlier we start, educating young people about their rights and, the responsibilities and the importance of elections and other democratic processes, the better, we are at the end of the day to have citizens who make informed decisions. Right. You talk to individuals and they'll say things like, I don't know who I'm going to vote for, man. I'm not even sure yet.
How do you not know this?
It's like, these guys, they're all the same. Did you read the manifesto? What's that?
Do they even understand?
They look at you like you're the crazy person.
Yeah.
So I think if we can develop a system where children can be taught about their civic rights at an early age, we definitely can have better deciding citizens in the future.
That's right. Now, the first citizen of the Namibian country, that is the president, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, basically also addressed the nation on the importance of the elections and as to why it's important to actually go out there and vote. Now, for the 1.4 million people, for the over 1.4 million people that actually registered to vote, it's important for each and every one of us to actually go out there and cast our votes. Now, let's take a look at the president's message. Well, we do apologize for no audio on that insert, but we'll definitely bring you the president's message a little bit later on in the show. If you're still at home, well, no worries. The polling stations will be closing exactly at 9 o'clock. Don't forget to take along that chair, that bottle of water, and umbrella, and also the most important thing of the day, your voter's card.
Hopefully our technical guys will sort out the audio issues and hear the president's message. Of course, but coming back to what we're saying about discussions around elections and politics.
Yeah.
One of our guests, I believe it was political analyst Ruishi, and they were saying, sometimes people are in fear. They don't really want to share their political, views, let alone not even with their parents, let alone with their friends, because they feel like they'll be singled out, instead of having an environment where we sit down and say, but why is your position, with this party? What is
I feel
it
like
about
that's the
them?
most easiest conversation we can actually ever have.
Absolutely.
Let's debate on it, Let's see the changes that you want to see. Let's talk about my changes. How can we come together? I think that's why we've seen so many expectations, different expectations, from the different elections, from abroad, saying that this is actually the year of elections. We saw the elections in the US, neighboring South Africa, neighboring Botswana. I feel like, why are we afraid of having these conversations, Jonas?
Absolutely, and I don't think we are afraid. I think that's a bit of a blanket statement, but having spoken to a lot of UNAM students, or students actually, university students, if I may put it that way, you can see that there is a conversation ongoing, and it's a vibrant conversation. And what I really appreciate is the healthy conversation that young people are having, challenging the status quo, asking questions like, but why? Why are young people not really being included in the decision-making positions? Yes, we understand you've put Jonas and Dapewa there, but we need more. We don't see much coming from Jonas. What's wrong? Because he's supposed to be our voice. He's supposed to be accountable, towards us. So it's one thing to put young people in political office, but are they really being the voices of the people who have put them in that position? And I like the fact that, people appreciate the fact that, look, we can differ, politically. And it's really, really healthy for democracy. We can't have a one-sided situation where we only feel like, what I say is right. This party that I believe in is it's the only right party that you can go for. That's not what democracy is all about. We might as well have a one-party state in that instance.
I hear you, Jonas. I hear you. As we mentioned earlier, the aim is to bring you an update of what's happening in and around the country, in the 14 regions of Namibia. And NBC basically made that possible by entertaining you, educating you, and also just informing you on the elections. You are watching Namibia Votes 2024. Now, let's take a look at this insert produced by Johnny Konja, who's finding himself in the Oshana region talking to a first-time voter.
As we count the days down to the big day, the 27th of November, where Namibia is, of course, going to be going for the National Assembly and presidential elections, it's very important that we speak to first-time voters to hear their side of the story as to what the expectations are and also how they feel about being at the polls to cast their first vote. This morning, I am joined by Ndohala Iyambo. She is a first-time voter, just to share her experience. A very good day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. How are you?
Absolutely. How do you feel about going to cast your vote for the first time?
Actually, as a first-time voter, I think it's very important for you to vote because it empowers Namibian youth to advocate on their voices being heard in the democratic process.
Yeah. Of course, we have heard a lot that, youth are very reluctant or they possibly are not interested to go and cast their vote. Why do you think that is the case?
Well, the youth may be reluctant to vote due to delusionment of politics, lack of trust in the system of voting, feeling uninformed about candidates and issues.
Most of the youth are also just going to vote because of what they've been told or the pressure that the parents are putting on them because they probably didn't think it through. Why do you think this is the case?
Well, voting just because of parent influence can undermine genuine engagement. It's essential for the youth to vote according to their feelings and their understanding on politics.
Now, as the youth are also still going to be casting their vote, perhaps your message to them, what is your advice for those that are going to be casting their vote, especially those that are going to be voting for the first time like yourself?
Well, in my opinion, we should all vote. To those who don't want to vote, they should reconsider what they want because their vote can make a change and it can add to a better way.
Absolutely. Ndohala, thank you so much for making the time to talk to us. I wish you all the best when you go and cast your first vote.
Thank you.
Absolutely. That was Ndohala Iyambo. She is a first-time voter. She is, of course, giving advice to the first-time voters as well, who are mostly the youth, to go out and cast their vote. As, of course, this will be a very crucial time for those going to be deciding what they actually expect from the government. We'll be right back after this.
It's just gone at 10 minutes past the hour of 7, which basically means the polling stations are officially open.
Yeah, we understand Blanche is joining us all the way from Emma Wochener Primary School, where the Vice President is expected to cast her vote. Blanche, over to you.
My vote is a secret. It's not a secret. I voted. I have voted. You all know I have voted.
For general data, how was the process?
Well, it was fast. But like she has said, I think there was a bit of, there might be a bit, I'm very much concerned with the old people or senior citizens, because they might end up that confusing in which box to drop. And more so that in the folding, there's a sign that must always be visible. Meaning if our senior citizens, just to get this here, you might have a bit of problem. But that the process was very, very fast. Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we see there Blanche bringing us a live updates there all over Windhoek as we see.
Yeah, speaking to, of course, the Vice President and her spouse, retired General Ndaitwa. I was laughing at the fact when she said, my vote is not my secret.
No, my vote is my secret.
Yeah, my vote is my secret. We had a conversation where people would quiz each other about who are you going to vote for?
Yeah.
And somehow, people are like nonchalant, would say, no, I'll vote for so-and-so for president, and for National Assembly, I'll go for this party. How comfortable are you with that conversation where people, like we said, the conversation around politics is slowly maturing. And in some sectors of society has reached that point where people can sit, across each other and have, diverse opinions about, their political ideologies and still shake hands and say, well, let's agree to disagree.
Yeah. Jonas, I think if it wasn't for the position where I'm in right now, I'll perhaps tell you who I'm voting for perhaps the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections. But I think the position that I am in right now, my vote is definitely also my secret. I came across a quote the other day that says, I'm sure journalists and presenters, want to share who they are voting for and perhaps also want to, join the star rallies and perhaps, dance along with everybody. But those things are very much limiting to us. We do not want to put out, we do not want to influence people. We have so much influence, Jonas, but we do not want to impose our influence, at this time because campaigns have, closed and stuff. But, the aim is to not be biased. We are trying to keep it neutral and we are trying to keep our votes secret. And we are definitely limited from, sharing and also, sharing our opinions with our viewers as well as other people that actually follow us. So if it wasn't for the space where I'm in right now, I'll definitely share. But for now, it's a secret.
Yeah, and that
goes for you too.
Absolutely. That's our responsibility as the fourth estate. Is to ensure that, the electorate, the members of, the public, receive information that is, that's unbiased, that is transparent, that is
Very
accurate and true. To keep society in check, to keep power in check. And we spoke about the importance that media plays in elections as well. We've seen the power of media, not only in elections, but the power of media, like Malcolm X said, Malcolm X called the media the most powerful entity in the world because it has the power to make the innocent look guilty and the guilty look innocent. And that is power. Have you ever wondered why people with a lot of money invest in media companies, the Murdochs and them? It's because, media controls public opinion, depending on the message that you want to get across out there. And unfortunately for some countries, media does not enjoy the freedom that it ought to enjoy because of the repressive regimes and the authority making sure that, whatever they're doing is shrouded in mystery. As a matter of fact, some people who are in this line of work is considered as one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. In Namibia, what are some of the most dangerous jobs that you can consider as up there? Being a police officer for sure.
Definitely not being a media practitioner.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen articles and news pieces being published where people in the highest of authorities are criticized. And that says a lot about the media freedom, and that's why year in, year out we are ranked as one of the top countries in terms of media freedom. Of course, there are challenges that we face as well, and issues that need to be addressed. But all in all, I think Namibia is doing quite well in terms of media freedom in comparison with other countries, not only on the continent. And I'm emphasizing that because there's this stereotype that everything bad happens on the African continent. There is poverty in Europe. There is poverty in many Western countries.
See it.
Yes, because of the picture that they portray.
Yeah.
So it's also our responsibility to also tell our stories that, look, good things happen in Namibia as well. Good things happen in Kenya. Good things happen in Ethiopia as well. And that's the power of having to control your own narrative. Now, Pero, if you don't tell your story, I'm going to tell it for you. And I'm going to, depending on how I like you, I will say things, this is going to make the Pero look too good. Take it out. Like the African proverb says, until the lion learns to speak, the tales of hunting will always favor the hunter.
You and your African proverbs. Wow, Jonas. But for those of our viewers who are basically tuned in right now, you are watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024. Today is a very special day for Namibia as we head to the polls for, that is, of course, the presidential and National Assembly elections. Now, polling stations have been open now for 17 minutes. They opened exactly at 7 o'clock. They will be closing at 9 o'clock. But when they close at 9 o'clock, it does not mean that voting stops exactly at 9 o'clock. If you're still in the queue and if it's 9 o'clock, then you still get to vote. Also, just a few tips here, not a few tips, but something that everybody should know as you are in the queue. Persons with disabilities ladies, expectant and nursing mothers, as well as the elderly, will be given priority in the queue. So if you see them cutting the queue in front of you, please do not cause chaos. It is what it is. Remember also to take along your voter's card. Very important in order for you to be allowed to cast your vote. Now, for the purpose of the Presidential and National Assembly elections, a voter may vote at any polling station in any constituency, irrespective whether the voter is registered in that constituency or polling station. Lastly, voting will be done using 2 separate ballot papers, one for the presidential elections and another for the National Assembly.
And also, once again, going sober to polling stations is very important. I think that's why
Very
it's
sober.
Yeah.
Very important, I mean.
Yes.
Yes.
Not wearing any clothes that that may depict your
Any
which
political
political party that you're supporting.
Yeah.
As we know, also 2 days ago when the blackout was declared, where all political parties must cease with their political campaigns. It's almost as if you're handing in an assignment. You had ample time to do whatever needed to be done. There's no that no say I just needed to no, time is over now, and like the Honorable Royal Kwikoko said, it's time for penalties now.
We are done training.
There's no time for talk. It's time for penalties now. It's now the ball is now in the court of the electorate. All we can do is wait and see where their allegiance lies. So yeah, it's going to be a waiting game.
Definitely. We will still be continuing bringing you updates as to what's happening all across Namibia. We crossed over to Emil in Tsungwe area, earlier, and he mentioned that they are all ready, and I'm sure voting, basically has started for them. But for now, let's take a look at this Vox Pop, and when we come back, we continue off with election talks.
Country should move into.
To get to grow up our country, to get a job, anything for the country, you see, because suffering, we are suffering. We look at the job.
We have to vote because voting shapes our future, and whether it's economic growth, development, political wise, it's going to shape our future. And young people, let's go out there and vote for the right candidates. And let's hope that this brings change to us.
I feel like it's very vital for us as a youth to vote, because in the future we are the future generation and we are going to be there. So it's better starting off young so that when you're going to vote, we know what to do. And for voting, it comes by with power, shaping our future and responsibility again. So vote there, and like they say, you cannot complain if you cannot vote.
Better lives, better opportunities, and just a better lifestyle, We want our country to grow and to develop, to benefit the Namibian citizen.
Some of us, we are attending interview, but we end up more than 2,000 for 30 posts. We want our government to stand up and go in the street to check how people are suffering.
Number one, I'll say it's my right to vote. But when you look at the political parties, what changes can they bring? I'm just voting for the fact that I have the right to vote. But, they will come with many stories. They only come to you during elections.
I would basically say the unemployment in Namibia, because I'm a student and I have parents and my sisters at home who are unemployed and who are seeking for jobs, but there are no job opportunities. Regardless of the job opportunities, they can at least grant the people that are looking or willing to do something for themselves. So basically, unemployment.
Yeah, I just feel like, we need changes in the employment, plus now the clinics and hospitals, they don't have medicine. We need changes also there, and then the renovation new hospitals, we need schools. The education system is also kind of flopping, like it's not really what we want. We don't even understand how our kids are being taught.
Some of the views there from the members of the public as they talk to us as to why it's important to vote and why they will be voting. We now cross over to NH Naubeb, who is one of our reporters, just to bring us an update on how everything is going there. Naubeb, it's over to you.
Good morning. We are right now here at Dagbreek in Kleinwindhoek. We are joined by Mr. Henk Maj, the leader of the Republican Party. How was the process, sir, and how did it go?
I think the voting process now was very good. People are obviously and clearly well trained. So I hope that they can expedite the process a little bit, because there are hundreds of people that need to vote today. And but no, so far so good.
So what are your expectations? Do you think, like, after today, like, everything is going to go well, everything is going to fall into order, how the power is going to be handed over? Do you think?
Well, it's difficult to say. We will see if the process, as a process, goes on. There are obviously a lot of complaints already about the manner in which this election was approached by the ECN, and also what happened and what did not happen. But and there are a lot of rumors going around about people having 2 registration cards and all that. But we must trust the process. If there are serious problems, and I think that they will definitely address that. We will, if this whole process is free and fair, that we hope it will be the case, we will accept the outcome. We haven't got a clue how the Republican Party is going to do, but I think we will do well. But in the end, there was a lot of people in the country who really prayed for this election, and that it will be free and fair and peaceful. Peaceful, we know it will be. Also prayed for the Republican Party, and we will accept the outcome. We trust the Lord. We trust God for all this, and also for the next government. Whoever it's going to be, it will be. We must believe that it will be according to the will of God, because people have prayed for that. And but unless there are serious things coming up that may show that the election was not free and fair, then obviously there could be court cases, there could be whatever. But we will see. We're not looking for that at the moment. We just really hope this election will be free and fair.
How excited were you to come and cast your votes? Because you are already here this early in the wee hours of the morning, so which means, like, you mustn't have slept at night. You must have been awake. You couldn't wait to come and cast your vote. So how has it been?
No, it's a massive privilege for any Namibian to vote. It's so special that obviously. I was looking forward to this day. We've been working a long time, and the campaign must be very long. And now we're at the point where we can vote, and where the people can express, what they want, who they want. So no, it's a massive privilege for us, for myself, and I hope that the process will go well, in a sense that the people will vote, and that the process will be quick, that people don't have to stand in the queues for too long, because there are a lot of old people, but I see that they also make provision for that, for those people to come forward. But I think for everybody, and if you look at the turnout here, it is massive, and that is good. This is what we want. We want the people to come out and come and vote and express their sentiments, and so no, I'm very excited.
Compared to the 2019 elections, do you see any changes? Do you see like a little bit of an improvement in the process of the voting?
Well, I think people, also the ECN, the people that they train, they learn, They learn a lot from experience. So I think the process is fine. It is, especially, one must assume that when the process starts, like now, they make sure that everything is so properly done. But I think as a process go on, it will start to speed up, and that they will be able to do it quickly because they know it's going to be a long day, but they have to work through a lot of people. So, but I mean, the process is as quick as it can be, and I think I'm happy. What I've seen inside, people are well trained, and I just feel for the people in the queues. I mean, it is something that fortunately I could jump the queue because of the fact that I'm a candidate, and that which is a little bit unfair to the other people, but for me it worked out this time very well, and I'm very glad about that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henk. So currently we are here at Dagbreek. People have gathered in numbers. We have over, I think, more than 200, about 250 people right here gathered in queues. The elderly have their own queue where they can gather, and then we have the younger people set up here. And so far it's looking good. The process is so well. We have started they started at 7 o'clock. They have opened the doors. So you go in, you scan, you get scanned, and then you get your ballot paper, and then you go in the box and do what you have to do. Mr. Henk, so it was good to talk to you, and so far so good, right?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interview, and
thank you.
This will be the case at all the polling stations today in Namibia, but thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So right here with us, we also have the councillor for the Windhoek East constituency. He's also to vote. We also have the late Yatoivo's wife. She's also here. We are going to speak to her in a second. So right now it looks, so far it's so good. People are going in. The queue is very long. They are going to be here probably the whole day. Some people are going to be here the whole day maybe. That's if they come late. And yes. So right now we have Mr. Brian Black. He's the councillor of the Windhoek East constituency. Let's just have a word with him. Good morning, Mr. Black. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm fine.
Good morning.
How are you finding the process to be?
The process is in its initial stage, a little bit slow than what would one expected, because I was previously with the ECN when they did the trial, and to scan the card, the machine here is still having some problems. I checked to get the scanning process in. It took them at least 2.5 to 3 minutes to scan my card in, which is, it's not good. If it is going to be like that the whole day here, people will become later on frustrated. I hope they will sort it out, because I see that the machine can scan the card much faster. But for one or other reason, he tried another gentleman card as well, and it was the same. And then the other problem which I see is that when the people finally get to the process where they get the voting, the ballot, the number of the card get written on the piece on the piece that remain in the book. No, I don't understand, number one, why they have to write my particular and which, because the way I see it, they can exactly record which ballot paper have been issued to a voter. No, I'm not too sure whether it's legally right. It shouldn't be like that, in my opinion, and that's also take a little bit too long. But other than that, I'm very happy. That's the day that we have waited for, and I've cast my vote, and I'm praying for Namibia, and I wish all the campaigning political party the best of luck, and may the best party win.
You say like it's taking a little bit long to scan your card, 3 to 4 minutes. It takes that long, and there's I think more than 200 people gathered here right now. So what improvements do you think there could be be done?
Maybe they will have to bring another machine because the machine here seems to have a problem. It's struggling, but I'm not too sure. You must maybe go in later on and check whether it will continue all the time like that, or maybe they will fix the problem. But definitely then the queues will be too long and people will get frustrated with the process. Because the way that the ECN have demonstrated it before, it was possible for people to cast their vote within about 2 minutes, and it's not happening. So they will have to fix that problem urgently.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
Because we don't want to be here the whole day.
No, we don't want to be here the whole day. And as you can see, Namibians have been looking forward to this vote. It's almost like 1989. Look at the people there. Look at the queue. The people really wants to vote. The people want change, and the people are ready to vote.
Thank you so much, Mr. Black. It was good talking to you. Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you so much, sir. So we are also joined here by the late Mr. Yatoevo's wife, Miss Vicky Yatoevo. So how is it morning? How are you, ma'am?
I'm great.
So how has the process been so far?
It's been very pleasant. We're all patiently waiting to vote.
You're still waiting to vote. So how excited are you right now?
Very excited. I'm very happy because I see such an interest. So many people have turned out, and I hope this continues all day. It shows that Namibians are really keen to play a role in the future of this country.
Do you think the process is so good? Is there room for improvement, or?
I haven't voted yet, so I'm not in a position to say. I was a returning officer many years ago in one of the elections, and it seems that perhaps we're better organized than we were back then.
Yeah, compared to the 2019 elections, this year, right now, what you're saying today, they opened the doors at 7 o'clock. Compared to that, do you think there's a little bit of improvement? The process is going to be faster? Because Mr. Black just told me now they take about 2 to 3 minutes to scan your card. Do you think it's going to?
I think they're doing the best they can, and I haven't voted yet, so I really can't comment on that.
How excited are you to cast your vote?
No, I'm excited. I'm very confident that the voters will ensure that our country will go forward in the best possible way. So I'm happy to be a part of that process.
Thank you, Thank you so much, Mr. Otero. That's it from me, NH Nwabeb. Back to the studio. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, NH Nabeb, one of our reporters. They're giving us an update from the Dagbreek Primary School. They, speaking to, that is, of course, the president of the Republic Party, that is Hank Mudge, also, speaking to Advocate Vicky Yatoevo, as well as, one of the constituency councillors.
Yes, Mr. Brian Black.
Yes.
Just sharing their experience so far, and as far as casting their votes was concerned. Mr. March actually commended the personnel, the speed at which it was done, and commended by saying that, you can see it's really well-trained individuals. So that says a lot about the resources that the ECN has invested in ensuring that, individuals that are overseeing this whole process are really are, on par and what that needs to be done.
We're definitely off on a good start. We love how everything is on a par, like you mentioned right now. We love how, it's been 35 minutes now, the polls being open, and how everybody, is out there and ready just to, go out there, and vote. We will be bringing you an update of what's happening in and around Namibia. But one of our reporters, Salman Dikwa, is also on standby from the Hardap region, just to bring us an update on how everything is going at the polling stations. Selma, good morning.
Good morning, Dapewa, and good morning to all the viewers.
How is everything going in the Hardap region? Polls opened 36 minutes ago. Did they actually open on time?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I'm here at the Takarania Baptist Church, one of the polling stations here in Mariental. Although the build-up to today's elections here was very enthusiastic, the queuing up of voters started off at a very slow pace, but we do see people surely turning out now to make a mark and cast their ballots. We also visited other polling stations. It was equally slow In fact, we only found 2, 3 people, or even one person there was by 5 a.m. At this different polling stations. We particularly spoke to 2 young voters who were first in line, that is by 4 a.m., and they were quite eager to cast their vote, of course, highlighting the importance of casting their ballots and ensuring, or rather urging more voters to come early and vote. And I must say that with a growing youth population and an evolving political landscape, many are calling this election one of the most important in recent history. And it's quite interesting to also see a number of young people being present here today to exercise their democratic rights and echoing the same sentiments. Tapua also spoke to the presiding officers at these various polling stations that we visited so far, and they did assure that everything is in order. Polling stations, were anticipated to start on time. Electoral officials are ready for the process. Security measures for the ballots and safety at the stations are also in place. So yes, of course, they did anticipate to start in time, and some that I followed up with did actually confirm that they did start on time. But I'm now joined here at Takarania Baptist Church, by Patricia Nokavises. She is the presiding officer at this polling station. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. I know you are very busy right now, but just give us a roundup on how everything is progressing. Is everything in order? How is the flow of voter turnout?
Good morning, ma'am. It's Patricia. The people are coming. They're showing up. They are showing up. They are coming, and we hope for the best. In the security, it's fine. Police officers are here.
Do you anticipate any challenges that have with the ballots, and also what are some of the provisions made for the people with disabilities here, and who are assisting them to cast their votes as well?
The presiding officer, is assisting the people with disabilities.
And I mean, we see a long queue here. How would you describe the pace at which people are voting and their assistance as well?
It's fine. The people are showing up good, and we were just checking up the process inside. We started now, and some people are panicking, but we are focusing. And I hope it will be faster after normalization.
But why are the people panicking?
Some people are young and it's their first time, so they are trying.
All right. Well, Patricia, thank you so much for your time and information. You can go ahead and assist those that are need assistance. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. There was Patricia Nokavises was assuring that there is a sense of order here and it's a smooth electoral process that is expected. Dapura, we will be going to places including Gibeon, Malta here, and Kalkran to celebrate and hold here as electors cast their votes. But in Mariento, as Patricia highlighted, particularly where I am now, voters are starting to finally turn up in numbers. There are about 200 voters in the queue right now where I am, which also suggests a strong turnout today.
Thank you so much for that update. We'll definitely keep in touch with you throughout the day so you can give us more details and updates. All right. NBC reporter Salman Dikwa there giving us an update from the Hardap region, also talking to Patricia, one of the presiding officers, mentioning that the youth is panicking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I hope they're not getting cold feet.
Yeah.
Of course, like in many of our discussions, we did mention that they are considered the king and queen makers in these elections. And I like the parallels that were drawn when NH spoke to Brian Black, the Windhoek East constituency councillor, when he drew parallels in terms of, you know, the vibe, if I may put it that way, in the 1989 elections and right now, you know, he remembers that, you know, seeing such long queues, people really want to vote. And if the number of registered voters, you know, of over 1.4 million, you know, is anything to go by. This data tells a story, you know, compared to 2019 where we saw a drop. But once again, it all comes back to how many people are going to really pitch up, go to the ballot and cast their vote.
Yeah.
But this data does tell a story about what's happening in the country, you know, about what people want. And what people want will obviously only be able to know once the numbers are released, you know, step by step. Still quite early, of course. None of the votes have been counted, but it's quite good to see that things are going smoothly so far. And with the reporters that we've spoken to, I liked, or at least, appreciated, Hank March's, comments around the rumors about some voters having a duplicate voters' cards, and saying, look, let's trust the process. If indeed there are discrepancies, there are institutions. We are not a country that goes to war. We go to court in this country, and that says a lot coming from a veteran politician like himself. It says a lot about the strong institutions that we have built as a country since independence.
I love how you mentioned it because, we saw chaos erupting yesterday, at the ECN, just because, of that. I feel like, we have so many citizen journalists during this time of elections, but if you want to get the accurate information, please keep an eye out on the NBC digital news platform. And it's okay for you to panic. It is a big decision. We are, heading to the polls. People mentioned that they do not know who actually, to vote for. Some of the views that we've had from the Vox Pops is, people are just going there because, they have to vote, They're exercising their democratic rights. But, that's not supposed to be the case. You're supposed to go and vote knowing exactly what you are voting for. Well, we are ready to cross over to one of our reporters, that is Martha Mwafangeo, who is finding herself in Okahanja. Martha, it's over to you and good morning.
Yes, thank you for having me. We are here at Okahanja at Aurora Primary School, where many of the voters are heading to polling stations to cast their votes. And here, according to my observations, when we actually went to the center of Oshetu, there was actually a high turnout of voters, which include also the elderly. However, we've also observed that the youth haven't been we observed that voters which are part of the youth category are actually not at polling stations, and it applies the same here at Aurora Primary School. And so far, according to my observations here at Aurora Primary School, there are no procedures and developments made and arrangements actually made for mothers that are expecting and nursing and the elderly. They are still standing up and queuing up in the lines, but right now I'll be joined by an elderly lady who actually give us a brief overview and her expectations during this electoral process. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. How do you actually feel? Just describe your expression, how you actually feel about partaking in this election process.
The election process has done good, and the community also come up in a good way, and we queue up also very nice. We start 7 o'clock and the election start nice.
So are there any expectations are there any specific expectations you wish to be addressed? Any challenges that you are facing as an elderly lady, woman, that you wish to be addressed come 2025?
We lost it.
Apologize for that. Technical difficulties right there. Technology tends to be our best friend and also our worst enemy at the same time. That was one of our reporters, Martha Mwafangeo, joining us there, talking to us, giving us an update all the way from Okahanja at the Aurora Primary School, speaking to one of our elderly, citizens. I love how, she went out there and engaged them because those are our elders, Jonas.
I told you I'm a veteran voter, right?
Here we go again.
But one thing that really stands out for in the elections that I've partook in is that, the older generation always makes it a point. It's very, very important for them to go out there and exercise their democratic right. Come rain, shine, whatever. I've seen people, come with crutches, in wheelchairs, way in their 80s, some of them in their 90s, but still see the importance of going out there and casting their vote. And I think it really sets, the standard, the bar really high for young people who are still trying to, to figure out and understand, well, why is it important for me? If I go vote, will my vote really make a difference? And I think that we've had a lot of discussions around the importance of your vote. And during our training at the ECN, we had a very interesting story from the Deputy Director, Mr. Shapi, where he spoke about an incident that happened in one of the local elections, local authority elections, where he said one candidate actually lost by 2 votes. Imagine. So just because 2 people didn't turn out.
Didn't vote, which basically answers the question, yes, your vote counts, yes, your vote makes a difference, and yes, you need to exercise your democratic rights.
Yeah. When NH was engaging a Hank March of the Republican Party, it had me thinking about how fortunate we are. We've seen so many scenes in terms of how elections play out, though. Even before the elections, it's already marred by accusations of corruption, and elections being rigged, and unfortunately, in some instances, it ends up in arms being taken up, where people are arrested. In many instances, unfortunately, people also lose their lives because of certain individuals that do not want to abide to the democratic values and systems, because now it's not in your favor. And we did mention this, I did mention this yesterday. I said, everything is all good, about democracy. When it's in your favor, when you're in charge, yes, we will abide by democratic values. But when the tables are turned, how would you conduct yourself? Would you still abide by the same code of conduct, or would you change and say, no? But wait a minute, I haven't been here for quite some time. It's like I made the I made the example of it's almost like VAR, virtual assistant referee. I don't know if you watch football.
I have to, Jonas. I have to. It's the world I'm in.
For obvious reasons.
Yes, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it's almost when I'm an Arsenal supporter. Now, understand. Yesterday we have the visuals of the president, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, getting ready to cast his vote, doing the biometrics over there, getting verified. And before that, we did see the vice president, Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, and her spouse, retired General Ndaitwa, also casting their vote. But we will be crossing over to that, and as soon as we get that feedback. As I was saying, VAR. As an Arsenal supporter, I know Arsenal always gets bashed, but when VAR is on your side, because VAR basically was introduced to ensure that teams were not losing, were not losing unnecessarily, so to say. It's a review. So now they have to double check. If another team protests and says that, look, that wasn't a goal, they have to review it. Then we have the feedback of the president, accompanied by his spouse, Saskia Mbumba, and also right behind him we have the chief of protocol, Mr. Ipumbu there, just also lining up for them to cast their votes. So the First Lady also going through verification, biometrics, that we all have to go through. If we're going to go out there, not actually if we're going to go out there, when we go out there and cast our votes. And it's interesting, in terms of the security measures that have been taken in terms of ensuring that you are indeed the individual that is going, that is being verified. And that's the interesting thing about fingerprints. You're the only one that has this set of fingerprints, hence the biometrics. They even say that even if you have a identical twin that's 99.99% identical, there's no way they can have the same set of fingers. So that just also goes to show the level of security and verification that needs to take place to ensure that the individual that is really being verified is indeed that person.
That's right. And Jonas, as we see the president voting there, who is the first citizen of the Namibian nation, it's basically just showing us that he is the leader and we must follow the leader. For all our viewers who are at home right now and they feel like they're contemplating, they're registered voters and they feel like they do not see a need to vote, go out there and vote. Your vote counts. Your vote is powerful. We'll be bringing you an update there of what's happening all over Namibia as we see. It's very important to vote, Jonas. I can't wait to go out there and actually exercise my democratic right.
Yeah, and actually this is one of the highlights of any election, across the world, seeing the president and their spouse go out there, the vice president, the prime minister, whatever the case may be in that country. It sets the tone. You know, someone sitting at home is like, wow, if the president can go out there and vote at his age, definitely, somebody right now, believe it or not, is inspired to go out there and cast their vote and to see the difference that to make the difference that they want to see. Like we said earlier on, the power of the ballot is one of the things that we really, really need to appreciate right now. This is a country that has enjoyed peace and stability over the 35 years, 34 years, that going for 35 years that we have had since independence.
Yeah.
And it's one thing that we shouldn't take for granted.
Yes, but I love the energy, starting yesterday. I think one of the things that stood out for me is the Swakopmund residents who basically were so eager to, cast their votes for today. Yesterday, they set up, a few items, stones, chairs, and just some of the objects to identify, that this is my spot in the queue. I will be here in the morning, even perhaps if I'm late, this stone has Ndapewa on it. Yeah. So I am actually coming to stand where, Ndapewa is. So we definitely can't wait, to catch up. That is with Stephen Kuirab as well as Renate Rengora, just to give us an update of what's happening in the coastal town. I wonder how it's going, that side, seeing that, people actually placed objects. I hope it's with respect, for those that perhaps, find the objects, in the queues. And we basically just need to respect one another.
That's all on the there we see the president casting his first ballot and also second ballot. Now, as you know by now, there are, there's an election for
the presidential
and National Assembly. So you will receive two ballots where you have on one ballot the presidential candidates, which will be the yellow one, and on the blue ballot you will have a list of the competing parties. So there you will now decide in that little cubicle where your vote will go.
Two ballot papers, one for presidential and one for the National Assembly. There is no excuse for you to be home right now. Polling stations have been open for close to an hour right now. Over 4,000 polling stations, have been set in place in the different constituencies. 121 constituencies. We're looking forward to 1.4 million Namibians going out there and exercising, their democratic rights. As I mentioned earlier, we need to respect one another. As much as you're taking your voter's card with you to actually go cast your vote, you also need to take patience. It definitely will be a long day if you did not wake up early. If you are at the end of the line, we need to respect one another in the queue. Let's have a free and fair election. It basically only takes one person to keep it safe and one person to start the drama.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this heat, people can get heated.
It's too hot.
Pun intended.
Yeah,
and once again, just coming back to, we did mention earlier on that ECN has launched an app which has gone live now, which is an ECN app. You can find it on Google Play and...
Yes.
Yeah. Let's quickly cross over to where the president has just cast his...
Yes, we are trying to get to the president as, we want to basically hear what, he has to say. We will be, crossing over this, of course, to Daniel Nadunya. But for now, as we are here, in studio and we are, trying to also, drive traffic, for everybody, to go out there. The ECN has an app out?
Yes, it's an app. And one of the interesting features on the app is that you can find your polling station. I understand now that we're going to cross over for the president's interview.
What about the cell phones? You've cast your vote. How do you feel?
I feel that I have done what a citizen should do, it is a duty, but it's also a privilege. Worldwide, not everybody has the right to vote, and to vote in an atmosphere of peace and inclusivity, that every citizen, young, middle-aged, and old, we have the same right. I have only one vote, like you, like anybody else. And the most important thing is that all our votes must be counted and counted properly.
Your Excellency, how did you find the voting process? Was it smooth?
I think we should be fair when other people are doing their work. And I think they are doing their work. There was no hiccup, at least in my process. I presented my card. I have my fingers marked. I got my papers. They are taking out all the details so that there could not be any doubt as to did we vote, what number, whatever, so that if there is any challenge, you have a full record for each and every individual. Yeah.
As Namibians proceed to cast their votes and as we wait for the result, any message for the Namibian nation?
We cannot continue to give the people the message. Let the people decide. Today, they decide. And they will tell us how they feel in their hearts, how they feel in their mind, and how they want their future to be. Let us give the Namibian people today the sovereignty only belong to the citizens. Belong to the citizens, and they will speak today. Whatever they say tomorrow, then we can comment.
Thank you, President.
Yes, that was the president, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, basically putting his stamp of approval, putting his stamp of approval on the election, saying that the process was smooth, and also just reminding people not to take this for granted, saying that, look, there are people in the world who do not have this opportunity to go out there and choose their leaders, and also saying that today the people decide. The sovereignty belongs to the citizens of this country.
Yeah.
So in whichever way it goes, it must be accepted according to the president. That's the beauty, of democracy.
Yeah, I love how he actually said the message is done. It's clear.
Yeah.
We've done, we've done speaking. We've done the most. Now the ball is in your court. Now the ball is in the court of the over 1.4 million Namibians who basically have registered, to vote, to exercise their democratic rights, to be the change, that they want to see. It's so many conversations. We're having so many conversations, Jonas. We want to see this change. We want to see that change. We want to see better healthcare,
Yeah, absolutely.
We want to see, the youth getting employment, This is the time where you go out there, you vote. You only have one vote, basically one for the presidential and one for the national.
Yeah.
Make that vote count.
Yeah, and look, if you look at the socio-economic issues that are being raised, one of the many arguments, and we've had it even on Situation Critical, is understanding how is it a country that is so rich in resources, a country that has done fairly well, but we can do better in terms of how the proceeds from these resources can be equally distributed to such a degree that we can become the country that our forefathers foresaw in terms of the independence that we fought for. It would be good to see libraries and centers where young people go to after school. Finances available for an entrepreneur, for example, like yourself, who wants to, to start up their own business. I think that's what people really want to see. And as we are now going to cross over to ECN.
That's right. The Electoral Commission of Namibia, our colleagues Denver Kisting as well as Ilago Shitatala finding themselves there, just also bring us an update on how the atmosphere is at the ECN. Ilago and Denver, good morning, and it's over to you. Well, we do apologize for no audio there, but we'll definitely be crossing over to our colleagues Denver and Elago there. You see, they are very much ready at the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Namibia just to bring us an update on the atmosphere that side. It's election day,
Yeah,
the 27th of November.
It seems like the ICT gods are not looking down.
Not today, Jonas, not today.
Yeah, but nonetheless, our tech guys are much more very capable. They'll definitely sort that out, and we'll be crossing over to ECN once again to see what Denver and Delago have in store for us. But once again, we did give out some tips on how to survive election day. We spoke to Odilo Khabetsi, who said there won't be any rain. He promised.
But regardless,
take
that umbrella with. Yeah. Take that umbrella with. You know, umbrellas are used basically for almost anything, to cover yourself from the sun, for the rain. You never know. We do. Expectations. Let's have expectations. It might rain, it might not rain. Take along the chair if you're still home. Take along that bottle, of water, and also take along your voter's card and carry patience with you. Looks like the colleagues are very much ready to talk to us from the ECN headquarters. Elago and Denver, once again, good morning, and it's over to you. Apologize for that. Well, 1.4 million is the number of the registered voters in Namibia, as they will be heading, for the polls this morning. Over 4,000 polling stations in the 121 constituencies.
This year, over 70 countries have voted. 70 UN member states have taken to the polls. Including India, Russia, South Africa, Botswana, big.
The United States of America.
All right, to understand that we are ready for Ndishishi, who's joining us from Katima Mulilo.
All right. Ndishishi, good morning, and it's over to you.
Very good morning, Dapewa. Very good morning to you, Jonas, and of course to all our reporters around the country, to all the presenters, all the producers around the country, bringing this very important election to the people. We have about 12 hours and 56 minutes left, of course, for the polls until the polls close, having gone just a little over 1 hour into election day so far. Certainly the hype, the buzz is in the air. And even here in the Zambezi region where we're finding ourselves, of course, many of the people are already at the polling stations, some of them having cast their votes and some of them still waiting to do so. And we hope that they will get the chance during the course of today. Of course, the Zambezi region with some 51,729 registered voters, amongst the lowest, I believe, only second after the Omaheke region as far as the voter registration is concerned. With 8 constituencies, we are expecting a huge turn-up from this part of the country. Just looking at those 8 constituencies, of course, we have Judea, La Boloma, we have Kave North, Kave South, Katima Mulilo Rural, Katima Mulilo Urban, where we're finding ourselves, as well as Kongola, Linyati, and Sibinda. Where we are here at the Zambezi Regional Council's Legislative Hall, this is, of course, the Collation Center. This is where all of the results will be tallied here at this particular center. It's very quiet right now, but promise me in a few hours it will be a very different scene. There are 221 polling stations across the Zambezi region's 8 constituencies with 141 teams comprising of 1,003 polling officials. The vehicles have been deployed as of Monday already, with an additional 2 helicopters, of course, to help assist those hard-to-reach areas. You know that the terrain here in the Zambezi region comprises mostly of swamps, floodplains, etc., wetlands, etc. So some of those areas may be difficult to reach via vehicle, thus the deployment of 2 helicopters as well. But it's all systems go, and we will be, of course, providing you with updates as the day progresses. We'll be sitting down with the regional electoral officer, that's Leslie Simwanza. We'll also be catching up with the returning officer, that's Clarina Diaz, later on in the day. And furthermore, of course, just to hear how things are unfolding across the Zambezi region. But we also had a chance to take to the streets of Katima Mulilo to hear about people's expectations for this very big day, and this is what they had to say.
come out and do their best to vote.
Youth, let's go out there and vote. I have my voter's card. If you have yours, let's go out there and do what's good for us. Thank you.
I'm actually expecting for the youth, especially the youth, to go vote for change.
I'll urge all the youth, the fellow youth like me, to go and vote. Your vote counts. Also encouraging the women. Women must also vote.
I'm looking forward.
That mishap right there. Jonas, the key word is the youth.
Yeah.
Basically, we are encouraging the youth to go out there and vote. Majority of the people that registered are the youth. I'm definitely looking forward, to the elections this year. We saw a voter's card. Did you bring along your voter's card?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it's
You're making me feel better. I asked for it, and mine is in the bag.
It's right here. It's hard to reach now, but just to lay down all the it's a bit stuck, but if you can clearly see, it's right here. If I just pull it out here.
Apparently, there are 3 cards everybody must have.
Yeah, there we go. Yes. There we go. For anybody doubting. And right during the course of the day, obviously, my fingers will be painted, which will be a clear indication that I did go out there and cast for my vote for my preferred presidential candidate, and also my preferred political party that I would want to see represented in the National Assembly.
That's right. And your vote is your secret and your choice.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's right. Well, we'll definitely be bringing you an update of what's happening in and around Namibia as today, the 27th of November, Namibians go out there and basically be the change that they want to see. They go out there and vote. Don't forget, you can also keep mobile with us. That is by downloading the NBC Plus app on Google Store for those with iOS. You can always access it on the website www.nbcplus.na. Also, there is a website available that is elections.na. You can always, go to the website. When the results start kicking in, then we will see an update on the website. But also don't forget, there is an app available. The app is where all the information is. But we will also be here throughout the day as we bring you insight of what's happening in and around. Now, Daniel Nadunya is finding himself right here in the capital city of Windhoek just to give us an update of what's happening where he is. Daniel, good morning, and it's over to you.
Good morning, Ndapewa. We are here at the Independent Memorial Museum where President Nangolo Mbumba and his wife casted their vote for the National Assembly and presidential election. That is, he actually indicated that the process was, and we've heard, he gave a message to Namibians to say this is a moment for Namibians to decide how they want to be governed and how their future should basically look like. As you can see in the background, the queue is quite still long here, and all other members of the public will now move to cast their votes. Jessica.
Well, Daniel, we are not going to do that, all right? But thank you so much for that update right there. We see, everybody is queuing up. We see, the lines. Polls have been open for like over an hour now. It's exciting to see that people are actually going out there and voting. There's a polling station. I think one of the biggest fears that we can have right now is, having a polling station and there's no one there. Or perhaps run there,
Absolutely. And talking about polling stations, once again with the app that has gone live, the ECN app, is that you can actually go to a feature that says, find a polling station, look where you are, and you can basically find a polling station, across the 121 constituencies and where they are based, whether they're deep in the south, Zambezi, Kunene region, or whatever. They are all detailed there. So it's very, very easy. You don't need to walk around the thick booklet or scroll through a PDF file. It's right there. Very easy, very convenient for you to, if your excuses apparently, polling stations are too far. No, there's no such a thing. I think the desire and the encouragement just be mastered for you just to say, look, let me go out there, let me go practice my democratic right.
Yes, Jonas, it's very important to vote. I don't know how many times I can say this. I feel like this will be my song today for all our viewers who are watching us right now at home. Please go out there and vote. It's one thing for you to register to vote, and it's another for you to actually, go out there and basically cast your vote.
If you look at Namibia's, terrain, there are certain places like in the Kunene region, and remember we got some footage from some of our colleagues in the Kunene region, July Nafuka and Festus Medeka, who took some really amazing shots of of the Kunene region. Very rugged, very mountainous terrain, and some of those parts actually cannot be reached by vehicles. And if you have to, you probably have to drive with 3 to 4 spare tires, because at any given time you can get a puncture, and just reaching some of these places is extremely difficult. Hence the deployment of helicopters, for example. And the same thing that Ndisishe also mentioned. We know that the Zambezi region, in most parts, in many years, it does experience some extreme floods. So certain areas cannot be reached by roads, either by canoe or by boat. And now in this instance, for the ballots and all this equipment that's needed for the electoral process to take place needs to be taken there by helicopter.
Yes, but for the update that we're getting from our reporters, everything is on par. Polling stations did open exactly at 7 o'clock. We love the energy. We love how, everything is basically on time. But let's not forget, polling stations will be closing at exactly 9 o'clock. If it's 9 o'clock, it doesn't mean that you need to leave the line and go home. It means that you can still vote, but the polling station is basically closed. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it's also important to mention that don't take it for granted, thinking that I'll just go around 8. There are also maybe 1,000 other people who are having the same thought, like I won't go now. I'll wait until the line has become shorter. Don't be that person. Just be that person that says, look, I'm going to go as early as possible. And it is a public holiday.
Yeah.
Okay, and there are individuals, of course, who still have to go work. Not everything shuts down on a public holiday, but thankfully, some of the, many of the, if not all of them, all of the employers will let them, off earlier so that they can go and practice their democratic right. Because, it's very, very important. The last thing we need to hear is that, no, I couldn't go because, my boss said I have to work extra hours on a public holiday, which actually goes against everything that we want to achieve. And that is for each and every person to practice the right to vote, freely and without fear or favor.
Yeah, I mean, we see news flooding in right now. Just getting an update from one of our reporters, July Nafuka. She basically mentioned that one of our camera operators, that is Festus Mbedeka, as well as a journalist from one of the local newspapers, basically casted their votes at the Okopauye primary school polling station that is in the Epupa constituency. But they basically mentioned that they feel like media practitioners need to be allowed to cast their votes during the special voting, just to allow them to be flexible on the main voting day when it comes to keeping the nation up to date with what is happening. I feel like I actually concur with those sentiments.
I think many media practitioners agree with that, because we're always on the ground ensuring that the information that we are putting out there is indeed accurate, and the pace at which this information is coming even makes it more challenging. So I think the ECN should perhaps relook that and put us in a special class as well.
All right. Well,
so let's take a look at this insert on political parties.
We have 23 registered political parties. Out of 23 registered political parties, 21 registered political parties have submitted their nominations to participate in these elections. That means the registered political parties have increased with at least 3 more. That's an indication that the the number has increased, which is good for democracy in our country. The Electoral Commission of Namibia is the only body with exclusive authority to conduct and run elections. In other words, for a party to participate in election, they must register with the Electoral Commission of Namibia. If they don't, it means they will not participate in an election. The important is that any person aspiring to form a political party must register with the Electoral Commission of Namibia to enable his or her party to participate in elections. Of course, the procedures are long, but they are well outlined in our Electoral Act, of which you need to meet specific requirements. Number one, a party must have a minimum of 3,500 in a minimum of 7 regions. So that is one. The party has to meet that requirement. And then, of course, these are the supporters that support the political party. If you are to form, the party must have a constitution, it must have logos. So all those are part of the requirements that the party is to comply with. The Electoral Commission of Namibia has a legal, not only a legal, constitutional obligation to run elections. Free, transparent, fair and credible. So our electoral processes have been fair and safe all along. To make sure that this is done, we must make sure that we take along our stakeholders, being the registered political parties, being all our electoral stakeholders, so that we demonstrate a good level of transparency. And we have been doing that. And we have seen it when we started with this electoral process, or with the journey, this year already, or even before, when we have implemented or launched our electoral calendar. We have been engaging our stakeholders at all levels, material times. The Electoral Commission of Namibia is working within the parameters of the Electoral Act. And every registered political party, being or new or existing before, they must comply with the relevant provisions of the Act. That is the core. And the issue of abide to the Code of Conduct. Because that's the framework that's regulating the conduct of the political parties and their supporters in general. We have launched the electoral calendar at the beginning of this year, and that's the roadmap that has been following. And if you look, we have been executing that calendar step by step, every activity. That is an indication that the Commission is ready, because if you look at where we are, we are on track. We have 3 electoral phases. The pre-election phase has been 100% completed. The election phase where we are now, we're almost 60%, because now we are required, now we are at the nomination, that we are about to conclude. That will be followed by the printing of the ballot papers, the training of election officials, the deployment of the teams. So it means we are ready. And also the training of not only election officials, the training of the election agents, because the parties are required to nominate or to appoint the officials that will observe elections at the polling stations. So we have a duty to train them, as well as to train the members of the security clusters that will safeguard our materials. Ballot paper is not printed on ordinary A4 paper or ordinary paper. is printed on a security printing paper. So that makes your ballot paper already safe, because nobody is, there are security features that are built in, and those security features are only known by the Commission. That makes it unique to any document or paper printed as a ballot paper. A ballot paper is a very unique tool that you will never find in any market.
And that was an ECN insert just informing the public about, the criteria that political parties need to meet in order for them to participate in the elections.
That's right. The team at the ECN is ready to give us an update on how the atmosphere is going that side, and also just to bring us an update on today, as everything has to do with elections. Today, the 27th of November, Namibians, millions of Namibians, I love the fact that it's millions of Namibians, are basically heading, to the poll. That is, of course, to cast their votes for the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections. Jonas, I basically think that since we keep speaking it into, existence, we're putting it out there in the universe, it will basically happen like that. Millions of people will be going out there to cast their votes.
Billions. I was thinking about the number, and one of the countries that also went to elections this year was India. Now, India is a very,
I feel a joke coming on.
Vast country. Okay. That's a billion.
Yeah.
There's over a billion. That's a billion with a B. So I just wondered, if the work that the ECN has to do here compared to their peers in India or in many other populous, highly populated countries. It's insane if you think about it. Over a billion people. We're talking about logistics. We're talking about reaching,
printing millions of ballots of papers. Yeah.
That's insane. You have over 500 million people registered. It would be interesting just to find out, what work goes into all of that, and ensuring that, even within less than a week, some of these countries already count, their ballots. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we have basically this entire week just to basically, give everybody else what they need. Don't forget, there are apps available for that in case you missed it right here on NBC. But you definitely will not miss it because you're following us 24 hours. We are here for you as we bring you an update of what's happening for these elections of the presidential as well as National Assembly elections of Namibia.
Yeah, finally, the ICT gods are looking down with favor on us, and now we'll be crossing over to ECN, to Elago and Denver.
Good morning and welcome to the special broadcast of the elections. We are coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Center here at the ECN headquarters. I'm Elago Shitatala, but I'm not alone. I am joined by my co-host.
Top of the morning to you, Elago. Top of the morning to you, Namibia. It's D-Day. It's Wednesday, the 27th day of November 2024. Polling day for the land of the brave has indeed arrived. 1.4 million Namibians expected to cast their vote in the National Assembly and presidential elections today. We'd like to express gratitude to colleagues Jonas Mbambo and Dapewa Mbambi for holding the fort in Studio 2 alongside the technical team, doing the things that need doing. Elago.
It's the time right now, Denver, is 25 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock, meaning that the polling stations have been open or are supposed to have been open for an hour 25 minutes already, and we do know that many have taken to the polls. We are seeing our reporters that are on the ground giving us those reports and those views from the ground of the people that are taking to the polls, and the views as well from ECN on how the voting process is going.
Indeed, Elago. Now, the statute that determines the manner in which we go about these elections, called the Electoral Act, stipulates that the polling stations open at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they close at 9 o'clock. We have seen intermittently on social media, including the NBC Digital News Facebook page, of some voters who claim that where they were at 7 o'clock, the polling stations were not open. We will have to engage the Electoral Commission of Namibia to give them the right to reply and share with us whether they've received those reports, and if indeed that was the case, what gave rise to those delays and how those will be dealt with, to see to it that whoever wants to cast their vote today gets the opportunity to do so. We also got the assurance late last night in the vicinity of 11 o'clock from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Elsie Nyikembwa, that whoever is in the queue, Elago, in the vicinity of 9 o'clock and indicates that he or she wants to vote must be allowed to do so. And only once the last person in the queue who wants to vote votes, the polling station will be closed, and thereafter counting will commence.
Yes, counting will commence only after polling stations are closed then, but that is indeed correct. As I mentioned, that Namibians are definitely lining up and ready to mark X, you know, on the person and the party they see fit to lead them for the next 5 years. We have also seen the leaders of this country this morning taking to the polls, so some of them have already. That includes the first citizen of this country, that is President Nangolo Mbumba, who went and voted at the Independence Museum earlier this morning already.
Yes, Elago. And the Vice President of this country, Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, we understand, and you would have seen some of those visuals if you were tuned in at that moment, cast her vote at Emma Wiggenhout Primary School in Hochland Park. We have not cast our vote yet. Yes. So that's why if you can see our thumbs in this moment, you may be wondering why are they not practicing what they are preaching. As soon as we do get the opportunity to do so, we'll make sure that we honor our civic duty and participate in this democratic process. But in the meantime, it remains our honor to serve you, the Namibian nation. Last night, Elago, we also had a number of engagements here at the Central Elections Results Center at the ECN's headquarters in the Namibian capital. Shall we touch on some of those developments?
Yes, definitely. And the conversations that we were having was really just to gauge certain individuals on the preparedness going into these elections. One such conversation that we had was with the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Joseph Shikongo, who explained that over 5,000 police officers were deployed around Namibia to ensure that the voting process occurs in a manner that is safe and secure.
Absolutely. Now, the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Elago, did concede that on the 13th of November 2024, the special voting day, when members of the security cluster also got the opportunity to cast their vote, there were challenges, logistical challenges specifically, that gave rise to a bit of impatience. And his call to Namibians was last night. In the event that you observe a challenge as a prospective voter before you cast your vote, please reach out to law enforcement specifically so that they can engage you and address the matter, because the pursuit is for not only free and fair elections in accordance with the supreme law of the land, being the Namibian Constitution, but seeing to it that these processes run smoothly, and at the end of the day, Project Namibia is intact, and Namibians are happy, Namibians are pleased for having participated in what is a constitutional democratic right.
Yes, Denver. He also reminded the viewers, including the public that was watching last night, that today is a public holiday, as it was dubbed by the President of Namibia, to allow Namibians to go out and vote, those who, of course, are registered. But he emphasized that the rules and the laws of the governing the public holiday should be abided. For example, alcohol establishments should be closed today, and that is also just to allow people that are going to take to the polls to be doing it in a manner where they do have sound understanding of their actions, because once you have consumed alcohol, for example, and you want to go and cast your vote, perhaps you could face some challenges in terms of cognition and understanding of the activities that are happening around you. So that is one point that he also raised, and to keep order and just to respect the day that is election day today, the 27th of November. Well,
an imperative clarion call.
Yes.
Part of the engagement also included the Inspector General of the Namibian Police, Elago, sharing with you that even those officers who ordinarily would take some time off on a public holiday will be on duty today to ensure that those processes that may not be directly linked to today, namely the elections, but where you require assistance from law enforcement, that you are still able to receive those services unhindered and none of it will be disrupted because it's the elections happening today.
Yes. There was also a conversation that you had with Dr. Victor Tonchi, Denver, and that one was really just to weigh in on the elections that happened in 2019 and what the campaign period perhaps looked like for 2024 and the expectations for the elections of 2024, given that polling stations only opened about over an hour and a half ago. And he emphasized that the difference already is that this time around we are using the ballot papers as the voting method compared to 2019 when EVMs or electronic voting machines were used to cast votes.
Absolutely, Elog. And for purposes of context for the viewers, Dr. Tonchi is not only a political analyst, a seasoned political analyst for that matter, but he's also got vast experience in managing elections, seeing that he's a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Now, we do know that in terms of a Supreme Court ruling that stands, unless the EVMs are fixed with a verifiable paper trail, they may not be used in any election in this country. So that's why we returned from an EVM to the ballot paper, and that is the key distinguishing factor, according to Dr. Tonji, between the last elections and these elections at the moment. He did say in that regard, because we will be making use of ballot paper, Silago, that counting could be a tedious process. Yeah. We do know that the number of registered voters increased. We do know that logistics increased. We do know that the number of candidates vying for the highest office increased. We do know that the number of political parties vying for seats in the National Assembly increased as well. So what we must do as a Namibian people to not only practice patience and reasonableness, but see to it that we do what we need to do during the process where our responsibility starts and ends, so that whoever has responsibility to tally in the end can take care of that duly and correctly.
All right. Denver, I do understand that we have Martha, who is in Okahanja on standby to give us the update from that side and how the electorate are doing and what the votes look like or what the queues look like at the polling stations there. Martha, it's over to you.
Thank you, Elago and Denver. I'm still here at Aurora Primary School. Numbers of people are still turning up, most importantly, the first-time voters and the youth. At the beginning of the start, actually, we came here and the presiding officers haven't made provisions that the expecting mothers and people living with disabilities should actually be able to cast their votes first, but the media had to sort that out. But right now I'm joined by first-time voters just to elaborate on how they feel about this new experience of being able to cast their votes for the first time. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How do you actually feel about casting your vote for the first time as a youth?
I'm quite excited about it because I get to choose my leader. And also, I get to voice my opinion. But again, as a first-time voter, I'm a bit nervous about it.
Okay, and as for you?
My name is Amari Khwakus. And just like she said, I'm also excited that I can get the choice. I can make the choice to choose my future leader.
Okay.
But it is exciting, I'm also a bit nervous. Yes.
Are there any challenges or any problems you guys are encountering as youth and you wish to be, any recommendations you guys would like to make to come 2025, changes to be made when you go inside there and cast your ballot?
For me, personally, I don't think I face any challenge as a youth, but I see a lot of youth on the streets. They are smoking, doing drugs and all that. For me, as a youth, I don't like seeing my fellow youths like that. I think there should something be done about it.
Okay. Something to keep them busy or keep them distracted from the type of, like, we can do campaigns like cleaning campaigns for schools and stuff after school, so that they cannot be going behind classes and smoking and doing that kind of stuff, because it's really disturbing to the community as well.
Okay, you have heard it there from the first-time voters who actually said that they are hoping that come 2025 that these challenges of young people being out on the streets, smoking, engaging in drugs and alcohol will be addressed. Now that is all I have for you for now. It's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Martha. Martha Mofangeo finding herself there in Okahanja at the Aurora Primary School, just bringing us an update on, what's happening there. Earlier on, she was engaging a senior citizen and also, some. Now she's talking to first-time voters.
First-time voters, that's the buzzword for
the
this
youth,
election, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
but first-time voters.
The youthful first-time voters.
Exactly.
Or young first-time voters. Either way. We have an app, like we said earlier on, that has been launched. If you could just perhaps maybe just show the people at home.
This is the app. We basically just downloaded it right now, just to show you how effective it is. As you can see here, if you do not know where to actually go vote on the app, you can actually, find a polling station that is very close to you. It shows you all the regions, all the 14 regions in Namibia. And if you are in the Commerce region like me, you press the Commerce region and all the constituencies will basically show up on the app. Regarding or depending on which constituency you are basically from, you press on that. Perhaps it's the Commercedal constituency. All the places show up, Ella Duplessis, the Chairman Mao, the Augustinium High School. Those are some of the places where you can actually, go and vote. It basically just shows you how effective it is, especially when you have access, to Wi-Fi. It is very
and
much...
data as well. So, like I mentioned earlier on, it doesn't take much data and also doesn't take much of space, or a lot of space on your device. So that also saves you a lot of trouble and of course a lot of money as well. And it's just convenient as well. I mean, just being at home, having these results at the tip of your fingers while you're relaxing at home. Since it's a public holiday as well, or while you're even still, in the queue to go, ready to go cast your vote.
That's right.
It's just something that's really worth exploring.
That's right. Also, we need to keep cognizant of the fact that persons with disabilities, expectant and nursing mothers, as well as the elderly, will be given priority in the queue. So let's not chaos. Let's respect those rules and regulations that were put about. And something I've been mentioning all morning, patience. We need to practice patience today because it is very hot. It's very hot everywhere in Namibia. So if you have that umbrella, please share that umbrella, with people, next to you, share that chair. Not everybody perhaps, took a chair to the polling station. If you feel like you've been sitting for so long and you want to stretch your legs, there's basically someone next to you who perhaps does not have a chair. Let's share that. Let's unite on this day as we all make an important decision. Earlier on, we got an update that, from Salman Dikwa in the Hadab region that some of the youth are basically panicking. It is okay to panic. It is a big decision that we are basically making today.
Just ensure that when you do get your ballot, make sure that whatever mark you put is within that box.
Yes. And the marks is an X.
Yeah.
Let's not spoil the ballots. Let's not just do it for fun. Let's not go there and spoil the papers. This is very serious, We're speaking elections. This is basically the future of Namibia we are speaking about. This is the future, of tomorrow. So whatever happens today, basically, it affects tomorrow and us for the next 5 years.
Yeah, and then the president rightfully said after he cast his vote, he was saying, look, the ball is in the court of the sovereigns now. It's the Namibians are the ones who decide, and whatever the outcome may be should be accepted. If once again, these the results are challenged, as we've had in the past, the institutions that have been established since the independence of this country, where we can go to, and these are in the form of the courts. We have the High Court, the Supreme Court, and all these other institutions where one can go there, and present their prayer, as they say in legal language, to say, look, I don't think this was fair. Please look into it. That is obviously also one of the constitutional rights that is guaranteed to any individuals or political parties who may feel that things were not done according to book. And talking about numbers once again, Namibia is part of three is part of, over 72 countries that has carried out elections, or still going to carry out elections before the end of this year. And we're talking about 3.7 billion people. And the interesting part about this figure is that many of them are first-time voters, once again. And first-time voters obviously want various challenges addressed, which are across the board, across many different countries.
The number one issue being the high unemployment
rate, opportunities for young people. The argument that many young people bring up is that leaders would say, yes, we are the future, the youth is so-and-so, but how are they being empowered? And I think that's one thing that they would like to see. They would like to have leaders in office that really do not only speak about them, but speak to them and really put, their needs, top, as a top priority when they are sitting at the table. You are my representative. I'm not at the table, but you are representing at the table. And when I hear about the conversations around that table, there should be around what exactly it is that I want, seen, want done in this country.
Yeah.
Persons with disabilities as well. I mean, we have a long, long way to go in terms of addressing the issues that they challenge.
Yeah.
It reminded me of a very interesting series that I watched from India, and these two guys were talking, and a blind man was passing by, and he said, "Do you know what people with disabilities call us?" And the guy said, obviously confused, looked at him and said, "Well, I don't know. What do they call us?" They call us temporarily abled persons. It took me a while to understand what he meant, but then it hit me. It said, look, one day, you're functional in terms of physically, you can move wherever you want to move, in terms of, walking or running, whatever the case may be. You have your sight, you have your sense of hearing, and then boom, all of a sudden an accident happens, or you get, some sort of a disease,
reality.
and that's it. Now you are also now classified as a person with disability. Only then do you understand the challenges that, that these people, this demographic faces.
Yeah.
And we had the opportunity to speak to Andreas Hinda, a very interesting fellow. And he said, look, we are not saying we need special treatment, but we're saying allow us, a fair playing ground so we can compete as well. Because disability does not mean, inability. So that's a message that many of them are trying to drive out and say, look, we're just as intelligent, we're just as gifted. All we need is a conducive environment for us to thrive.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he said, you know what, me tomorrow I'm waking up whatever time and I'll be the first one to vote.
Yeah.
Even with you guys that have been queuing, up for 5 hours, I'll definitely get that special treatment, and we basically should respect that. Now we have news, flooding in from the regions, a story from the Pandashia that came out, very interesting. As much as we are focused on the youth,
yeah.
Let's go to our senior citizens. Let's go to our elders. I love how, we haven't seen our elders saying, I'm not going to vote, Quite rare, Jonas. Actually, I've never come across that story. They are basically the ones on the far front. So there's a story, about Selma Matthias, who is from Omuthia Ruipundi, and she was the first one to queue up in the queue this morning. She basically said that she's been voting ever since 1989.
Wow.
I wasn't even thought of then.
You weren't even thought of it? I was 2.
Oh, you were 2 years old?
No, I was 2.
Yeah.
Not double O, but no, I was 2 years old.
2 years old, yes.
But on a serious note, I think it speaks a lot to the fact that, once again, the generational, experiences. I mean, if you partook in the 1989 elections, means that you were, you're coming out of apartheid. And
yeah.
It was a very oppressive regime, social degradation, economic exploitation, political oppression. Those are things that they ensured that, look, we don't want this anymore. So in the back of their minds, they really, really want, this freedom that we've been having to, to be preserved.
Definitely, Jonas.
All right, we'll be crossing over to Blanche Coreses, joining us from Olympia to give us an update.
Yes, Jonas, we are here at the MTC headquarters in Olympia, and this is also the spot where the Prime Minister, Sarah Bongelwa Amadila, is expected to cast her vote. When we arrived here, Jonas, we did have a chance to speak to the ECN officials on site, where they provided assurance that the polling station opened right on time, and we did have a chance to also just observe a little bit around and saw that the elderly as well as the other vulnerable voters are being given a chance. They are actually the first in the queue. The process, as described by some that we have spoken to, is so far going smoothly. But let me not be the one to tell you that. But let me also just engage the outside in the queue, just to talk to us about what time they arrived and what they think the process would, or what they anticipate the process to be. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
So did you arrive? The polling stations opened at 7 on the dot. So have you been here since that time?
I mean, we've been here since 5 o'clock in the morning. It's nothing really, because it's an important day for us. So yeah, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Now, talk to me about the patients since 5 o'clock. What have you... I know that I can see the camping chairs. I can see that I also spotted some voters having their cooler boxes and so on. So I know that you must have also had your coffee and maybe the entire breakfast here. So how are you just...
It's not about now. It started the day I went to get my voter's card. It's one of those things that you need to mentally prepare yourself. Not now, though. It has to happen way back. So it's, like going to Home Affairs. You need to know that you will be queuing. So my patience is not for now. It already started way back. So, yeah, I was quite prepared.
Do you share the sentiments? What time did you arrive here, sir?
We came at the same time.
So you're friends?
Yes. And as he has mentioned, we were already prepared from the day that we have registered and got our voters' cards.
Now, looking at the turnout here, one can see it's a mixture of everyone. You have the elderly, as I mentioned, you have the young gentlemen who just spoke to us, but there are also women here, and particularly the youngsters here as well. They themselves are in the queue to cast their votes, Jonas. But with me is Patricia. Patricia, did you also arrive here at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I arrived here 5 o'clock in the morning, ready to cast my vote. I'm here with the gentleman that you guys just spoke with right now. I'm just standing here in the sun a bit because, of course, I kind of was not really prepared. I thought it was going to be a summer morning, a bit warm in the morning, but unfortunately my feet are so cold. So I'm just standing in the sun to, warm up a bit, yes.
Jonas, you heard there from the studio that it is quite a sunny morning, but nonetheless, that is not a deterring factor for Namibians who are eager, or registered voters who are eager to cast their votes here at the MTC headquarters that's now in Olympia. As I said before, we are on stand for a number of dignitaries, including the Prime Minister, who is to vote right here at the polling station. As I said, this is a queue, the queue for the mostly the elderly, finding themselves here at the polling station here at Olympia. So you can see the patients, you can see they are quite patient to be assisted. We did speak to also the polling officials as well as the police officers on site, stating that the process is just ongoing. Hoe gaan het, oom?
I think my English is a bit better than the Afrikaans.
Than the Afrikaans. Oh, that's perfect, sir. So for what time did you arrive here and how do you find the process?
7:30, and I think the process is going quite smoothly, and I'm happy to patiently wait my turn to vote.
So how would you describe from the time of the registration up until now the entire election cycle of Namibia?
I think, first of all, I think the media was actually quite good, with giving information. So I compliment all of you for the information that we got. And I think, since registration up to now, we were all waiting for this day. So I'm just saying, and everybody's just saying, you know, we want to vote for change. But why should we vote for change? It's a democratic position. So I'm not voting for change. I'm coming here for my democratic vote. Thank you very much.
So your vote is your participation?
Yes.
Then thank you so much, sir. All right. Okay, so that's about it. We will position ourselves now and take more interviews, but back to you, Jonas.
Thank you so much, Blanche. Blanche Curtis is there in the capital city, bring us an update from the MTC headquarters in Olympia. You know, speaking to everybody. Everybody is there. Everybody is ready.
Yeah.
You know, Jonas, I love the energy. I love how the polls all opened, you know, at 7 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, obviously, Blanche is always the ever active one. I love the way she was maneuvering and navigating amongst the people who are waiting just to go cast their votes, and obviously also just the different views that are being shared. Like the last gentleman, they're saying, look, why should I vote for change?
Yeah.
It is my democratic right. So just goes to show that different people vote for different reasons. And then that's how it should be. I mean, democracy is all about diversity.
All right. As we see on our screens there, if you basically just zoom in closely, you see the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, that is Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, also practicing her democratic right earlier on as she was engaged by Blanche Curtis. She basically mentioned that her vote is her secret. As we all know, Netumbo Ndemu-Pelila Nandi-Ndaitwah is the only female candidate that is in the vying for the position of presidency.
And of course, Namibia is at the helm of making history. If Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah does clinch this victory, Namibia will for the first time have a female president. We've had a female, or currently are having a female prime minister, and also basically Namibia has also been hailed for having a lot of female leaders in political positions, and in parliament I believe we've also hit the 50% mark as well, as far as the zebra style of leadership is concerned, both in the political parties and in parliament as well. We also see her being followed by her spouse, retired General Ndaitwah. They also being verified and also casting his vote later on. And earlier on, we saw the SG of the SWAPO party, Sophia Shaningwa, as well accompanied by a veteran diplomat as well. And we see her in the ballot box, in the ballot booth, I beg your pardon, casting her vote, and she did humorously did say that her vote was a secret. Although I think many of us can safely say, well, yeah, it's a secret, but yeah.
Definitely. Just shows that our leaders are basically at the forefront, showing us that it is basically important for one to go out there and exercise their democratic rights. We saw the president earlier, casting his vote, with the vice president also, casting her vote. If the leaders can do it, why not us? And us, I'm referring to the 1.4 million Namibians who have basically registered to vote. Go out there, exercise your democratic right.
Because naturally you have a responsibility over yourself and others around you, and through voting you are making your voice to be heard, that will be having an impact for the next 5 years in your life and in the life of every Namibian and any person who's visiting this country. So please come out in your numbers and cast your votes. No, the process was fast. Of course, unlike before, when you first get your presidential ballot paper, you make your mark and then you drop in, and then you go to another station and then you vote, you drop in. By this time around, you are given both at the same time. So you have now to make sure that when you come to drop, you are dropping in the right box. This one? Yeah, I have voted. You can all see I have voted. So go and vote. Eh? My vote is a secret. It's not a secret. I voted. I have voted. You all know I have voted.
First, but like she has said, I think there was a bit of, there might be a bit, I'm very much concerned with the old people or senior citizens, because they might end up confusing in which box to drop, and more so that in the folding, there's a sign that must always be visible. Meaning if our senior citizens, just to get this here, you might have a bit of problem. But that was the process was very, very fast. Yeah.
And that was the Vice President's spouse just sharing his experience about the voting process, saying it was seamless, it was fast, and it's pretty impressed with the way that the process went.
That's right. We want to see those marks on those fingers. So whoever gets the chance to vote, don't forget to take a selfie, show us that thumb. Don't forget the hashtag NamVotes2024 or hashtag NamibiaVotes2024. You can also tag the NBC page just so we see the proof that you actually went out there and you exercised your democratic right. Well, as Jonas and I are here this morning, we are connecting you, that is all, of course, to all regions in Namibia, the 14 regions. And we hear that the Ironga region is on standby, our colleagues in Swakopmund, just to bring us an update on the atmosphere, as today, the 27th of November, we all had, that is, of course, to the polls. Well, colleagues, good morning, and it's over to you. Well, we do apologize. Say that again. Is not yet ready for us to cross over to them. Jonas, where will you be voting?
Well, hopefully the
nearest polling station.
Nearest, most likely at Van Drien.
Yes.
Yeah, that has historically been the voting, the polling station for some of us. So once we get an opportunity to sneak away from the screen a bit.
You know, the first time I voted, I actually voted in the north. I was in a queue with my dad, and I remember it was a very, very hot day, to the point where, I love how, earlier on Blanche was talking to, some of the citizens in the queue, and they actually know each other, get your friend, go.
Absolutely.
I was in the queue with my dad, and, we're having like a whole conversation, and then one of the officers came and then took my dad away. They're like, Tata, you look like a senior citizen. You need to go, in front of the line. I'm like, why are you leaving me here? You make the process actually longer. And, back then I was not prepared, My phone did not have data. It was not, very well charged for me to actually just be in my phone, perhaps playing a game, so time can go by fast. But I remember it was a very long day. I was in that queue from morning until perhaps late in the afternoon.
Wow. My first time voting was back in Moscow. Yeah. So
okay.
International.
Show off.
I was part of that special voters bracket, and it was very short because obviously the population was just comprised students and of course the members of the diplomatic mission.
Yes.
So it was pretty fast. It was straight to the point. There wasn't a lot of waiting left, but it really felt good. Practicing your democratic right in a foreign country, and that also just goes to show the commitment of Namibia to ensuring that wherever we may be as Namibians, you will be accorded the opportunity to go out there and vote. Now, whether you accept it or not, that's entirely a different conversation for another day.
Yeah.
But I took it up, and it felt good.
Okay, now come back local, because that was your first time.
No, the other two have been local, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Second one was in my village, my home village.
Okay.
In the Mashara constituency.
Yeah.
Papama. It was at a local school. Very short. Now, one of the people that I went with, actually, both him and I didn't understand that we're not supposed to wear anything that resembled party
So you're
colors.
one of those people?
Yes, then.
Back then.
Yeah, I didn't know
now
better.
You know better.
Now I know better, now I do better.
Most definitely. Well, for those that do not know, today one is not actually supposed to wear colors of their preferred political parties. We are done influencing people. You know, we are at the penalties right now.
Absolutely. And also, if your car has any flags or pictures of any political candidates, election candidate, please do not go there with that car, or if you have to, remove it and go there with a car that's not labeled with anything. And if you can take a walk, please do. I mean, it's also, I think it also helps with the exercise. I've noticed that many of the polling stations are strategically located at many central places, either at a school, a church, a community hall, places where, you know, many people can actually, you know, easily just, you know, walk to, and just, you know, go sit down there and interact with Namibians. And I think that's one thing that you mentioned that really stuck up for me, was the fact that, you know, it's not like you're just going to sit in line and keep quiet. You know, you will interact with people.
Exactly.
You will find somebody that you have something in common
We keep
with.
preaching networking.
Absolutely.
It's also a form of networking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're only joining us right now, you're definitely watching the special broadcast of Namibia Votes, 2 minutes past the hour of 9. If you're watching us from home, it's either you're already back from the polling station, or you are perhaps, you know, one of those that are not eligible, you know, to vote yet. No problem. Voting is for those from the ages of 18 upwards. And let's not forget that it's only for those who basically registered to vote. And if you feel like you need to tell your parents who are in the queue right now and they're perhaps not doing anything, please call them up, tell them to download the NBC Plus app, and they can be mobile with us, watching us as we entertain them and give them an update of what's happening all over. Now, Blanche is still ready to give us an update of where she is. She is right here in the capital city of Windhoek. Blanche, it's over to you.
Thank you, Tapewa. Yes, we are, as you said, we are here at the Olympia MTC headquarters in Olympia, and it is just 2 hours after the polling station had opened, and that was correct, right on time at 7 o'clock in the morning with the rest of the polling stations around the country. And so far the process is being described, or has been described, as a smooth and no hiccups. But I have the presiding officer here with me, Presley Shombe, just to take us through what's happening inside. I know that preferential queues have been set up for the elderly and other members or other vulnerable communities, but to talk to us more on here is Presley. Presley, good morning, and thank you for granting us this short brief interview.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
So we haven't been inside yet. How is the process inside? We did hear the views of those who have voted already, those who are in the queue to vote, and so on.
Okay, so far the process is going well. Inside we have about 4 stations where each voter has to pass. We have the ultraviolet to check if there's any ink, if the voter voted before. Then we have the verifier to check if voters' cards are really valid. The inker, just for the ink on the thumbs of the voter. Then we have the ballot issuers, presidential and national. From there, finally, the voter makes a mark and displays them in the boxes.
Now, are there special provisions made with regard to assisting the elderly, the ones that you have now put first in the queue and so on inside the polling station?
Yes, definitely. We've given privilege to our elderly, senior citizens, expecting mothers, people living with disabilities. So what we are doing here, we are allowing 4 people from one queue, from the elderly queue, and 2 people from the general queue. Yeah.
All right then. So we are informed that the Prime Minister, as well as other dignitaries, senior ranking or high-ranking government officials, are scheduled to vote here at this very polling station. Now, Presley, what are the arrangements in that regard so far?
Yes, we are aware that the Prime Minister will be coming to cast her vote here at our polling station, as well as other ministers and so forth. So once they come, they will be able to go inside and vote right away. Yeah.
All right, then we will keep track of the arrivals here, as well as to talk to the voters themselves here as the day progresses. So Dapewa, back to you for now, and yeah, we will come back, or you will come back to us a bit later on here at the MTC headquarters in Windhoek.
All right. Thank you so much for that update, Blanche. Senior reporter Blanche Corris is giving us an update there on how everything is going. Also talking to one of the presiding officers of the EC, and everything is smooth. We started off definitely these elections on a good note, seeing that exactly at 7 o'clock polling stations were open and everybody is flooding in, exercising their democratic rights. Jonas, one sentence. Love to see it.
Absolutely. I understand. Natangwe, Jimmy is ready for us. And Kate Manswap. Very good morning to you, Natangwe.
Just for me to see if she can hear me. She can hear. All right, thank you so much, Ndapewa. As you just said, right now we are, of course, broadcasting live here from the Keetmanshoop ECN's Collision Center, where the voting, of course, here in the Karas region started. Earlier, we spoke to the returning officer here in the Keetmanshoop urban constituency that spoke to us that, all voting stations opened on time. They did not have any issues, but our NBC reporters are around all over the place to see, if they are able to speak to some of the potential voters also. We have also seen that the Karas governor, Aletta Frederik, also voted today at the TRC voting station. So we spoke to her also. So let's just take some of those sights and sounds in that interview that we had earlier with Karas governor, Aletta Frederik.
The late president always reminded us that Namibia is a country that has systems, institutions, and processes. So this particular one is also a process, a democratic one, where all eligible voters of Namibia are expected to participate. And when I arrived this morning here, I can sense an atmosphere where people are excited, people are willing to come and cast their vote so that their voices can be heard. And it's a good sign to see that Namibians fully understand the process, for them to make sure that to choose the government, their preferred government, that will govern this country on their behalf. So I like the atmosphere, I like the environment. One can see that people are talking to each other. There is no chaos. There is no one that is angry here. People are happy because they are going to exercise their democratic right, which is a good sign as a Namibia.
Welcome back. We are, of course, broadcasting live from the Keetmanshoop ECN's Collision Center. You just heard earlier Karas Governor Aletta Frederik just speaking to us about the important role that voting plays for Namibian citizens throughout the country. We also saw some visuals where she was also casting her vote. Earlier also we went around polling stations in and around Keetmanshoop just to have, an insight of, how the atmosphere is later on during this live presentation, I will be speaking to one of our reporters just for him to give us some insight with regard to what he observed during the first few hours as the polling stations opened. But yes, I am not alone today here in studio. I am joined by two veteran community activists, a businessman, a veteran, a teacher, and many others, just for them to speak to us about, the past elections, the present and the future that Namibia has to hold, and just their observations with regard to the current elections. In the middle, sitting next to me, I'm joined by Mr. Andreas Biva, who is also a reverend with his own right, and also a teacher. He was also the former mayor of Keetmanshoop. Thank you so much, Reverend Biva, for joining us on NBC TV.
Thank you for having me.
And on the other side, I'm also joined by Mr. Bessel Brown, who is a businessman. You would also know that he was also a former mayor of Keetmanshoop, but he's currently a businessman. Thank you so much, Mr. Bessel Brown, for joining us on NBC TV.
Thank you.
Great. Obviously, if we look at since 1999, we've largely had peaceful elections throughout. But just, Reverend Biva, your observations, since your experience, the first elections that you took part in 1989, just share with us some of those experiences that you had.
Thank you so much. Well, it is a good opportunity to share with you my experiences ever since. Well, when we have started independence, it was strange for us because we have been backbenchers. We didn't know about any institutions and all those kind of things. We were relying on print media mostly, and then the Keisames, etc. And we had the Untaks around us and the English language that came in. So we were excited, but we were not quite certain what to do precisely. However, as we were gearing for independence, we went in and we were directed and we voted. After the voting, it was a big thing. We were laughing and telling other people what we have done, etc. Not releasing where you have crossed, made the cross at that point in time. Anyhow, but that has changed totally the attitude of the people and the Namibians. As we were progressing, every year things went better and better. And as we come now to this stage, especially this year, I am so overwhelmed about the advocacy that went out from the NBC side. If you miss the TV, then you listen to the radio. If you miss the radio, the people were coming to the local place, and people were partaking in primarily how are they going to vote, what are they going to do. And this morning, I'm quite certain that every person is at ease, go in, make the mark, vote, and leave. That is the kind of expansion of knowledge that has happened. There are no language barriers even, because the NBC is going and ECN make one big effort to serve the people in their own language, and they were doing plays at the local, on the local levels. And this morning, as we have been observing, the queues are full.
Yes.
At every place. As I made a few rounds and I saw what the people are doing, and it seems they are waiting to make a difference this time with confidence. That is the kind of peace that we are having. That is the kind of vision that we are envisaging, and that is the kind of expectation that we are having. A new day is going to dawn as from tomorrow for Namibia.
Right. Thank you so much, Reverend Biva. Mr. Brown, obviously you were listening as Reverend Beaver was speaking and reminiscing about the past, the first free and fair independent elections that was held here in Namibia after a long struggle of fighting for independence. Just share with us some of your experiences and what you've observed today in terms of, the outcome of people today.
Thank you. What happened in 1990 was there was so much excitement and also a lot of expectations. And the government delivered, but not as some expected to be. So there happened to be empathy, but as Dr. Beaver rightly said, that time it was a great achievement for us and also for the country. And we have to honor those who sacrifice in any way their lives, their resources, to give us the opportunity that time. And we were very proud and still. And what I can say about Namibia is actually a model for all countries in Africa and also in the world. Because if you look, yes, it's peaceful, it's fair, it's open, and it said a lot about us. So the model that we're using and the education and also the social media, what I observed as a teacher and as a businessman is that there's a little bit of empathy in the youth. And I would like to suggest that we encourage the youth to participate more and that we must make more use of the youth because they were our future leaders. And yeah, recently I have got a meeting with them and I explained to them the role of the youth in a new Namibia. But I'm proud to be here with Pastor and with you. And as I said, I think it's much better. That time there was still that shakiness in us, the fear with all the soldiers and UNTAC and not knowing what to expect.
A lot of uncertainty also during those times.
But up to now, the stability, the peace, and the calmness, as you can see, we are very calm. And that's what makes us a great nation.
And it's really interesting because, a lot of people in the circles have really commended the ECN for their voter education, as the Reverend was saying earlier. And we saw that the turn-up is also much larger in terms of the voter registration. If we look at the figures, we see that about 91% of eligible voters registered for this particular presidential and National Assembly elections. We've also seen that just in the Karas region alone,
Well, we do apologize there. Technology, definitely, technology. We do apologize for that mishap. That was our very own Natang Jimmy finding himself in the Karas region, engaging there, some of the citizens also just talking about elections.
Oh, it's quite a little that we got of that discussion. Obviously, it's always interesting to listen to the much more older generation about the experiences they've had over the years, before and before and after independence. I think it gives us a newfound gratitude for some of the things that that we are enjoying.
All right. Some of the visuals there that you can see online is that of the
IPC president.
President.
Dr. Itula also casting his vote at one of the local schools. He is coming out with both his ballots.
One for the presidential as well as for the National Assembly elections.
He is showing his other ballot that he is about to cast. Hopefully we will get a soundbite of what he said after casting his vote.
Exactly.
And so far we've heard
what is required of me and what documentation is required, and also the simplicity of where you put your cross, etc. And the color coding of the two ballot papers makes it easier, especially for the elderly, and hopefully also for in one or the other to be able to actually have the equal treatment of voting. So we are extremely optimistic, extremely hopeful of the results, and we know that we will emerge victorious. And I would thank in advance all the Namibian people that has taken the responsibility to go and cast their votes, and encourage everybody else, notwithstanding the fact that I'm not campaigning, encourage everybody else to do the same as well. We will have a beautiful Namibia. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was IPC President Panduleni, Dr. Panduleni Tula, also just sharing his thoughts around the importance of the elections and kind of exercising the democratic right, and also just applauding Namibians for going out there to also go out and cast their vote. We will now be crossing over to Swakopmund, where
That's
Nina
right.
is on standby.
Morning, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. We're coming to you, of course, from Swakopmund, where we were yesterday. I just want to give you a brief background on the Irongo region. This region is one of Namibia's prominent areas and boasts a diverse population of about 240,000 as per the 2024 census. This region is economically vital, hosting significant activities such as mining and fishing, particularly in Walvis Bay, its largest town. Today's elections will see approximately 1.4 million registered voters nationwide, with the bulk of those registered voters coming from this very region, by being the second highest region with registered voters, reflecting a strong civic engagement. Irongo comprises 7 constituencies: Arandas, Daures, Karibib, Omaruru, Swakopmund, Walvis Bay Rural and Walvis Bay Urban, highlighting its dynamic political landscape influenced by various parties and recent voter initiatives. Now, whether those registered voters goes out and puts their voice in the box today remains to be seen. Just like everywhere in the country today, there are a host of polling stations set up to ensure that every community member within this region has access to exercising their democratic right. Let's take a brief look at the polling stations that have been set up for today within this region. Now, in the Arandas constituency, we will see that there are 9 fixed polling stations that have been set up, and 4 mobile teams will be conducting 13 polling stations for Arandas constituency. Daures constituency has 8 fixed polling stations and 65 mobile polling stations. When we get to Karibib constituency, we see that there are 9 fixed polling stations and 41 mobile polling stations. Omaruru constituency has 5 fixed and 33 mobile polling stations. Swakopmund constituency has 24 fixed and 18 mobile polling stations. Valve constituency with 15 fixed polling stations and 14 mobile polling stations. Valve's urban constituency has 17 fixed and 9 mobile polling stations. Well, we've got quite a bit lined up for you today, so when we come back after this brief break, we engage the first citizen of Swakopmund to speak on her voting experience this morning. That is Mayor of the town, Dina Namibia. This morning, I have the opportunity to speak with the Mayor of Swakopmund, Dina Namibia, as Namibia holds its presidential and National Assembly elections. This significant day in our democratic process sees citizens across the Irongo region heading to the polls. The Mayor will share her insight on the importance of civic engagement and unity during this crucial moment for the nation. Good morning and welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Nina. Good morning, Namibia, and thank you for having me here this morning.
Just to start with, Madame, perhaps you can talk to us about your voting experience. You were one of the first to cast your vote. Where did you cast your vote, and what was the overall experience like?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to share that prior to the elections, we had no war. That is the first thing that everyone wants to hear. The vibe is really very cool, like our town. This morning I woke up around 3 o'clock, and this was just out of excitement. And I drove around just to see how the preparedness is in our town. And I could see that people are really overnighted at the polling stations. This shows that people are excited, and they do understand the significance of the day and the voting. Yeah. So my experience was really very remarkable. You know, when we registered to vote, we had a few challenges, and I'm sure everyone woke up this morning with the same understanding and expectation. But the process is really going smooth, and it's very fast. My experience really is that it was very good for me to see a huge number of youth coming out to vote, including the elderly people, as well as those that are disabled. It is really good. You know, Swakopmund is very unique, and we always stand together. And this time, it is a testimony that we really still stand at that stage of unity. Yes. Yeah.
What is it that you'd like to convey to the electorate this morning as they're standing in the queues? What should they keep in mind while casting their ballot today?
First of all, I would like to encourage everyone to come out and vote. Don't get discouraged by the length of the queues. It doesn't matter. You know, you have to sacrifice if you need a better future. My message to all the voters, my family, my colleagues, my fellow Namibians, it is very important to come out and vote. Your vote is so powerful, and it is a key that will uphold the future of Namibia. Come out, let's stand together and build a Namibia that is workable for everyone. I'm also encouraging everyone to be democratic in your actions when you are voting. Think of your babies, think of the future generation. If you sit back at home, you are not bringing any hope for those that are hopeless. Let's go out and vote. It is really very important. By voting, we are shaping Namibia into a better Namibia. As I highlighted, your vote is the key that will open up new opportunities, you know. Let's just come together, stand together, and united, we can shape this Namibia into a better world.
And of course, you're not going home to crawl back into bed. You've got an itinerary today. You've got a plan to go around.
Exactly.
Tell us a bit about the activities for the day.
Yeah, I'm certain that irrespective of the outcome, irrespective of the results, we are all going to go out and celebrate. And I just want to remind the people in Swakopmund that you can do that. It is your right and democratic right to do it, but please do it responsibly. Let's not drink and drive. We have the special reserve force in our town. If we behave unethically, you know, the safety and security processes are still in place, and it will be applied. So to avoid inconveniences, to avoid problems, I mean, let's behave ethically, and let's celebrate in the manner that is conducive for everyone.
Well, we do appreciate having you here with us this morning. I think, we hope rather, that we'll be able to catch up with you a bit later on in the day. It's going to be a very long day for all of us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. I also appreciate you having me here. It's always good to speak to NBC. Thank you so much.
Well, when we come back, we take a look at some messages of readiness for today's elections from the regional electoral officer and the returning officers in the region. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, Aunen Dakeva serves as the Regional Electoral Officer for the Irongo region in Namibia, overseeing the electoral process and ensuring fair and transparent elections. With Election Day here, her role is crucial in facilitating a smooth voting experience for citizens. This is what she had to say about preparations for Voting Day.
So, for the past few months, we have been putting things in place in terms of ensuring that we have all the materials that we need for the upcoming elections, as well as the training of our officials. So all our officials are finally adequately trained. They've undergone training for a period of about 2 weeks, so they are well prepared. We have all the materials that we need, including the sensitive as well as the non-sensitive material. We have engaged our stakeholders in the region as well, especially our political leaders or political parties in the region. We have been sharing information with them on a regular basis just to keep them abreast of what is happening. So, yeah, we have done all the arrangements that we need to do to ensure that we are ready for the elections. We have tried as much as possible, of course, following engagements also with our stakeholders, to have as many polling stations as possible in the region. Of course, we cannot be everywhere due to limited resources, but we have tried to the best of our abilities to have venues that are conveniently located and accessible to our people, so that every eligible Namibian at least can walk a shorter distance to get to a nearest polling station. And we have also done a lot of work immediately after the registration of voters. We had a team of our voter education officers along with a team of our youth ambassadors that have been going from constituency to constituency within Irongo region to educate all the eligible voters in terms of what is expected of them when they come for the elections. For example, what do they need to bring? What is the importance of elections? Why should they participate? So just to educate them and encourage them to come and cast their votes on that day. Everything we do by the book, which is now the Electoral Act. So we make sure that we follow everything as provided for in the Electoral Act. And for example, we also ensure that as we move our material, for example, especially those sensitive materials, they do not move without the presence of the police officers. And this is especially our special reserve police officers. When they came from Windhoek, they were escorted as such. We invited all political parties in the region to come and observe the process, also to ensure that they verify their seals that they put on when the ballot papers came from Windhoek, and ensure that nothing has been tampered with. So the process is quite transparent. Even on the election day, it will still be expected that they come and observe that the seals are indeed on and it's the same seals. So we are trying our best to be as transparent as possible, to communicate and engage with our stakeholders as much as possible, and do everything in accordance with the laws that are in place.
We see the Prime Minister Sarah Madira being verified before she casts her vote. Before that, we have seen both the VP and the President with their spouses also casting their votes. We understand she is currently at Olympia. She is standing up from the verification point.
It's amazing to see our leaders going out there and exercising their democratic rights. And it's also now up to us to follow our leaders and also go out there and exercise our democratic rights. As you can see on the screens there, the election process, definitely something that Jonas and I will go through a little bit later on, there where you get your thumb marked, which basically just shows that you have actually exercised your democratic rights. That mark will be on the thumbs of over 1.4 million Namibians who will be heading to the polls this morning. 37 minutes past the hour of 9, Jonas, the polls have been open. The day started off on a very good note, seeing that most polling stations open their doors at exactly 7 o'clock, and they will be closing at 9 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, it's good to note that many of the people that we spoke to did mention that the polling stations were opened right at 7 o'clock. There were, however, some instances where I was just browsing across some WhatsApp groups where there were some complaints of some polling stations opening a bit later than they were intended to, but hopefully that has been resolved. Once again, the Prime Minister is one of the top level officials of government. Once again, also just setting the tone, setting the tone, leading by example, following the President and the Vice President in casting their vote, and once again just encouraging people to come out. Actions like these are seen all over the world, where public office bearers, top officials have to go out there and for the public to see that they do indeed practice what they preach.
Exactly.
They don't just talk about voting, but they actually do go out there and also carry out their democratic right.
That's right. Let's not forget that for the purpose of the presidential and national assembly elections, a voter may vote at any polling station in any constituency, irrespective whether the voter is registered in that constituency or polling station. Voting will be done using 2 separate ballot papers. As we've seen there, if I'm not mistaken, there is a yellow one, there is a white one. One is for the presidential elections and another is for the National Assembly. So you can see there the Prime Minister basically
in the booth.
In the booth, making her decision right now. As much as, we heard earlier that some people are actually panicking, it is a big decision, to make, as this is Namibia's future for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. Just coming back to the ballots once again, you have one where the presidential candidates are listed, and then on the other one, they're listed with their pictures right next to their names, but the National Assembly ballot has the pictures
of the political parties,
the flags of the political parties. So just to ensure that you do make the right choice. I'm sure by now all of us know what decision we're going to make in as far as the political party and the presidential candidate we would like to see lead the country next year. We see the Prime Minister finally making her way out after casting her vote.
And just like that, Jonas, I was actually counting. I put a whole timer on that. It took 3 minutes, if not 4 minutes, from the process of the Prime Minister going in, her offering her registration card. For now, let's just listen to what she has to say.
In the National Assembly and in the presidency. And I call upon all Namibians to do likewise. And this is a right that was earned through immense sacrifices, and we should not take it for granted. And that is the only way really we can participate in the governance of the country. That is the only way that we can hold leaders accountable to participate in elections. So I call upon everyone to come out and vote.
Prime Minister, you see the queues are a bit long. How would you encourage other Namibians to really brave those long queues to exercise this right?
The process was very fast, For me, it took less than a minute, I believe, or just a minute. So although the queues are long, we should brave them, because when we come inside, it will be a minute and we'll be done.
Thank you.
Edith, you are missing. Oh.
Her democratic right. We saw the president also exercising his democratic right earlier. We saw the vice president and now the prime minister.
Yeah, and obviously the prime minister once again reminding Namibians about the immense sacrifice that went into receiving or achieving rather this independence that we enjoy today, and that this right should not be taken for granted. It's everyone's responsibility, everyone who's eligible to carry out this responsibility to do so. Because they're saying, look, this is how you shape your country. This is how you shape your future. You decide who goes to parliament and who doesn't, who goes to state house and who doesn't, based on what they have been telling you. And that, of course, we have seen a vigorous, campaign season this year across the country. I mean, all the parties have really pulled all the stops. Of course, with the ruling party, really, going full out on all cylinders to ensure that, look, we really want to send a message out there. Opposition parties also did the same. They went to all the corners of the world, of the country, I beg your pardon, to convince people that, look, we, we are the ones that you would like to see in office. So, but at the end of the day, it's all about the numbers that we are waiting for. It also will determine how successful or how impactful the campaign strategy was that each and every political party carried out.
That's right, Jonas. And speaking of leaders, earlier on, let me touch on the governors. From our reporters, the governor of the Kavango East region, Bonifacius Wakodumo, basically also arrived at the government hall to cast his vote. The governor got to the polling station 30 minutes before the starting time. He was basically there by 6:30. James Werikwa, who is the governor of the Oshadonjupa region, was the first to basically cast his vote at the Roman Catholic Pastoral Center polling station that is in Oshiwarongo. We also got an update that is from the Zambezi region that the governor, Lawrence Sampofu, as well as the mayor of the Katima Mulilo, John Ntemwa, basically both of them voted at the Ngweze Community Hall. Last but definitely not least, from the list of the governors that we basically have, the Omusati governor, Ergenes Njala, also casted his vote at the Ombalano Traditional Authority Hall polling station that is in the Otapi constituency.
In the Claris region, we also saw that Frederick, the governor there, also casting her vote, and once again echoing the call for what we've heard from the president, the vice president, and now the prime minister about calling out Namibians to go out there and to cast their vote, to practice their democratic right, and decide who they want to be led by, as prescribed by democracy.
That's right. We have so much time. It is a full day packed, with election talks right here coming to you from the NBC headquarters in Cullinan Street, as we connect you to our reporters as they bring us details on what is happening. Well, we will be crossing back to Nina, who's finding herself in Swakopmund, just to wrap up for us how the atmosphere is that side. Nina, it's back to you once again.
Welcome back. Well, we're still bringing you all the news, views, interviews concerning Election Day here in the Irongo region. Walvis Bay Rural Constituency Returning Officer Latasha Koch had these few words to share around their readiness to serve on voting day. Let's take a look.
We would like to ask the Namibian nation to come in numbers to vote. We are really ready. We made provision for 20 polling stations in Walvis Bay Urban, 15 fixed stations in Walvis Bay Rural, 4 mobile teams in Walvis Bay Urban, and Walvis Bay Rural. We have 30 fixed teams in Swakopmund. We have 13 teams in Narandes, of which I think 5 is in Henties Bay. We are ready. We are ready. All you need to bring is your voter's card, and we will be there. The closing time is 9 o'clock in the evening, but everybody in the queue will be served. So although the closing time is by law 9 o'clock, everybody in the queue will be served until the last person has cast his vote. And then we will have maybe a 10-minute break, and then we will start counting. The last remarks is just we are ready. We are waiting for Namibia to vote. Thank you so much.
We also managed to gauge the views of Walvis Bay Urban Constituency Returning Officer Ms. Eden Govases, stationed at Dainesig Combined School, as well as Ms. Helene Nathaniel from the Swakopmund constituency, stationed at the Multi-Purpose Centre. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
The centers will be open. The venues are, as you know, may have seen it in the newspaper. We will start from town. Lagoon Chalets is one of them, Atlantic Sports Club, coming down to the St. Matthew's Church Hall. And then we have the Roman Catholic Church, which is the Stella Maris in town. And then we have the Walvis Bay Sports Club Hall. And then Narrabul, we are having a Narrabul Community Hall in the evening for the mobile team, as well as the St. Peter's in Narrabul and Dainesig Secondary School. We are also having the Dana in Narrabul. Additional to that, we have enough venues. Dainesig is my collation center, and there is also a voting point here at Dainesig. And then we have Hosiana Parish. They are having 2 points, A and B, so that we can cater for the large group of people in the Quisopmund area. Then we also have Nakambale. Nakambale also is A and B. Then we have the Emmanuel Raiders, as well as the Good Shepherd Roman Catholic Church. That's about it. And then, last but not least, the Dunes Mall. We are having 2 tents erected at the mall, A and B, so that we can cater for this vast population of Walvis Bay. So we are ready. 7 o'clock, all the centers will be open. Come with your voter's card, a valid voter's card, and we are ready for you. And you must be a Namibian citizen. My call out to the voters is, we are ready for you. It's the fast process. It does not take long. Just come, pop in, and as you can hear, I have 20 polling points in Walvis Bay Urban, while rural has already 19 of them. So we are ready for you to cater for the population of Walvis Bay. Just be on time and be assisted on time.
The centre where we are broadcasting from this morning is also serving as a collision centre for the elections. We expect that as the day progresses, there will be plenty more activity happening, and we will be keeping you updated as the day unfolds. Namibians, go out and vote today. Don't be discouraged by the long queues or even the weather conditions. Your vote counts and your voice must be heard, so exercise your civic duty with pride today. If you are voting from within the Irongo region and you for any reason need the assistance of the police or would like to report anything untowards and election related, you can reach them on 081 608 6925. I repeat that, 081 608 6925. That is also the WhatsApp number that you can use to send any pictures of anything that you see you'd like to report. Happy Election Day, Namibia. We'll bring you some more election news from Swakopmund and the region later on today. For now, it's back to our colleagues in studio in Windhoek.
Thank you so much, Nina. Nina Katangana there, finding herself in the coastal town of Swakopmund, also just bringing us an update and also telling us that she will basically bring us more details as the day goes by. It's still early in the morning, 10 minutes to the hour that is of 10. Well, where are we heading to right now, Jonas?
Well, we're heading all the way down south to Karasberg, where Joe Os will bring us up to speed.
That's right. Joe, good morning, and it's over to you.
I am Johanna Urikos reporting live from Karasberg at Lordsville Junior Secondary School polling station. A rather cold morning here in Karasberg. Total number of registered voters both in Karas East and West. Exactly 13,761 expected voters to cast their votes on the national and presidential elections. Polling stations open exactly at 7 o'clock until 9 p.m. today, and police officials on site reminded the community to not have their cell phones inside the voting stations. I'm standing here with the mayor of Karasberg, Ms. Velskoen, and she's going to give me an insight because she just did her voting, and she's going to tell us how it was in the town, in the hall. I'm going to hold. Ms. Mayor, can you just tell us briefly how is the voting going so far?
Good morning. Thank you so much for the question. The voting is very slow this morning where I was in town at the City Hall station, police station. It was very slow, but it's a little bit cold here in Karasberg. That's maybe one of the reasons that the voters are not turning up. But luckily, we are here now in Lordsville Junior Secondary School. The police station is also not good, looking not good, but hopefully after 1 o'clock they will turn up. I want to urge and encourage all the first voters to come and cast their votes, and also the 71% youth from Karasberg, come please and cast your votes. Voting is a duty for every citizen of this country, so come and cast your votes so that you can have a say in this country of us, so that you can even choose your leaders, and when you can have a say so that you can also make a change. And also to our 29%, the elders is here. They are standing here from 6 o'clock this morning, and I am very proud of them. So I thank you.
Ms. Mayor, you just casted your vote in at the town city hall. Can you just tell us inside, how is the process inside?
The process was very smooth. There's an election for National Assembly and for the presidential election, and it was really very smooth.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Joanna.
Okay, that was the mayor of Karasberg, Maria Velskoen, that was just giving us an update and encouraging everyone to come out in numbers and cast their votes. Remember, you are able to vote anywhere. Although you have been registered in another constituency, you are able to cast your vote anywhere. This is Johanna Urikos reporting live from Karasberg.
Thank you so much, Joe. That was Joe Os, all the way from Karasberg, talking to the mayor there, Maria Velskoen, about her experience and as far as the process was, how the process was, and also once again as the leader of the people there, just telling people to go out there to go cast their vote as well, basically echoing the sentiments that we've been hearing all day from top officials as well.
That's right. Now, we got a story from Joe earlier on, just mentioning that a brief commotion erupted at one of the polling stations that is in Karasberg when those who joined the queues early expressed frustration over that it's the pensioners and pregnant women being given priority. But this has already been mentioned. Let's prioritize. The priority has been given to specific people, you know, when it comes to these elections. Let's practice patience as much as you were there in the morning. If a pregnant lady comes and if one of our elder citizens also come through, they get the priority and they definitely have to cut the line. However, ECN officials swiftly intervened to restore order and peace and just to ensure that the voting process continued smoothly. Now, police officials also reminded voters on the ground about the rules of prohibiting phones inside the polling hall, ensuring a smooth and secure voting process. So let's not be those ones that are choosing violence today. It is still early. Let's not choose violence. Let's choose peace. Let's have free and fair elections.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it was quite interesting that, you know, I mean, one would think that it's, you know, you'd have enough sense to say, look, you know, this is just the established rules. Even if it's unwritten, you know, you don't need it to be written for you to understand that an elderly person who is way more advanced in age than you doesn't have the same amount of energy to stand as long as you. I mean, it's also, you know, it's also in our culture, you know, as you know, wherever you go, it's not just an African culture. I believe it grows, you know, it goes beyond our borders. So hopefully that will not be happening in other parts of Namibia, and as far as, you know, the voting etiquette is concerned.
That's right. And we keep emphasizing that persons with disabilities, expectant mothers, nursing mothers, and the elderly will be given priority in the queue. Even if they wake up right now and make their way there right now, they have the priority, even though you were there since 2 a.m. It sounds wrong, but it is what it is. Well, let's take a break right now, but let's take a look at voters' education. That is just to educate us on the importance of voting. And after that, we'll take a break and we'll be right back.
You see, we are going early on holiday this year.
Yeah. So what are your plans for the holiday?
But I'm planning on going to the village. I also want to go show off my new car I bought. And also have time with my family, man. It's been a while.
But are you aware of the elections that are happening on the 27th of November?
Now that I did my voter's card here in Windhoek, can I also vote in the north, perhaps?
Yeah, you can do it anywhere in the country. But there was also a friend of mine, Albert. He was talking about elections, the same thing.
Oh yeah, I know. And Albert is always speaking about elections every time. I wonder even if he has a student card or he's just talking about the voter's cards.
Oh, sure. What's up, man?
Cool, what's up, bro?
Cool. How's it?
Yes, Albert.
Yeah.
How are you?
So are you guys ready for the voting?
Yeah, we are just coming from the office now and we are talking about the voting. Just wanted to know, man, do you have a voter's card?
Yeah, I do, but recently I can't find it. I was at his place. I don't know if I misplaced it. And I want to vote. I really want to vote, but I need the voter's card.
You see, somebody was talking about voting, lost his voter's card.
He is mine.
I also have mine here.
But wait, I have two.
You have two?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the one. That's the one.
I have
The
mine.
voter's card.
I always have mine.
Yes.
In case they bring the votings today, I'm ready to vote.
Yeah. So, Namibia, are you ready to vote?
Voter education refers to efforts aimed at informing and educating citizens about the voting process, their rights as voters, the importance of elections, and how to make informed choices. Voting is one of the most powerful ways to shape the future of our community, the state, and the nation. As citizens, it's not only our right, but also our responsibility to participate in the democratic process. Voter education empowers individuals with the knowledge they need to navigate the voting process confidently and effectively. It ensures that every voter is informed about their rights, the candidates, the issues at stake, and how their vote can make a difference. The insert aims to provide essential information on voter registration, the voting process, your right as a voter, and the importance of young people participating in the elections.
My name is Albert Salushando. I'm a first-time voter. First of all, I would say it's very important to get involved in such, because at the end of the day, whoever is on the boat will be affected. So us being responsible or being part of the decision making also enhances our future or smoothen our journeys. I believe that voting can make a very huge difference in my country or my society, as it allows a peaceful transition of power, which also reduces the risk of violence between the society and the political sector. And also I believe in civic engagement, where the society also becomes involved in social issues or social community discussions. And I also believe in public accountability, as the society is also responsible to evaluate the performance of the elected leaders.
If you look at the current status, we have a high number of unemployment rate in terms of the youth, a low quality education, and these are things that are hampering the youth from thriving. If you as the youth is tired of going through this crisis, such as high unemployment rates, low quality education, the only form to address this issue is by standing up, raising your voice, and going to vote, because your vote is your choice, your vote is your voice, and this voice can bring a great impact to our future.
Namibia, put your voice in the box.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you are now, if you're just tuning in, you're joining us on this special broadcast solely focused on Election Day, which is, of course, is taking place across the country. And we are bringing you up to speed by connecting with the various reporters across the regions, across the country. We will now be crossing over to ECN, where Denver is on standby.
Mpandu Jonas, that's right. If you just joined us, a very good morning to you and yours. It's Wednesday, the 27th day of November 2024. It's just after 10 o'clock, which means, as per the Electoral Act, polling stations across the length and breadth of this republic in 121 constituencies would have opened at 7 o'clock this morning. They will be open until 9 o'clock this evening. 1.4 million Namibians registered to participate in this process. The majority of these voters, in the vicinity of 900,000, are between the ages of 18 and 35, and many first-time voters did indicate that they will participate in this democratic process, which takes place once every 5 years. The process is called the National Assembly and Presidential Elections. We have received reports of matters going smoothly at some polling stations. We have intermittently seen where there are reports at some polling stations that may have had delays regarding the opening times. We are waiting to engage the Electoral Commission of Namibia. Of course, we are here at the headquarters of the ECN. In fact, we find ourselves at Lago, here in the Central Elections Results Center. Later during the course of the week, as results will start trickling in from the 121 constituencies, we will see updates in real time on the screens behind us. So this, of course, will become the epicenter of these proceedings. And seeing that this is not a polling station, seeing that this is not a constituency office, at this moment we don't have any results because we know that the counting only starts after 9 o'clock this evening.
After 9 o'clock, once everybody that was in queue before 9 o'clock has cast their vote, of course, viewers, you can see that the background is quite quiet at the moment. There aren't many movements, but as soon as tomorrow after 9 o'clock, you will start seeing some activity behind us. And yes, the results will be presented on the screens that are behind us. Viewers, you can also follow the results that is online on your own, on any device that you would like to log into. And there is a website available for that. That is www.elections.na. So the results, you too can have access to them and when they come in and as soon as they come in. Furthermore, there is also a mobile application made possible for you to get various information, especially to those of you who are still yet to go out and vote and are trying to determine which polling station to use, for example. The mobile app has the type of information and also the results will be available on there. Now, the difference between the mobile application as well as the website is that the mobile application, the information is just condensed and made a little bit more light, also for data consuming, to make sure that you have these information that are presented to you in a more simple manner compared to when you are logged onto the website that has more details and graphics, for example. And we do know that when there are graphical presentations, more data is consumed. So they're just making provision for that as well. So the mobile app is called ECN Mobile Application, and you can access it on Android application platforms as well as the iStore.
Thank you so much for that incredibly valuable information, Elago. And what the viewers don't know, my off-air stance is that she's a lot more technologically savvy. She claims it's not necessarily the case, but I think she just proved me right and herself wrong in that regard. But I think it's important to, if you want to update yourself with how matters are going, if you're finding that, listen, I want to see how the party I voted for is faring in a constituency, not only limited to one where you cast your vote, you are able to in real time stay up to date with that information, both as far as the application is concerned, but certainly also as far as the website is concerned. And you can access all of it. It's just the format and the approach differs, and you get to save on data as shared with us by Elago, which is such a valuable tip. But we have to bear in mind, seeing that everyone who's in a queue at the 121 constituencies across the country with a number of polling stations per constituency, once every person has cast their vote who wants to vote and who's in the queue, even at 9 o'clock this evening when the polling stations are expected to be closed, thereafter only the voting commences. And we do know that we are changing from EVMs during the previous election 5 years ago in 2019 to ballot papers. So there is an expectation. We also heard this from Dr. Victor Chonchi, a previous chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. It's a tedious process, so we will have to be patient as far as Namibians are concerned. It might be an area of growth for us, but I think thus far we're doing well. Many of you are posting about having woken up early, having made your way to a polling station and having participated in this process. Should you like to share some visuals with us, you can post that also on our social media platforms, indicating where the visuals were captured, perhaps sharing a bit of your experience. We need to remember, though, Project Namibia is ours, and it's ours to cherish. So let's please engage with one another, whether it's in the queue with the person next to you, behind you, whether it's online, let's do so in a respectful manner. Let's remember, irrespective of our political affiliations, irrespective of what will happen after today, that we do indeed maintain this democracy and keep it intact. And we do that as a point of departure by engaging each other respectfully, Elago. At least that is my point of departure. We'll also be speaking very shortly to a renowned political analyst, that is Professor Fanla Kapama Elago, to help us understand what exactly is transpiring here. It is an early stage, so a stance now could be different from a stance tomorrow or maybe even later during the week. So it's important to bear that context in mind, and that a picture that's a live picture may transform, may change, or if you are able to read between a lines, and that is what you do for a living, such as Dr. Kapama, that is perhaps something to be on the lookout for in terms of trends that we have already observed on the 13th of November when we cast our special votes, if you were part of that category, also perhaps on some of the online polls that we did see posted, because there was a build-up to the 27th of November 2024 Lago. It didn't come out of the blue.
It didn't.
We didn't wake up this morning and learn only now that we're expected to vote. There was a lengthy process and quite a detailed and comprehensive process.
Very, very detailed process. And viewers, when you are going out to vote today, just be reminded that you should not be adorned in any political party regalia or outfits or anything of that sort. Also, your vehicles should not be branded at all with any political party affiliated branding, all right? And also ensure that you carry your voter register card, as that is your pass to casting your vote. No other document will be accepted.
Yes, and if your intention is not to participate in the process, if you know you are not a registered voter and therefore not eligible, it perhaps would not be a good idea to show up at the polling station and maybe slow down a process for those whose priority it is to participate in this process. It's a democracy. We have freedom of choice. We have freedom of association. And let's honor that to keep the constitutional democracy Project Namibia intact.
Yes, and also remember that your vote is your secret. Your participation in the voting process is not a secret, but who you are voting for is a secret. So unfortunately, to those who are tech savvy, like myself, of course, you are not able to go in and take a selfie of yourself next to the X that you have marked. And also please be mindful of the instructions on the ballot paper so that you can ensure that your ballot paper is valid and your vote will count, because if you do not adhere to the instructions, your ballot paper will be invalid and cannot be counted as a vote.
Absolutely. Just to remind you that we're coming to you live from the Central Elections Results Center. A hype of activity is expected later during the week as the results will start trickling in from across this country. So right now it's a slow and steady and gradual build up, and we are ready to serve you when that moment in fact arrives.
Yes, and if you are still yet to go and vote, please ensure that you do go out there. Don't let the long queues discourage you, because from some of the views that we have also received is that the process was quite fast in certain areas. So the queue could go faster, even though it looks like it's quite long outside. So don't let the long queues discourage you. Earlier on, Denver, we saw some of our leaders already having cast their vote. That includes the president, the vice president. We've also seen the prime minister, some of the governors as well.
First citizens of your respective regions leading by example. I don't see any difference to your thumbs. They appear the same as they were earlier this morning. Am I correct in terms of my observation?
You are definitely correct. Right, my thumbs are still clear of any ink, and that is because we still have not had the opportunity to go out from our duty station to go and vote. But we are hoping to find that moment where Denver and I can alternate, so that, because we can't leave the fort empty and unattended to.
Not simultaneously.
Yes.
That certainly is not our mission. That certainly is not our commitment. Please be reminded, you don't only have to follow the results online as they start trickling in, whether on the app or on the website. Also, if you have not cast your vote yet and you want to be reminded of the 15 presidential candidates or the 21 political parties who form part of this year's National Assembly and presidential elections, all that information in alphabetical order is also available on your devices once you either visit the website or you download that application, irrespective of the nature of your smart device.
That's indeed correct. Now, Denver, you earlier indicated that we hopefully will be engaging the Electoral Commission of Namibia representatives to just give us an update from their end, how the voting process is going and how they are addressing some of the challenges that have been flagged and what the success stories are so far, 3 hours after the polls have opened. So we will be having that engagement just in a few minutes, but shortly after this break. Viewers, please stay with us.
As a Namibian citizen, it is very important to participate in the upcoming elections and to vote and to have a voice in terms of where the direction of the country should move into.
To get to grow up our country, to get a job, anything for the country, because suffering Yeah, we are suffering. We look at the job.
We have to vote because voting shapes our future, and whether it's economic growth, development, political wise, it's going to shape our future. And young people, let's go out there and vote for the right candidates. And yeah, man, let's hope that this brings change to us.
I feel like it's very vital for us as a youth to vote, because in the future we are the future generation and we are going to be there. So it's better starting off young so that when you're going to vote, we know what to do. And for voting, it comes by with power, shaping our future and responsibility again. So vote there, and like they say, you cannot complain if you cannot vote.
Better lives, better opportunities, and just a better lifestyle. You know, we want our country to grow and to develop, to benefit the Namibian citizen.
Some of us, we are attending interview, but we end up more than 2,430 posts. We want our government to stand up and go in the street to check how people are suffering.
Welcome back, Namibia. You're tuned into this very special broadcast on this Wednesday, the 27th day of November 2024. 1.4 million Namibians are scheduled to head to the polls for the 8th edition of the National Assembly and presidential elections. It's 3 hours since polling stations opened as per the Electoral Act of Namibia. Here to help us understand how the process is going thus far is the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Mr. David Siluka. Muzile Chwangi, David. Hande. How are you doing? It's D-Day. The day has arrived. You've put in a lot of work. It's a culmination of many a sleepless night, many efforts. How are you feeling before we get into the particulars of how the process has been unfolding?
I think the feeling is the atmosphere. Can already tell the feelings. You know, we have been previously having sleepless nights of how the process will unfold on the actual day. But today, driving around at the polling stations around the Commerce region in Windhoek, it gives you a great feeling that indeed Namibians are eager to, participate in the democratic process by making sure that they exercise their right to vote. We have seen quite long queues at all polling stations across Windhoek and across the country. And as we follow media reports starting yesterday, you could really see that Namibians are eager to go out and cast their vote. And we want to encourage that spirit.
Now, there may be first-time voters. There may be those who attained the age of majority a while ago, but only recently, during the general registration of voters, registered to finally participate in this process, and they've not cast their vote for today yet, or they may just have joined a queue. And just help us understand what the process entails once you arrive at a polling station, because one of the reports I saw said, I've been standing at this point in the queue for the past hour without any form of movement. But there's a process that needs to happen in terms of verifying that it's indeed Denver Kisting rocking up at this particular polling station with a card claiming to be it's a voter's registration card and insisting to participate in the process.
Yeah, you see, one thing that we also need to understand is that every election process has queues, and there will always be queues. It's, our election process, the Act only provides for us to vote one day. So from 7 to 2100 hours. And the good thing with our country is that voting is a public holiday, which allows you enough time to stand in the queue. Of course, yes, there are some young people out there and some other elderly people who might get discouraged by slow-moving queues, but it's a process that we need to follow. And we are trying as a commission, as staff members who are assisting to ensure that we assist these people with courtesy and with our utmost professionalism, ensuring that the process is smooth and faster, but also taking into consideration that you need to be verified, you need to be inked, and then you need to be, that's when you can continue with the process. What we want to encourage is that let's stay in these queues. It's for a good cause, and we'll all be saved if you are in the queue by 2100 hours.
What does verification entail? Do you need to establish who it is that I am? Do you need to establish the validity of the card that I present? And do you then need to marry the card with the person?
The identification.
But also whether or not the person did in fact register to vote,
yes.
and the person has not voted before.
Exactly, because your first point of contact is we have to first check your biometrics. I mean your ultraviolet, to see if you have voted in special voting. Remember, we have visible ink, and then you have invisible ink. And then we check through the biometric, we check the invisible ink, because it takes about 14 to 15 days to completely fade off. And then after we have verified with biometric that indeed you did not vote, then you go to the next step where you have to present your voter's card, and then your voter's card has a QR code where we'll scan. After scanning, we'll have then the voter verification device that we are using, which is a tablet-based, will then display your details. And then once it displays your details, it will randomly select among your 10 fingers or among your fingers to then validate your identification. And then after that process only takes about a minute, then you are done. Then you proceed to collect your ballot paper. Remember that when you are collecting your ballot papers, they have to record your voter registration number on the counterfeit of the ballot.
Manually.
And then thereafter, there are 2 ballot papers that you need to collect, presidential and national assembly elections. So once you are done with that, then you move to the second last stage, which is then where you are going to, cast your vote. And there it's your decision, it's your secret, it's you alone. Then after that, you go to the ballot box controller, where then he or she will assist you to put your ballot box in your ballot paper in the appropriate ballot box. So these are the processes that are internalized in the polling stations.
Thank you for providing that detail. All things being equal, yes, how long such a journey ordinarily take?
It takes you roughly about 3 minutes to complete. And Denver, I must notify you and the nation at large that from 7 o'clock when we opened up to now before I came here, the system shows that over 100,000 have casted their votes.
Thus far?
Yes, that's
over 100,000
yes,
Namibians of the 1.4 million,
yes,
minus the 16,000 who participated, yes, in the process on the 13th of November, have already cast their vote.
Yes.
I want to understand, is it a criminal offence to present yourself to a polling station today when you either have already voted on the 13th of November, or you may have voted today elsewhere? Or once it is detected that Denver, you in fact did vote already on the 13th of November, or earlier today at another polling station, do I just get sent home and discouraged from continuing the disruptive behavior, or criminal sanctions at play?
Of course, it is a criminal offense and it's punishable by the Electoral Act. Number one, if you impersonate yourself by presenting a duplicate a voter card that doesn't belong to you. Secondly, by trying to take chance to vote twice. Remember, I mentioned about the ink that we put. Apart from the visible ink and the invisible ink, our system also detects whether you have voted or not. So immediately when you are verified, if there is internet connection, it will immediately pick up that this voter has voted before.
So will I not be able to enjoy the rest of my public holiday? Will I be arrested on the spot?
Yes, you'll be arrested on the spot.
In the event that it's at a polling station, yes, where there's no internet connection, how will that be picked up?
That will also be picked up, immediately when the device gets on the internet, then it picks up.
But then I may already be out of the country.
We have the details.
To hunt the person down.
Yes.
You shared with us that the ultimate process is about 3 minutes. We're not talking about
the actual waiting time in the queue.
Yes. So I'm saying that's very difficult to establish, yes, and to predetermine. But my question was, all things being equal, are we able to give an estimate of from the moment that Denver presents himself at a polling station in a queue, mm-hmm, how long it will take until I'm done? Depends on the size of the queue at that moment, of course, right?
Yeah, I'll really not be sure how long it will take you, but I think from what I've observed, if you are in the queue and you are next, then that means it will take you 3 to 5 minutes. So you have to calculate from the first person in the queue to where you are, multiply by 3 minutes in order to calculate the actual time that you're going to be in the queue.
If I'm in a queue at a polling station across the country and I'm witnessing criminal conduct, I'm witnessing discrepancy, I'm concerned about what it is that I witness, whether it amounts to criminal conduct or otherwise, where and how do I flag it? Do I scream to seek an audience with the presiding officer? Do I send David Luka a short message?
Yes. There are two things that we need to do. At all polling stations, we have deployed police officers to maintain law and order. Secondly, in all our polling stations, we have the occurrence book where you can register the concerns or grievances. Thirdly, your presiding officer in each polling station is your first point of contact. And if you have concerns, you need assistance, this is where you need to go. They need to assist you.
We've seen some reports, particularly in the online space, where some voters have indicated they were in the queue at 7 o'clock, yet by 7:15 or by 10 to 8, the polling station had not opened. Have you received reports about some delays? And if yes, what are those generally attributable to?
Of course, yes, we have received reports, but it's only in minor, in a few polling stations that had delays in opening. And this is not actually attributed to the delay in the deployment of the staff, but also some delays in the final arrangement of their polling stations. But that has been addressed. All the polling stations, as we speak, have started operating across the country. And what is also good to mention is that...
I just need you to repeat that. So
yes.
At this very moment,
yes.
There's no polling station across the country that's not yet open.
Yes. And also we must not misunderstand or misunderstand the difference between... Because there are mobile polling stations that will only open at 1 o'clock. And some opening at 12 o'clock.
Or closing at 1 o'clock.
Or closing at
12 o'clock.
And exactly, or closing at 12 o'clock. So these are mobile polling stations. You go there, there will be nobody, literally nobody. So the polling station only open later. And you might go to another polling station where which you have seen, but you might have not seen the time that they are closing. And you go there, you don't find them. Just know that there are mobile polling stations which are set into lessly populated areas in order to save that community and then move to the second community and save them as well.
We heard from the chairperson late last night when she had announced that at that point in time, shortly after 11 o'clock on the 26th of November, that all material, both sensitive and non-sensitive, all staff members were deployed across the country to wherever it is that they needed to be at the time. But she also urged members of the public who want to observe an important process, but particularly the party representatives, to be at polling stations at 6 o'clock. Because when the polling station opens at 7 o'clock, a pre-poll process should have been completed, and she encouraged them to witness that process, and including, if they so wish, to affix their seal to the material as well. How does that work? And if, in the event of a mobile polling station that opens, say, at 12 or at 1, would that then happen an hour prior to the opening of that station as well?
Denver, it's good that you are bringing that up. It's one of the challenges that we observed this morning when we were opening the polls. And we have always urged the political parties to, talk to their people and encourage them, their party agents, to report on time. Because the pre-opening phase needs to be observed by the political party agents. Some of them have put their seals on the ballot boxes, which we need to be cut, where we are putting the sensitive materials. Now, in their absence,
if they're not there,
yes, if they are not there, we are forced by the law. We have to proceed with the cutting of the ballot papers because we cannot delay.
Absence.
Yes, we cannot delay the opening of the polling station because of a seal that is on the ballot box. And the other thing is that we observed is that the changing of political party agents without pre-arrangements.
Are you telling us that in the event that a political organization wishes to change their agent or representative, the ECN must be notified?
Yes, because there's a form that they need to complete, which they need to present at the presiding officers in order for them to be allowed into the polling station. And then once they are recalling the other one or they are replacing the other one, there's Form 15 that they have to complete. When they are replacing, they have to complete Form 16, so that we know that this person has been replaced. It's also for our records and for our audits in order to keep record of how the polling station was managed.
Mr. Luka, we also heard from the chairperson last night that the only form of identification that's required today when you present yourself to a polling station is your valid voter registration card. Yes. We have seen reports where allegedly at some polling stations, Namibians were asked to present their identity documents as a form of identification. Have you learned about that? Whether yes or no, yes. In the event that it does happen, what recourse do I have as a voter when I get asked for my ID?
I've not come across such reports, but of course, if such has happened, then I think it was a miscommunication, but it's always good to have your identity card with you as a backup in case there are issues on your voter's card that need to be validated so that it can be compared against your credential on your voter card.
But ordinarily it's yes. As a point of departure, it's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement. It's not a requirement, yes.
We are in the Central Elections Results Centre. The expectation is that during the course of the week, this will become the epicenter of whatever is transpiring today. Yes. Just help the viewers understand the significance of this venue and how the momentum will gradually pick up here.
Yeah, you see, our system, election result management system, when a polling station closes, the counting starts immediately at the polling stations. And then those results are pasted at the polling station for the public to access it. Once that is done, the second step is then to send the specific polling station results to a constituency collation center. Then the collation center, this is where the entire constituency collects all their votes together, their vote counts from their polling stations in their constituencies, collect them together, and then transmit them to what we call the Central Election Result Management Center.
So 121 of those being sent here?
Here. And then once they are sent here, they are verified, certified, and then before they are officially published. So this here, the Central Election Results Center is the final calculator and announcer of official results.
Very well. Now we know within the borders of the Republic, we have these 121 constituencies. Voting that took place on the 13th of November 2024, both domestically, if you were part of certain categories, the security cluster and seafaring personnel, but also voting that took place outside of the country. Our understanding is that that will form the 122nd constituency. Yes. How does that work in terms of sending those results and making it known and them arriving here?
Of course, immediately when the polls closed on the 13th and the counting was done, what followed was that all the diplomatic missions have to retain their results, their equipments, their material, sensitive and non-sensitive that they were using, to a central point, which is Windhoek ECN headquarters, where their returning officer is stationed. As we speak, he's also going to start with the collecting of those results so that they are transmitted into the Central Result Management, Central Election Result Center.
Are all those results from all the missions, and the domestically cast votes here?
Yes, but the domestic ones, remember these people were voting in various constituencies. The domestic ones, they will be treated separately because they need to be collected together with their results, the results of today in the collation centers in their various constituencies. That is where they will be collected. And then the the returning officer will have to compile that whole collation and then transmit it to Central Election Results Center.
So if I'm one of the 5 people who cast my vote in Algeria,
yes,
those votes are here?
Those votes are here.
What happens if I'm ordinarily resident in a constituency domestically,
yes,
and I just happen to have visited a friend of mine in Algeria at the time? Will that also then be separated from the other 4 votes cast in Algeria with my constituency's votes where I'm ordinarily registered in Namibia?
Yeah, you see, when you are voting outside, it's also another constituency that we have, but not necessarily, because when you are registering outside the country, you are registering still in the constituency where you reside in the country, because that side is not a constituency. It's just that you are voting abroad, but your constituency is in Namibia.
But I could be based permanently abroad, yet still have retained my Namibian citizenship and therefore be eligible to have registered to vote and to actually cast my ballot.
Yes. Remember, our voters registration is constituency based. So regardless of where you stay or where you find yourself, you need to register in a constituency.
And in a Namibian constituency, for that matter.
For that matter, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you received any reports of other challenges?
So far, we did not receive any major challenges in terms of opening. The processes are also going quite smoothly, and we are observing and monitoring the entire process on the ground. We are optimistic that the 1.4 people that were registered will go out and vote. But
1.4 million?
Yes. What we want to encourage, especially employees who perform essential services, who might find themselves working like me today.
And like me.
And like you, is to find time and go and vote.
You have cast your vote?
I've casted my vote.
Very well. So you're not allowed to vote again, else that would be a criminal offense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. So let's find time also to urge the employees out there to at least release their staff members who are working today on time, so that they can also be able to go and cast a vote. Of course, we know it's a public holiday, but there are those who are performing essential services who might be working today. So let's find that time to go and cast our votes.
Just perhaps the last one, Mr. Saluka. If I find myself in hospital, not for a scheduled procedure, it's an emergency, I only got admitted last night without planning to be in hospital today, are there mobile polling stations making their rounds to hospitals?
Yes, of course, we have established mobile polling stations at hospitals, police stations for inmates, trial awaiting, and then at prisons for inmates. And these have specifically been established for patients and employees or residents that stays at these facilities.
If I find myself in a labor ward, maternity ward today, will I also be granted the opportunity to participate in this democratic process as a heavily pregnant woman about to give birth?
I know sometimes it's
under
quite
trying circumstances.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite challenging because we cannot take a polling station to you, like in your bed, to go and cast your vote. Unfortunately, polling stations are gazetted and they are situated at specific places, but they cannot be moved to the various places like wards,
But is it not called
police
a mobile polling station?
It's a mobile polling station in such a way that it can serve two various locations at the same time, but not specifically going from the initial gazetted place into the wards or into the police cells or into the prison cells.
Practically, it would mean that I would need to vacate my bed and go to the door or wherever it's set up to cast my vote. That also means if I'm in ICU as a registered voter, I may have incredible difficulty unless the bed is moved to that mobile polling station.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are some circumstances that are beyond yourself where you cannot be able to cast your vote because if you are heavily sick or heavily pregnant and you can't walk out of your bed to go to the polling station to cast your vote, unfortunately, by law, we cannot take the ballot paper to you on your bed for you to cross because, number one, it's a violation of the law, and it's criminal. It's a criminal offense to do that.
Lutumezi, for your time. Thank you so much for the work that you continue to do. Good luck to you and the team for the rest of today, but certainly also for the rest of the week. We will touch base with you, and we seek your indulgence publicly in front of the Namibian nation as matters unfold during the course of the day as well.
We thank you, and thank you for always giving us the opportunity to engage with the public. We also want to encourage Namibians who have not yet casted their votes to go out and cast their vote. Polling stations are closing at 9 o'clock, but if you are in the queue by 9 o'clock, you'll still be saved.
Very well.
To our people with special needs, the elderly, the people with disability, pregnant women, or expectant mothers.
Who are not yet in maternity ward.
Yes, expectant mothers and then breastfeeding mothers. We have established special queues for them, so they will not be joining the other normal queue. They have their own queue which they have to join in order for them to be saved.
Very well.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are most welcome.
There you have it. Mr. David Sluka is the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, bringing us up to speed with the process thus far. Polling stations across the country are open despite some challenges. According to him, they are not major challenges, and we will touch base with them during the course of the day. Please also highlight what's happening in your polling station. Please also flag what's happening at your polling station. Share with us, take ownership of Project Democracy, Project Namibia. The day is ours. We are now crossing back to Studio 2 for an engagement with them.
Bye, donkey, Denver. Bye, donkey. Yeah, welcome back to Studio 1, where we're still coming to you live from the NBC headquarters. And once again, a big thanks to everyone that has contributed so far. And in the course of the day, we will be touching base with all our reporters and, of course, everyone that has been designated with their specific responsibilities in the various towns.
That's right, Jonas. Now, since we are speaking elections, we want to take, a look back at some of the past and previous elections that basically did happen here in Namibia. Let's take a look at the following insert.
In any democracy and progressive nation, the media play a crucial role to inform and educate. Democracies around the world understand that without a vigilant media, its values as a democratic state stand the risk of being undermined. Namibia is no exception. Namibia's media ombudsman, Clement Daniels, says during elections the role of the media is even more elevated, with everyone depending on the media to reach the targeted audience and for that audience to make informed decisions based on the information it receives.
The media is basically part of building democracy because the media, the existence of the media depend on the democratic environment in which we operate. And that's why it's important that media as an important stakeholder should play a role in terms of maintaining and nurturing democracy in any society. So the media plays a very important role, especially when it comes to elections, to educate people about how to vote, but also help them to make informed choices when it comes.
Since 1989, the Namibian media have played their part in the electoral process as a fourth estate, making sure that all stakeholders are kept abreast of the latest developments. Estelle De Bruin was a reporter at the time when the country observed its first elections.
I remember in the 89 election, all the media was under extreme scrutiny by the United Nations and UNTAC to see if we gave equitable coverage to all. And especially the state-owned media, like the forerunner of the NBC, the Southwest Africa Broadcasting Corporation, they literally timed with stopwatches the time allocated to each political party. I think since independence it has relaxed a bit.
How the media covers this significant event has evolved over the years, much like the country itself, bringing to light issues such as objectivity, neutrality and fairness. The basic principles of journalism, says senior political reporter of the Namibia Sun, Elvis Murarangana.
As far as election coverage is concerned,
welcome back. That was a brief documentary about the role of the media, the role that the media plays in times of elections, and just historically talking about how UNTAC and the United Nations and everyone else who came to observe the Namibian elections for the very, very first time had to ensure that the media whatever it is that they were covering was indeed balanced. And I think, that is what we're still doing to this day. We're still carrying on that same spirit of ensuring that whatever is put out there, especially in times of elections where all types of messages can go out there that can be aimed at disrupting the peace that has been associated with the elections that we've had over the years.
Most definitely, Jonas. It's all about free and fair elections. And, the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation actually offered, equal airtime, to all the political parties to actually, come on, and bring about their manifestos. So basically just, engage their audience, as well as the viewers, basically the entire public as to what they are bringing, to the table. Today is penalty day. I think that is what we are calling it.
Yes, penalties.
Penalty day today.
While no longer talking, it's penalties according to Royal Pico.
Exactly.
So the other thing was also, I think the fantastic role that everyone has played, stakeholders. If you look at civil society, if you look at the ECN themselves, and all the other non-governmental organizations, in an effort to spread the message across. As a matter of fact, on Friday's edition, or was it Friday, newspapers had the special pamphlet or information pack that came from the ECN about where they had to go vote. All the polling stations were listed down, and it says a lot about putting out the information out there.
Yes, and from the conversation that Denver was having, with the Vetsiluka, and also just highlighting some of the do's and don'ts when you get to the polling stations. As we keep mentioning, please let's practice patience, and we're also just emphasizing that there is a specific way of voting. You don't just go there and put across however it is that you like. It can be forfeited, but for it to actually go through and not be deemed as null, you actually have to cross within the box, and that cross must not touch the box at all. It must also not go out of the box, but it must stay within the box if you actually want your vote to be counted, because at the end of the day, we go there, we vote, and perhaps it's not, counted because you did it the wrong way.
Yeah. Now, joining us on the line is to give us IPPR's perspective on the elections is IPPR Research Associate Frederico Lenks. Very good morning to you, Frederico, and thank you so much for making time to join us.
Thank you for having me on.
Frederico, today is obviously D-Day. People across the country are all queued up to go decide who goes to National Assembly and who doesn't, and who goes to State House and who stays wherever they are right now. What are your reflections on this day?
So I mean, I'm standing in a queue here in Swakopmund at Platzamir, and I mean it's going very slowly. It's been here since before the polling station opened, and there are hundreds of people here. I mean, people seem motivated to vote. People seem, inspired to come out. The queue was already long. By the time there were already hundreds of people ahead of us. By the time the polling station opened at 7 o'clock, some people were standing here since 12 o'clock. The first people who went in and voted, they said they were standing here since 12 o'clock, since midnight. Others came throughout the early morning hours. So yes, I mean it looks like people are motivated to vote and want to stay in line and vote.
Absolutely. Now, Rodrigo, since this morning we've been talking about the various stakeholders that have come together to ensure that we have a peaceful elections like we've had in the past. But talk to us about the work that IPPR does and how it helps, shape public policy, but also at the same time, inform the public on the decisions that they are going to make in times like these.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our policy-related work sort of speaks to, the issues that Namibians should really be taking an interest in. Whether it's the economy, whether it's things like governance-related issues like corruption and the state of the functioning of the civil service, that sort of thing. And around elections specifically, I mean, we've through our Namibia Fact Check project, we've now been doing for the last few months a lot of sort of media information literacy and civic education type work, producing sort of informative and explainer content for citizens, for voters. How voting processes work, how to mark your ballot, that sort of thing. And what sort of the facts around the elections and that sort of thing. So we do want to play a role in ensuring that electoral democracy functions appropriately and adequately as it should in Namibia, and that's what we as the IFPR, I think, to a large extent stand for. That things do function as they should.
Absolutely. Frederica, one of the things that have really stood out is the amount of registered voters, which has surpassed 1.4 million compared to what the numbers that we saw in 2019. What story does this data tell? I mean, what is it now that has made people stand up and say, look, I'm really going to go out there and register? It's one thing, of course, to register, but it's also another thing come election day to also go out there and cast your vote. But talk to us about what you make of the story that this data tells.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touched on a day. It was the same story last time around in 2019. You usually have this high registration rate where a lot of people go and register to vote, but then there's this gap, this drop-off in terms of the people that actually show up on polling day. And we saw this in 2019, and we might see it again this time around. I mean, in South Africa, in the South African elections earlier in the year, they also had, this high voter registration, and they thought that, the people would turn up in the numbers at which they registered. But there was a big drop-off in terms of the people who registered and then the ones who actually showed up to vote. And so this is, a high registration rate doesn't necessarily translate into a high voter turnout eventually on the election day. But I do think that, as I said, I do think that people are motivated. You can hear it from how people are talking in the queue here. People are motivated. People are frustrated. People are talking about why they're standing here. The sort of the socioeconomic issues that drive people to turn out. And I think that is what is motivating people, and that's what's keeping people in line. Why they are, you don't see a lot of frustration with having to stand so long in the queue here. But so I think that's what's there certainly is, I think, a measure of, this is what people are saying. They're here to vote for change. They're here to vote for improvement and so on. I've just heard some people in the queue behind me talk about this sort of thing. So, I think it's if you look at some of the queues that we've seen, that I'm certainly seeing being shared around on social media and WhatsApp, you look at what people are sharing, the long queues and people staying in the queue and so on. It does seem as if people are motivated to vote this time around.
Talking about social media, Frederico, we know that it also has been the fertile ground for the spread of fake news, misinformation, or rather disinformation. When you look at your fact check project, how much of an impact has it had in informing the electorate on, like as the project name is called, fact check? And have you seen perhaps a reduction in some of the news that we have been seeing circulating on social media, which actually does not hold any truth?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's hard to say what sort of impact we've had in terms of our fact checking. I wouldn't say that we've been very highly effective. I wouldn't make that claim. We do try and play a role. We do hope that people find what we do interesting and then share it and forward it to those they think where it might be useful. We do encourage our partners, because we're working with partners in this election fact-checking project that is supported by Africa Check. So we've got a bunch of civil society and media partners who we are collaborating with, who we are asking to amplify some of the things that we are doing, such as the media information literacy type social media content that speaks to addressing things like mis and disinformation and election-related information and what is credible and what is accurate and that sort of thing. So we do hope that our partners are sharing this around, because we certainly won't be able to. If it was just us, we wouldn't be able to deal with everything. We wouldn't be able to simply get our message across. So we do rely on our partners, also media and civil society, to amplify what we are creating and what we are trying to get across to the public. So whether we are effective, that's an open question. We do hope that people at least find what we're producing and sharing and forwarding useful and credible, of course. But I mean, it needs a lot more actors than just one fact-checking service to really make an impact in terms of dealing with the falsehoods, the rumors, and the lies we're seeing on social media. It requires a lot more actors to play a role in that, but including the electoral management body, the ECN, to be proactive in this space and addressing, sort of the political and election-related disinformation with political parties and political actors, so that they stick to the code of conduct when it comes to this, the sort of content and the sort of messaging and narratives that are being disseminated by our social media.
Absolutely. Lastly, Frederico, and just briefly, we know that from the over 1.4 million registered voters, a significant chunk of them are young people, the youth, aka the king and queen makers, a demographic that is for a very long time felt that they were being sidelined, opportunities were not being availed to them, high unemployment rate, lack of opportunities, the list goes on. But you think that with these elections, they will wield that power to send out a message in these elections?
Yeah, look, I mean, we've been saying this since the 2014 elections, basically. And the youth hasn't, that youth change vote hasn't really materialized in Namibia up to this point. And I'm just looking at the queue here. This queue is long, and it's the usual suspects. It's the older people who are in the queue here. So whether that youth vote will actually translate this time around is an open question for me. Yeah. So maybe it's different at other polling stations, but here it certainly seems like it's the older crowd populating this queue. But yeah, I mean, I think if the youth does turn out, the youth vote could have a massive potential impact, whichever way it goes. But I mean, that remains to be seen. As I said, I mean, we thought it would happen in 2014. We thought it would happen in 2019, and it didn't. So maybe this time around, maybe this is the election where the youth vote actually does have an impact on the outcome. That certainly remains to be seen.
All right, I guess we'll have to wait for the numbers.
Yep, I think so.
Absolutely. Frederico, thank you so much for your insight, and all the best in that queue, and drink lots of water, eh?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will.
All right.
All the best. Thanks.
Much obliged. Now, that's IPPR's research associate, Frederico Lenks, who also shared his thoughts around this elections, and also saying that, look, I'm standing in the line here when we touched a bit on the question of whether the youth will really send out a message in terms of the fact that who they want to see in power and the power. And he mentioned, it made a reference to history, that in 2014 we expected the same thing. In 2019, well, maybe this might be the year. What are your thoughts around that? Given the fact that we've been talking about the importance of youth participation, and given that, just brief, historic, no context.
The youth is definitely participating. We see the youth, Jonas. I feel like these elections for the year 2024 is basically for the youth, because we are talking about youth participation. The youth basically takes up most of the percentage of, the people that are going to the polls. So as much as we keep speaking about the youth, and as much as we are like, yes, the youth, but is the youth really doing something? Are we basically standing up for ourselves? Because we want opportunities created for us, but are we creating those opportunities for ourselves? So we also basically have to go back to the drawing board, perhaps after once, the results come out, and also see how we can include the youth in this conversation more often.
Absolutely, and I think it all comes back to, I think the impression is that it's being created that the youth is not speaking up. It's on social media. I mean, we are very loud.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, youthful. Youthful person. The youth.
Yes.
Very loud on social media. We'll be sending tweets, or what do they call it now? X's or whatever. But let's stick to tweet.
Yeah.
I'm old school like that. We'll be on Facebook, sharing all types of political statements or whatever. And then, you see this number and you get the impression that, well, maybe perhaps, come 2019, we'll see a difference. But then the numbers tell us otherwise. So I think maybe we shouldn't get too excited about the amount of likes that we get, or the amount of retweets that we get on social media, because tweets are not votes at the end of the day.
And some of those accounts are ghost accounts.
Absolutely. And Frederico also made reference to the fact that they is standing in a queue, and it's the usual suspects, if I can use that word. The much more older citizens, but obviously that's one part of SWA government. Maybe in the more informal settlement, the scenery is different. We will be finding out from our reporters from that area in regards to, as they paint a picture of the scenes that they're seeing there in terms of the demographic. Demographic difference in some parts of that town. But really, from a personal perspective, I would really like, the youth to really come out. I think a lot of effort has been put into really pushing the youth. I mean, I don't know what else can be done to encourage young people to really go out there and vote.
Exactly. Well, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue more with election talks. So don't forget, this is the special broadcast of Namibia Votes 2024.
I understand that we might be we'll be crossing out to some of our colleagues, assuming somewhere in the north, hopefully in Oshakati. They'll keep us up to speed. But once again, just share some of the functions that you've come across on the app that you've spoken about.
Well, the app is definitely not, what do you call this? Not very active right now, Jonas, because counting only starts, that is exactly when the last person actually votes, which is today. We can't say this person will be voting exactly at 9 o'clock because basically the polling stations close at 9, but those that are in the queue by 9 o'clock are still eligible to basically vote. Now the ECN app is up and running. You can access it for those with iOS and Android phones. You can have the app that is on your phone. Don't forget, if you feel like you do not need the app, there is a website that is up and running, that is elections.NA. Well, on the app, you get to find the polling stations for those that are home and they feel like, you know what, the polling station close to me is very far. The good thing is you do not have to go vote where you registered. You can actually vote at any polling stations. Perhaps there are those polling stations which are not basically full packed, so you can actually go to some of those polling stations and vote. And also on the app, we can view the election results. We can also view the election statistics. You can view the candidates who are running for elections, the parties that are basically, forming part of the National Assembly, seeing that these are the presidential as well as the National Assembly elections. And they basically also just have a few terms and conditions that people can actually, just go through and read and acquaint themselves with the app.
Mm-hmm. I was really happy when Denver and Elago spoke about the app briefly, and Denver admitted that it's not tech savvy, so I felt very relieved.
One does not have to actually be tech savvy. It's simple. It's quite straight to the point, and I think this is one of the best things we've gotten from ECN for these elections.
And I think it's an incredible game changer, because I remember back in the days before I could even vote, people who had voted, like my parents, would huddle, around the TV or the radio, and there would be a sound, almost like a beep, 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 beep sound, that was an indication that results were coming in.
Or there's a phone call coming in.
Yeah. So they would all huddle there, and then you had to listen carefully. You had to keep quiet, because, the adults had to listen to the numbers that were coming in. But it's such a leap now that we have made to now having it in the palm of our hands. And it's incredible how many years ago we never thought, for example, that, these disciplines will be intersecting. I mean, even now, if you go to hospital, you can get your X-ray done, and somebody from Cape Town writes a report. They haven't even seen you physically, but I think it's a very welcome development.
Yeah, and it basically just shows perhaps in the future we'll be voting through apps, not standing long queues.
All right, let's quickly check out an insight from Emil from Tsumkwe.
Thank you, Jonas and Dapewa. I see you guys are still holding the fort there at headquarters. Well, I'm still in the Tsumkwe constituency, this time at the GAM polling stations, about 100 kilometers from Tsumkwe itself. When we arrived here, very fair representation in the lines of young and old, very orderly process, but I'm not the one to say and declare it as orderly. The presiding officer is here. The lady in charge, Ms. Shesho, is the presiding officer at the GAM polling station. What time did you guys open? How is the process so far? Can you just paint us a picture of that?
Thank you. We opened at 7 o'clock, that's when it started to open. But we were here since 6 in the morning. And people have been here from 5 with all the elder people, mostly the elder ones. They came here around 5 to then around 6 we showed them, started to clean the place and put the things in order. The process is going well. They are behaving good. They are showing good picture. And we haven't even experienced anything yet.
I saw you earlier speaking to a gentleman and correcting some papers. Could you just explain that process? What was happening there?
They were asking about the mobile teams which goes to the Oshipahewa, and it's too far in the deep. They wanted to know, they checked the list and they thought there are no elections going place there. Then I corrected them, no, the team is on the way, reaching to their station. I was trying to clarify that to them.
Do you perhaps have a rough estimate of how many people have cast their votes so far at the station?
Yeah, we are running close to 100 people now from each elections. Yeah.
Well, the presiding officer at the GAM station informing us that in the past 2 hours since the polling station opened, at least 100 ballots have been cast for the presidential and National Assembly elections. The constituency consists of about over 5,900 registered voters compared to last year when there were 6,000. I'm just going to ask Kasi to show you the community here that is eagerly awaiting to cast their votes. Like I said, it's a very orderly process happening here. Both young and old members of the community, Tapanda and Jonas, as you can see, patiently waiting. Some, of course, with their sun hats. patiently waiting to cast their votes. I also spoke to the law enforcement officials that are stationed at the GAM polling station, saying that it has been a very, very peaceful process. The constituency is rather vast. There are 28 polling stations, of which 20 are mobile and 8 are fixed. My team and I are traveling from polling station to keep the nation abreast and informed at what is happening in the Chumkwe constituency. Tapanda, Jonas, over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Jamil, all the way from Tumkwe. Of course, Tumkwe is also one of the places where people have turned up to go out and vote. We spoke about the numbers. We were informed that about 5,900 individuals have gone to register, have actually registered to vote. Whether now all 5,900 of them will turn up to go vote is the big question, and I think that question also goes for everywhere else where the election is taking place.
That's right. Now, as we move on, as we bring you an update of what's happening with the elections right here in Namibia, let's now head over to our colleagues who are finding themselves in Keetmanshoop.
Welcome back. Of course, we are broadcasting here from the Keetmanshoop ECN's Coalition Center, where we are speaking to a number of role players, just to get their insights about the presidential and national assembly elections that are currently underway here throughout Namibia. You'd also know that earlier we spoke to also the governor of the Karas region, and we also saw where she went to vote. And then she also expressed her satisfaction with regard to the fact that all polling stations, especially in Keetmanshoop urban and rural constituencies, opened on time, which was 7 o'clock this morning. I also spoke earlier to some of our reporters throughout the Karas region. We will also be giving you some of their views and their insights with regard to what they experienced throughout the 7 constituencies here in the Karas region. Well, as you would know, the chairperson of the Karas Regional Council, Joseph Isaacs, also went to cast his vote at one of the polling stations here in Keetmanshoop. Let's take a look at that insert and hear what he had to say.
I just cast my vote and exercised my civic rights. I'm very much impressed by the system here. You can see people are committed and the officials are ready for the job. On the other side also, the voters are really, really impressive. If you look at the queues, very, very long queues. People are patient, people have indulgence, people want to vote, people want to exercise their democratic rights. I was visiting all the stations around here in Keetmanshoop Urban, about 11 stations here, and all the stations are full. I heard also from other members of the community that they were sitting there from 3 o'clock this morning. So you can see that people understand, people want to vote, people want to show their interest in the political landscape of the country, and people realize that it is 5 years that you are going to mandate a political party or a leader. So therefore, my message to those that is still coming, please come in big numbers and come and exercise your right, come and give your preference to the political party you wish to take the governance and also the executive function of the president. I am very much impressed, and therefore I should say that what we are seeing here is very impressive. Even if you look at the voters registration numbers, I think the election results will exceed the registration numbers. We know it's a national election and everyone can vote everywhere. And therefore, here in Keetmanshoop Urban, you will see, because the numbers are very, very huge, very big, and those that registered here, you know, we got the numbers of the registration of voters. About 16 people are eligible to vote in Cape Town suburban, but because of the national voting system, I think the results will even go beyond the registration number. In conclusion, thank you very much, NBC. Thank you very much, ECN. Thank you very much, community members, and we are all stakeholders of this very important exercise. I thank you.
Welcome back. We are, of course, broadcasting from the Ketmans of ECN's Collision Center. We earlier heard the chairperson of the Karas Regional Council, Joseph Isak, just expressing his sentiment with regard to the smooth way the elections have started this morning. We also heard him saying that, you know, because it is a national elections, you know, people are allowed to vote at various places, and they don't necessarily have to vote in a constituency where they come from. But nevertheless, I am joined by two of our former mayors, and you know, I'm joined by a teacher, a veteran, and earlier we were speaking about, you know, their sentiments with regard to the history of the past history of elections in Namibia. And earlier I was speaking to Reverend Andries Biva, who was expressing and telling us, you know, how he felt, especially when he went to other countries. Reverend, earlier you spoke about, you know, the expression, maybe just for those ones that might have missed it, just share with us what you were saying to us earlier.
Well, thank you so much. I said in 2006, I went to Nairobi, Kenya, and when I booked in a hotel, and I was looking for an aircon, there was none. And I said, well, a fan. And she asked me the question, where are you coming from? I said, from Namibia. How long are you independent? I said, 6 years almost. She said, come back after 20 years and ask me the same question. The implication of that one is that there is want and there is need. How should we draw young people to become part and parcel of registration and elections? What I want to tell them is they must be patient. They are having a flag, and we have a president today. Tomorrow they might be a president. We are a prime minister today. They may be a president or prime minister. They have to start now and look to what the government is doing. And they must also remember, although they are in the streets, they are part and parcel of the processes and the government that is of the day. So they have to come back and listen and make them available to register, to be a proud citizen of the country first. They need to watch the trend of the government. The government is applying and giving attention on the needs of the people in different areas. One might have 8 children, but you cannot buy 8 pair of shoes for those children. You buy one for a trouser, another one a sock, what according to the needs. And they must prepare themselves at this point in time to go to the schools and universities to be ready to take over tomorrow. Because if they don't start now to be a part of this process, it will be difficult to understand in the first instance, and secondly to partake in whatsoever place they will come in.
Exactly.
That is one of the things that we have to do. And finally, we are still young as a country. But as we are young, I have gone over the globe. I've been in first world countries. And Namibia is not standing back in any way for US or Europe or whatsoever. The level that we are having, I'm not talking about houses and things, the level and standard that we are maintaining varies here and there. But I don't stand back, and I am not ashamed of my flag to raise it in US. I have been recently in August in US. We have got the standard that First World are maintaining. Lastly, what we see that we are having shortcomings, with the time, these things will be leveled up. So they have to partake now, register, be ready, and follow, learn, and at the right time, they have to shine. But don't wait and to shine tomorrow. And start shining.
Yes, and that makes me also think, because earlier I remember both of you were talking about how it was during that time, the first national elections. And I think that Mr. Brown also mentioned it earlier, the excitement that was there.
Yeah.
Are we able to see now, Mr. Brown, the similar excitement? Because we've seen that more than 91% of eligible voters registered for this presidential and national assembly elections. What does it mean about political maturity and the fact that people are eager to exercise their democratic right and contribute towards the development of Namibia?
Yes, Natangwe, what's happening somehow, if you look at the registration, it's amazing. And some people, if you look at opposition, somehow it looks if the opposition grow, somehow it looks if the ruling party goes a little bit down, but it's a matter where I see it in a way that people also look for alternatives. As the pastor rightly said, foreign people will not be satisfied with what the government is doing. But me too, we traveled a lot. And in South Africa, they used to say, we live in a paradise.
That's right.
I was in Johannesburg, and I tried to walk a distance of 500 meters with my cell phone. The security pulled me back. He said, what? Where do you want to go? I said, no, I want to go to my boys in that hotel. He said, no, sir, they will kill you with that telephone. Just take a taxi. So in Namibia, it's a total different situation. There's peace, there's stability, there's a government that will listen to you. When I sent pictures of mine to America with that time Dr. Nyoma, the Americans said, I've never, ever met my president. I just saw him on TV. So that tells you more about the situation, the Namibia that we are in now. So, and this we need to transfer to the youth also, because they just accept things as normal. And you know where I'm coming from. It was difficult times, and I will encourage the youth to come forward, to take charge, to play their role in the dispensation, because the future of Namibia is the economy, the youth, the willpower, and our peace and stability. That's how we'll build this country.
Yes.
And we have to appreciate what we have.
And I'm so glad that you mentioned and that sometimes as Namibians we really don't appreciate what we've got until we go out of Namibia. Then we're able to see how wonderful and how accommodating this country actually is. And that is my next and last question. Do you feel that the way that Namibia have been conducting elections, free and fair elections over the years, that we as a country can use that, and the rest of Africa, Southern Africa and the rest of the world can use this as a model for them to improve also their elections? Because we've recently seen in Mozambique after elections what is transpired there. We see that people are on the streets, there's a lot of protest, there's a lot of anger happening there. Can Namibia be used as a model of how to conduct free and fair elections?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, if you drive now to the points, you'll see how organized the Namibians are. And even after elections, one or two, it's human that people will complain. But Namibia is definitely a model, not only for Africa, but also for the rest of the world. Absolutely.
Yeah, from the inception of our independence, it is crystal clear. And people, even the Untaks who came here, they thought they are coming to the bush until they arrived in Windhoek to realize that they are walking, they are driving on toll roads and bridges that are modern. Yes, the peace and tranquility that we are having here, you don't find it in many places, in many countries. From the word go, we have order. Well, people will say this and that. That is normal. But I cannot, I'm reading and I'm watching, and as I said, I travel. But the peace and stability that we are having, you don't get it, not under every bush.
And that is so true.
Absolutely. I want to commend our leadership, our countrymen and women, and I want to commend ECN. And lastly, NBC for what they have, how they have rolled out the information and how they have made it so participatory, even on the lowest level, so that the people can understand what they want and what they are doing. Now they can expect the outcome and see what is going on. Even as we move on, the information is flowing. That does not happen in all the places. You find that the last word is, this party has won and that one has won. But we will be seeing, as we are voting, how the voting process are flowing. And that's transparency.
That is so true. We only have a few hours before the polling stations close. Most polling stations will close at 9 o'clock, depending on how many people are there. Obviously, this is one of the things that the ECN has also done to make sure that whoever is in the polling stations in that particular yard or in that hall, that if you are there and it becomes 9 o'clock, you will not be chased out. The last person has to vote, and then only then those voting booths, polling stations will close. But lastly, with only a few hours, what is your word of encouragement for Namibians to come out and these few hours that we've got to come and vote?
Well, I would say, please hurry and make your mark. Bring out your voice so that you can be one of those at the end of the day will say, yes, I have also voted and I have geared the vote in this direction.
I would like to say it's so important to vote because you put people in a position to make decisions on your behalf and you can hold them accountable. People who will care for the education, the education of your youth, your kids, your grandkids, people who care for the health, people who care for the well-being of a country. And if you didn't vote, you cannot raise your voice and hold them accountable. But if you vote, then you put yourself on a different level because the people you put in place through your vote have to keep or to give account of what they are doing. Yes. And it's your right to counter them and find out what that is wrong and that is wrong. Otherwise, there's no voice for you. So your vote is very, very important.
It's your voice.
It's your voice.
Thank you so much. While I was speaking to Basil Brown, a local businessman here in Keetmanshoop, and also to Reverend Andreas Biva, who is a figure of note here in the Karas and Hartap regions, just speaking to us about their past history and reflecting on the first the free and fair elections that took place, and that's their expectations of what they feel for this particular elections and then their hopes for the future. And also thanking the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation for using all their platforms to educate and to teach people about the importance of elections, and also making sure that today's broadcast is going to all the four corners of Namibia. From us here, it is back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Natang Jimmy, for that informative interview with Basil Brown and Reverend Beaver, who shared their rich knowledge in terms of the historic historic experiences that they've had in Namibia before independence and Namibia post-independence. And once again, Napio, I think it's one of those conversations that where young people don't really feel that, hey, okay,
come for us.
Yeah, we're free now. Yeah, but I think it's very important to sit down with older people and reflect, because sometimes then you have context. The world is changing, and as the world changes, we have to keep the history alive. Otherwise, as time goes on, the narrative keeps on changing, and 30, 50 years from now, you'll go hear that, oh no, some people don't even know how this country became independent. So it's very important to, every once in a while remind people that no, this freedom didn't come on a silver platter. People died for this. People were in prison. People were tortured for this, so that you can enjoy the freedom that we enjoy. But at the same time, also a balance needs to be struck to understand that, look, okay, fair enough, but what opportunities are being now created for young individuals as well, who also want to contribute to the development of this country now. As we spoke about earlier on, spoke about, pre-independence was political freedom. Post-independence is now what what the late president always liked terming as economic emancipation, and that is where the youth can play a significant role. Yeah, given the opportunity.
Yes, I mean, we are the next elders, and everybody always makes a meme of, do the next elders actually know how to actually be elders? And I think, it comes with time, and it also, just comes with, us grabbing knowledge from our senior citizens as well as the elderly. And that is why it's important for us to allow them to cut the line in front of us if they actually, come there late or whatever time it is that they prefer, coming there. But for now, as we are bringing an update of what's happening on the elections, let's take a look at this insert by Ninaka Tangana.
My name is Messi Martin, and here's your quick guide to voting in the Namibian 2024 elections. Join me and let's explore. We are joined by Mr. Divet Siluka, the Manager of Corporate Communications and Marketing at the Electoral Commission of Namibia, to share more insights into what voters can expect at the polling station, as well as discuss steps put in place to make voting an easy process. Mr. Divet, thank you for having us.
Good day, and good day to the viewers. Thank you for having me.
So, Mr. Divet, are there any specific steps that a voter should follow once they arrive at the polling station?
Maybe before I go to the steps that the voters need to take, it's an emphasis that we want to make. You can only vote if you are a registered voter whose name appears on the voters register. And on that day, you are expected to produce your voter's card as your voting card. Yeah, now in terms of what you are expected on that day, there are do's and don'ts that that need to be employed on that day. Obviously, the polling stations will be opening at 7 o'clock in the morning, but the public or the electorate can queue up at any time before 7. But you are not allowed to come in your voting or your party's regalia. That is not allowed, number one. Secondly, you are not allowed to interfere or obstruct either the voters or the officers who are entrusted with the voting processes. We are also not allowed, if you are per se an individual from certain political party, you will not be allowed to canvass for votes within 500 meters radius from the polling station. Neither should you have your loudspeakers around, campaigning, or any kind of sound system that you want to campaign with should not be done within a 500-meter radius from the polling station.
Is there any special arrangements or assistance available for voters who cannot stand in long queues, for example, the pregnant women, those in wheelchairs, and those with children?
Yes. One of the considerations that the Commission took into force was to ensure accessibility of our polling station by various individuals, including those with special needs or physical challenges. Of course, it might not be the same experience across the country because we do not have the same facilities across the country. But where we could, we have really ensured that we do establish this polling station. Like if you look at most of our polling stations that have been established, either at a school, community hall, a church, or a facility that we deem to be accessible. And these were identified with the assistance of stakeholders, including community leaders, as well as collaborating with the Society or the Federation for People with Disability, just to ensure that we are inclusive in our processes. And one thing that we have done as a commission, and this is for the first time, during the registration of voters, we ensure that we segregate data of various disabilities. And that is artificial limb, physical, blind, and deaf. So we know the total number of each disability category. The other thing that we do to ensure voting experience is then to ensure that we deploy or we have ballot papers printed in Braille. But the challenge is that not every blind Namibian can read Braille. That is why the Act, the Electoral Act, provides for assistance. Either the blind person brings a close relative that he trusts, and with the assistance of that close relative or with the assistance of the returning officer, if the blind person does not for some reason trust the relative, yes, or does not trust the presiding officer but he trusts the relative, because I don't think the two can coincide too. But whatever happens there, we always say God above is the one that knows, because it's the secrecy of the vote. That preference is only made because the person cannot see, but he is eligible to vote.
You mentioned earlier that there's specific arrangements or special arrangements made for people with special needs. Now, does this apply to all the polling stations in Namibia, or is it only some polling stations?
Yes, this applies to all the 121 constituencies. But also, I think one thing that I mentioned is to stay.
Today we have the privilege of speaking with Neville Andre, the governor of the Irongo region. Irongo has witnessed significant developments, particularly in tourism and mining, which are vital to its economy. We will explore how the region has navigated economic challenges and discuss initiatives aimed at attracting investment. Additionally, we'll delve into strategies for empowering youth and addressing voter concerns ahead of the upcoming elections. Finally, Governor Andre will share his vision for the future of Irongo and how citizens can contribute to this vision. So good afternoon. Thank you so much for being with us. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you too. It's good to be here.
Lovely having you here. I want to get straight into our conversation and talk about perhaps, some things that you can highlight for us in terms of the key developments, that has happened within the region over the past couple of years.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I should say that the Irongo region is quite dynamic, quite active in terms of development. We've been seeing quite a lot of activities taking place, and we've also seen a growth in terms of the different types of sectors coming into play and also contributing to the general budget of the country, and also changing the face of Namibia as a whole because of Irongo region. Right. Of course, as we know, Irongo region is a hub for logistics, it's a hub for tourism, also for mining. So it is a region that has a lot of activities. And surely, in terms of infrastructural development, or in terms of development as a large, you could see quite a number of it. One of it, which is one of the major developments that we have seen, is the expansion of the Walvis Bay port, which was quite huge, and also was at a budget of 4.5 billion Namibian dollars, and that really also opened up the port of Walvis Bay to the neighboring countries. Right. We have a dry port that serves Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia, and all this, of course, has a ripple impact in terms of the other sectors like logistics, and also ensuring that more and more businesses are linked to Walvis Bay, which is coming from either SADC or Africa or even other parts of the world. And also coupled to that, in terms of growth at the harbour, is the deepening of the port, where the port could now, host bigger cargo vessels to ensure that they dredge it to the 14-meter depth, and also that was about 120 million budget, and this basically gave the whole infrastructure development in terms of the harbor and also the logistics hub. One of the other major key development is the construction of the Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba Highway. This one also, because we have seen, we can see that as a country we are growing, and as a country also we are seeing more trucks on the road, and our roads have been quite under pressure to hold the capacity of the cars and the trucks that are coming through to Walvis Bay. So the construction of the Hifikepunye Pohamba Highway was also we could also see the increase of the trucks coming through, and that is also one of the major developments. And we also see that it also reduced road accidents, and really that is an investment that we are very happy to see that it has changed quite a number of things. One of the other upgrade or development is the Walvis Bay International Airport that we have seen, that it has been upgraded, and last year, 2023, we have seen one of the biggest aircraft touch down at the Walvis Bay International Airport, and that for us also gives us the confidence that the airport can carry bigger aircraft, and that is again to ensure that we can have more businesses based with airlines and so on, but of course we still want to have a more upgrade to the airport, and which surely will have. With regard to electricity, we have seen the Omburu solar plant taking place in Omaruru, which also ensures that as a country we increase and also ensure that uninterrupted electrification in our region, and that, as you know, is that we have a bit of electricity that we import from our neighboring countries, and would want to therefore reduce that import from other countries, and of course bring more domestic electrification generation, and that also is one of the big issues that we are very happy in terms of development. Water infrastructure, which is one of the challenges in Erongo region. We are happy that the desalination plant, which is the Orano, has been really providing quite a number of solutions to us. When you see the mines coming up, it is because the water infrastructure is sort of provided, and also the different other towns. Because currently that we have, and that is exactly what we have been seeing in terms of growth and developments, is the provision of water. We have integrated system. Right. We have, of course, the desalination plant, which also falls into the whole plan of providing water. Then we have the Omdel Dam, which also takes as a resource to provide water. And then in the Swakop River, we have boreholes that we have drilled. So these three different systems are the sources that we get the water from. And we continue to drill boreholes, and also to ensure that the infrastructure of the water, to the pipelines and so on, either strengthened, revamped, or extended to other communities that do not get water. So that is also, in terms of water infrastructure, is also one of the developments that we have been seeing, and also happy to see going through. I also want to, as Erongo region is a very fast-growing region.
Yes.
So we have a lot of people coming to the region, and they come with the hope of better life, and that has a bigger pressure to the development of the country, of the region. Housing is one of the issues that we are really faced with. But in terms of housing delivery, we have seen through different institutions, that's the Sheikh Dullah's Federation, the Housing Enterprise, Namibian Housing Enterprise, NHE, and also the different programs from the municipalities. We have seen, and also the mass housing from the Ministry of Urban Rural Development. We have seen a number of houses being built in these different, but also we, under the Erongo Regional Council, 129 houses were built with the program of Build Together program. And this is throughout the region. And of course, you know, it is a challenge that we are still faced with, and we are still continuing to look at. And again, sanitation is one of the other issues that we continued to address to ensure that, you know, we put some toilets in Uis and all those areas that we sort of, and also Usakos areas, informal settlement. So in terms of housing delivery, we have also seen some sort of development in ensuring that we have that. And you know, it is also very important to see that, you know, as a region which has quite a lot of urban areas or urban towns, we also need to focus on the rural development. Rural development to ensure that you know, we also try and attract more people in our rural areas. So, for example, we have recently submitted a request to the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development for the upgrade of Uis from a settlement to a local authority, which is a village council. And it's because of the economic activities that we have seen growing up, and we have also seen quite a lot of you know, growth in terms of you know, social upliftment in those areas. We also recently built an office in Uis, a government office in Uis that at least will be able to serve and bring government closer to the people of Uis.
What benefits would it bring to the town of Uis to become a local authority?
I think first it will attract more businesses to come to Uis, and also government services will also be taken to that, because currently now people either travel to Handisby or to Usakos or to Swakopmund to get some of government services. Of course, we have it's a constituency, but if we upgrade it, you know, like for example, the banks will be able to come there, and you know, so there is a lot of economic activities that will be coming through, and also government services that will also come through to those areas, and that also has it will also attract or encourage other business people to go there, because there are services taking place. So it has a very positive impact to the general population of Uis. Yeah. So these are in terms of rural development, which is very important, because the Auras constituency is the only rural setup constituency in the Erongo region. So if we throw our attention to grow that, at least we'll be able to further extend the development in our region.
Yeah. No doubt, of course, that there's lots of growth happening within the region. What I didn't hear you touch on is how, you know, the tourism sector, you know, contributes to the exponential growth that is happening within the Erongo region.
Yes, indeed, tourism, as I said, Erongo region is a tourist destination, and that is exactly what we want to maintain and to grow. After COVID, the Ministry of Environment, Tourism and Forestry introduce a tourism recovery plan. And it's because we have seen how tourism was heavily impacted by the COVID-19, and tourism has really a long arm to stretch through to the local people, because one can say that tourism is a low-hanging fruit that you can get, the quick wins. Now, after the recovery plan, what we have done is we have, as a region, established the Erongo Regional Tourism Forum. Now, this Erongo Regional Tourism Forum has sort of looked at the different stakeholders to bring them together to sort of have a synergy in terms of how do we recover the tourism industry, and also to see how do we collaborate and harmonize the issues that are within the tourism, because tourism is multifaceted, it's broad. There are many activities and actors, in terms of operators that need to be looked into. So it is a platform that brings public and private sector together to see how do we harmonize agendas and how do we look at the growth of the town or the region itself. Now, when we look at the growth, for example, between 2022 to date, we have about 400 new tourism businesses that have been registered. And that is basically to see that at least people are seeing the opportunities, and there are indeed more opportunities that they can come up with. And that we could also see last year, October 2023 to this year, April this year, that is the passenger vessels in season, the cruise ships. And over that, I think that period last year, which was for the first time, we had about 29 passenger vessels docking at the port of Walvis Bay, the harbour of Walvis Bay. And this brought about 36,000 passengers with this, and these people are coming for a day. And the activities they do, they come off, they disembark and then they go and take up activities in and around Walvis Bay, Swakopmund, and surely we have also, this year basically, we have seen also the Logos Hope, which is the world's largest floating library, docking at the Walvis Bay for about a month, close to a month. And this basically also increased our tourism sector and ensuring that we indeed built on it. But I also want to share that, because of the Erongo Regional Tourism Forum, strengthening the sector itself. As I said, there's a lot of activities. Right. One thing that we are very much happy with government is, for example, 2 weeks ago, the tourism industry, the cruise ship industry started. It kicked off with the first cruise ship that docked with about 2,000 passengers on board. And I was monitoring, because the Ministry of Home Affairs was stationed on board to at least help the entry of the passengers into Namibia. With those 2,000 passengers that were on board, the system of the processing entry into the country, immigration spent about 20 to 30 seconds per person. Wow. For that person to go through. And these are some of the things. Last year it was not the case. Last year we had a lot of problems, a lot of challenges and complaints. So we sat down with all the stakeholders and said, let's see how we can better, because this is an industry that we can win quite a lot. And let us therefore see how do we address it. So
on that note, Ms. Andre, let's just take a brief break and we'll come back just now and continue our conversation. We'll be right back. back. Well, just before the break, we were engaging the governor of the Irongo region, Mr. Neville Andre. So you were talking about how the process has been streamlined in terms of the passengers that do come into the region via these great big ships has been, fastened, and now it takes about 20 to 30 seconds to get them through immigration.
For one person.
For one person.
Yes, yes.
And that's absolutely amazing.
Yes, it's something that really we are appreciating the Minister of Home Affairs to really come on board and assist. But also the other thing, what was also a challenge is the safety of tourists. Yeah. And we have been hearing of attacks and of tourists, and that also we have teamed up with the municipalities to put up tourist protection units, and also the NAMPOL itself, to also have, as the Inspector General always say, that boots on the ground to ensure that they are visible at all times, especially when we have the tourists around. So really, in terms of also mitigating some of the challenges, the Tourism Forum is really working on those things and working together with the operators.
Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, up until this point in our conversation, you've spoken about the growth aspects of this region, highlighting, of course, that there's still some challenges, when it comes to housing development, not just specifically speaking on that industry area alone. Can you talk to us about any, initiatives that are in place to attract investment, further investment into the region?
Yeah, I think first is that COVID taught us the power of collaboration, because before COVID we were sort of isolated in terms of different sector, public and private sector, but with the African proverb that says that if you want to...
I love that, Robert. If you want to go alone, if you want to go alone,
go.
If you want to go slow, go alone, but if you want to go fast, go together.
That's it. And that, I think, we have learned after COVID, that we can only work together if you want to grow bigger as a country. Yeah. And that, again, also sort of allowed us to brought relationship together between the two sectors. And we have seen that since that we have a better engagement with the private sector. We have also seen that with the assistance of the Namibia Investment and Promotional Development Board, bringing investment into the country, always engaging us and also sharing, looking at where do we need to touch in terms of the issues that we need assistance for investment. This year I visited London, and I was given the opportunity to engage business people, a business community in London, to address and invite them to Namibia on opportunities that we are seeing in Irongo region, and also, we have also seen that in terms of the investment, in terms of the investment coming into the country, where we have seen the infrastructures that are being built. Of course, I mentioned about the road, the airport, and these are some of the initiatives that allow or that sees people to come and invest with us. So, and one other platform that is a platform that is also exposing what we have as a region is a business and Irongo Business and Tourism Expo, which is an expo, one of the biggest in the region, and it showcases what we can produce and what issues, what opportunities there are to ensure that we can grow the country, the region. Towns, different towns, and also different the region itself. We have tuning agreements with different other countries in terms of towns and so on, and this also expose our potentials to other towns and regions in the other countries and invite more investment into the country. So that, I think, some of those engagement and platforms are the things that we are looking into increasing investment, economic investment in the country, in Namibia, in Wafas by itself. Like I mentioned earlier, we have the Erongo Tourism Forum. We had an engagement with Delta Airline from America to invite them to consider having a stopover at the Wafas International Airport because they operate, for example, in Cape Town. And he said Cape Town is 2 hours, one and a half hours fly. So these are some of the engagement that we are still continuing to look at them. Also with the cruise ship sector, because we see that it is a sector that we can grow more. Last year it was just sort of they were just testing our market, but we would want to further have them here and see the growth of it. So we had a discussion, an engagement with the cruise ship agents that are bringing these cruise ships here, and would want to sort of, one of the engagement is that would want cruise ships to at least spend 1 or 2 days longer. And luckily, I think early in March.
Nina Katangana there in conversation that is with the governor of the Erongo region, Neville Andre, just talking to us about some of the developments over the years that took place in the Erongo region. From the Erongo region, we go all the way to northern Namibia, that is, of course,
Katima Mulilo, northeast.
Is northeast?
Yeah. I'm close there. East.
You would know.
Over to Dishishi.
Dishishi, good morning, good afternoon, and it's over to you.
Mulilo here in the Zambezi region. Over 51,000 people registered and ready to cast their votes across 221 polling stations. Now, of course, polling stations opened this morning at 7 o'clock, and we're here at the Ngweze Community Hall, one of the 221 polling stations and also one of the 23 polling stations here in the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. Now, we'll of course be engaging the presiding officer just to hear how the process has gone so far. Furthermore, we'll also be speaking to some of the youth who make up a large majority of the queues here at the Ngweze Community Hall. Now, one interesting thing we've observed is, of course, the prioritization of the elderly as well as those with disabilities. And of course, as you can see there, one such person was accommodated, the officials here going above and beyond to ensure that this particular person does cast their votes. So we'll be catching up and of course providing you with updates here from the Ngweze Community Hall. As you can see, people are lined up behind me waiting to cast their votes. A number of them have already cast their votes. And to get an update on that, I'm joined by Roscoe Kawana, who's the presiding officer of this polling station. Mr. Kawana, very good day to you. How are you doing?
Fine. How are you, sir?
All is well, thank you. How would you describe the process up until this point?
Yeah, the process, we opened at 7 o'clock exactly. But very interesting, the people were already queuing up by 4 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, we have party agents are here to observe that everything is transparent. As you can see, we have a very good turnout of people. Yeah, we are having some cases where people who are physically challenged, we are making them our priority, so they have to go straight inside. Yeah.
Make sure that everybody does have the opportunity to cast their votes. As far as the materials is concerned, all the ballot papers here, do you have sufficient ballot papers, and how many votes are you projecting to receive at this particular polling station here?
So far, according to the ballot papers, we are projecting to receive about 1,200 ballot papers. So that is 1,200 voters. Yeah.
should you receive more voters, are you ready to get more ballot papers, etc., to accommodate those who are still coming?
Yes, yes. So there's a provision whereby if our team will completely use our ballot papers, we can still borrow from other teams which are less busy. Yeah, so maybe that is likely to happen. As you can see, the turnout here is very well. Yeah.
Fantastic. So no challenges have been experienced up until this point?
So far, everything is smooth. We haven't received any challenges. Yeah.
Fantastic. Just for your message perhaps to the voters who are, of course, still making their way here, who are still going to be casting their votes, what is your message as far as maintaining peace and order, as far as following the procedures here?
My message to voters, do not wait for the last moment. Yeah. So, as you can see, some are already here. So, make your way to all the polling. We have a lot of polling stations here, 19 polling stations in Katima Eben. So if you see the other one is busy, you can still make an alternative to the other point. Yeah, so just come prepared. You just need a voter's card. Come in a sober mind so that you put your voice in the box. Yeah.
Roscoe, thank you very much. All the best to you and the team for the rest of the day. I'm sure it's going to be a very busy day.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. Roscoe Kawana, of course, the presiding officer of this particular polling station at the Ngweze Community Hall. As you heard, they are expecting around 1,200 voters to turn up here today, with 19 polling stations in Katima Urban alone, saying that they can, of course, explore any of the other polling stations should they find themselves in a long queue. They will be accommodating them all the way up until 9 p.m. That's this evening. But should any voters still be found at the queue by 9, they will be accommodated, of course, to ensure that everybody does get a chance to cast their vote. So, of course, a lot of people have come out to cast their votes, particularly young people. As you can observe here in the queues, the majority of people at this Ngweze Community Hall are young people. And one such person is Otili Nakatana, who joins me just to share her thoughts, her feelings ahead of her casting her vote. Otili, good day to you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. How are you feeling on this special day?
I would say that I'm excited, considering that you know, we are all trying to make sure that we cast our vote, so our vote counts. So I'm excited to vote today.
Fantastic. Being a second-time voter in a bit, you have, of course, gone through this experience before, but that time we were using the electoral voting machines, etc., and now it's strictly ballot papers. What are your observations of the process so far?
I would say the process is quite going well, considering that I came here around 7 past, but I'm almost there, so the process is really going fast.
As a young person, what are your hopes, what are your dreams for this country as you prepare to cast your vote here?
My hope is that those that we are going to vote on power, they are going to bring changes, and I hope some of the situations that are currently going on are going to improve. So that's all I can say.
Yeah. Of course, I see a lot of young people in this queue as well, a lot of young people across the length and breadth of Namibia. What is your message to your fellow youth here?
My message to my fellow youth is that please, if you are still at home, go out there and cast your vote. Your vote counts.
Fantastic. Thank you so much and all the best to you.
Thank you.
We have Otsili, of course, one of the youth here at the Ngweze Community Hall. She'll be casting her vote in a bit. As you can see behind me, the queue is moving quite fast here at the Ngweze Community Hall. A number of people have turned up, and are, of course, ready to cast their votes. The young, the old are here, and even beauty queens. One such beauty queen is Diana Simata, who joins us to speak to us ahead of her casting her vote. Diana, good day to you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling nervous and excited because now, like, voting, we have to change, like, our communities in our country. You know, voting now, we need change, better change.
Yeah. Is this your first time voting?
It's my first time. Even, like, I got this year my voter's card. It's my first time voting.
Fantastic. What change would you like to see as a young person from the Zambezi region here?
Young people have to, like, get job opportunities, you know, projects. We have to start projects in our towns. Like other towns, they are improving, but our town is very low.
What is your message to fellow young people? I see a lot of young people in the queues right now. We've seen it across in other parts of the country as well. There's a great interest from young people. What is your message to them?
Young people, I'm encouraging you to vote because we need better change. That's all.
Thank you so much. Diana Simata, of course, she's a Miss Zambezi finalist 2024, also here to cast her vote, saying that it is important that young people turn up and play part in this very important process.
I mean, the youth should come out and do their best to vote.
Youth, let's go out there and vote. If I have my voter's card, if you have yours, let's go out there and do what's good for us. Thank you.
I'm actually expecting for the youth, especially the youth, to go vote for change.
I'll urge all the youth, the fellow youth like me, to go and vote. Your vote counts. Also encouraging the women. Women must also vote.
I'm looking forward that everyone can go and vote.
Let's go in numbers. Polling stations are allowed to have mobile polling stations, and we have the ones that are fixed. So colleagues, let's vote, especially the fellow youth. Your vote counts. Don't stay at home. Vote.
I encourage my youth like me, people to go and vote. Vote for the party that you love.
Let us be free. Let us cooperate. We are one in Namibia. One Namibia, one nation. It's just politics. Politics, it should not bring chaos in Namibia. We must vote peacefully. We are brothers, we are sisters.
I want to vote. Maybe we are going to get some changes. We are hoping to see some changes for us youth, maybe to get employed. Yeah, since now we are suffering. Since we finish school, we don't have jobs. We are just here there at home, suffering, no employment, lack of food at home, nothing to do.
So, yeah, may the best party win. So, you cannot be specifically of which one you know is going to win, since your vote is your own, it's your private choice. So yeah, we're looking forward to going in the queues. We know it will be long queues, but yeah, we really want to see who will be the next president.
We love everybody to go vote, especially my fellow youth. And please remember, all our votes count. It's your time to put your voice in the box. Yes. Thank you.
As a resident for Namibia, I also wish all Namibians to have a peaceful elections. Let us cast our votes with our own choice. Whoever you feel like to vote for, please go for it.
Open market. I'm joined now by Matengu Luvembu, who is of course the presiding officer of this particular polling station, just to give us an update of what's transpired here since 7 o'clock. Matengu, very good day to you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. How is the day going so far? How would you describe the electoral process here at your polling station here?
Okay, we commenced at 7. Everything is running smoothly. People are coming in numbers, as you can see behind me. People are just complaining about the sun.
It is quite hot today.
Yeah, it's hot.
But it is a smooth process so far up until this point.
Yes.
Very fantastic. No challenges. You have enough ballots. How many votes are you expecting today here from this polling station?
About 1,000. This is an open market. A lot of people come here. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Just what is your message to those who are still at home, those who are still coming to, of course, just make sure that they get their votes cast here?
All right, I encourage everyone to cast their votes today, because it's their choice and it's their right to make change in this country. Yeah. So everyone must come to cast their vote. Yes.
Very much so. Of course, once the polls close at 9 o'clock, just run us through that process quickly. Once the polls close, the counting process begins, and then, of course, you'll hand over those figures to the collation center, yeah?
Yes. We are closing at 9. After we close, we start with the counting. The counting agents will be with us. Everything will go as expected.
Yes, thank you so much. All the best to you and the team for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Yeah. There you have it, presiding officer of the Katima Open Market talking to us, saying everything is going according to plan. You can see by the sweat on my brows and the sweat on my forehead that it is quite hot here today. It is quite humid, but people are not discouraged by that fact. They are still coming out. They are still casting their votes. I'm joined here by Sandra Vuku, who just finished casting her vote and of course is a youth as well. Sandra, very good day. How do you feel after casting your vote?
I'm very happy. I casted my vote and I'm sure things will go well and my voice will be heard.
What inspired you, what motivated you as a young person to come out here and participate in this important election here?
As a youth, we are looking forward for change. So it's my right and I want other youth like me to go out there and cast their vote because the change begins with us. We can't wait for someone to do it for us. So it starts with me, starts with people like me, the youth.
Very much indeed. How would you describe the overall process? Was it smooth?
Yeah, it was smooth. Even though they are a bit slow, but we are getting there. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Any message to the rest of the Namibian nation as far as this day is concerned?
I'm just encouraging people out there to go out and cast their vote because we can't wait for someone to do it. Later on, you're going to complain that nothing is happening while you were at home when others were going out to vote. So it's up to us to go out and vote.
Thank you so much, Sandra. All the best to you here.
Thank you.
There you have it, Sandra Vuku, one of the young people who came out to cast her vote, saying that the onus is on her to take hold of her future. Of course, we're catching up with everybody here in Katima Mulilo. It is a hive of activity as election day continues right here. Of course, just hearing from everyone as far as this election process. One such person is Paul. Paul is originally from Switzerland. He's based here in Katima Mulilo and he's just here to speak to us about what he's observed so far. Paul, how are you doing today?
Thank you very much. I'm very fine. I'm just amazed how well organized, how quiet these elections go ahead. This is a proof, I think, of democracy, that it is well established, well organized. I'm also amazed by, for example, how well organized the queues are. So people are waiting and afterwards the procedure is clear. And this is a very good sign for the nation. I would like to congratulate you that it's possible to have that.
Absolutely, and of course you reside in Namibia now. What are your hopes for these elections as far as development in the country is concerned?
Well, I don't give any political statement.
Staying away from the politics, yeah.
I think we just have to move ahead. I'm working here. I've been working here in Katima for 2 years now for the Directorate of Education, for VTC, for pre-vocational subjects. And I think we can develop that further on. So to fight unemployment, to fight the prosperity for the young people especially. I think the liberation struggle, that has been gone now, but it is important now to move the economy, to give perspectives for young people, and I hope I can contribute to that a bit.
Certainly, Paul. Wonderful talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good luck. Thank you.
Of course, Swiss-born citizen there residing here in Katima Mulilo. Paul just talking to us about what he's observed about this election day so far, describing it as a very smooth process and just commending the people of Namibia on having executed this election to such an extent so far. Of course, he's in the vocational training space and hopes that, through that, they can empower young people. Some earlier scenes there from Katima Mulilo, from the Zambezi region. It's quite a busy day here as election day continues to unfold. Of course, it is a big day for Namibia's 8th presidential and National Assembly elections. And to further dig into, of course, the matters here in the Zambezi region, we've put together a very special panel discussion focusing on political tolerance. And of course, we do have a very esteemed panel that's joining me here. On my very immediate left, I have Mr. Ben Mavuku, a retired teacher and liberation stalwart, who brings together, of course, a wealth of wisdom and experience to help us unpack this particular topic. Mr. Mavuku, a very good day to you. Thank you for joining us here on this special day.
Good evening. Thank you.
Next to Mr. Mavuku, we have, of course, Dr. Elliot Moore, who is a respected historian, lecturer, and academic, and he is here to give us some insights into the historical context of political tolerance and the role in shaping our democracy. Dr. Moore, greetings to you. Welcome to us, to this panel discussion on this special day, pardon me. I'm so excited.
Good afternoon, sir. It's an honor.
Of course, last but not least, we have Mr. David Muya, an entrepreneur and youth leader, who is also here to speak on behalf of the youth and the role of the youth in fostering peace and democracy. Mr. Muya, greetings to you. Thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon to you and the viewers.
I think it's only fair that we start with the wisest man amongst us here. Mr. Mavuku will give you the platform. Of course, when we speak of political tolerance, it's quite perhaps a broad term, but it's also quite specific. Just looking at, your experience as, number one, a liberation stalwart, number two, as an educator, how do you place our country as far as political tolerance is concerned?
Thank you very much for the question. I think we have gone a long way since 1990. I'm sure the viewers will agree with me that the first couple of years after independence, it was not easy for people in the same household, for example, to have one belonging to this political party, maybe the parent, and one of the sons or nephews, nieces, belonging to a different political party. We know, experience has it, that even a minister once shot somebody living in the house, whether it's a nephew or a niece, any window. So, but today I think people can put on their T-shirts, different colors, come in the same vehicle, they go and drink after whatever, but people are not fighting over the...
What do you attribute that to? Do you think our past experiences as a nation, having gone through, colonization, apartheid, do you think that has sort of brought us together as a people to say that, look, we can coexist regardless of our political indifferences here?
Yeah, I think our colonial experience plays a part in the sense that, say at national level, since the adoption of the Constitution and the coming into place of independence, people have been sitting together side by side, or even with government. Even during Sam Nyoma's time, for example, founding my father, he would fly somewhere, take opposition members from the opposition parties, who are members of parliament, together in the same plane. And I know there was a time I was with Moses Kachongwa. When he comes back, he gives us, these guys, you can imagine they insist that it's me who should sit next to Nyoma, because we are almost age. No, you are older, sit with him, then we can talk. You see? So I think that trend has shown that we can coexist, and we have to live together.
Absolutely.
We have only one country anyway.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, Dr. Moore, I think it's important that we have a real understanding of what political tolerance means, especially in the African context, and moreover so in the Namibian context. How would you define political tolerance here?
Well, political tolerance is the ability for a society to coexist, to allow and to permit different groups and different individuals of different ethnic groups, of different religious and as well as political views. So existing in that society and allowing that kind of diversity is, in essence, that's what entails tolerance.
touched on Namibia's past and, of course, the dark periods that Namibia has undergone and how that perhaps has led to the more unified country we see today. But do you see any other examples, particularly here in Southern Africa, of political tolerance and that direct influence on governance here?
Yes, if you look back, particularly within Southern Africa, Namibia does share a close history, actually just one shared experience with South Africa, in the sense that both countries emerged from the apartheid repression. So that experience actually shaped the current political landscape in terms of tolerance that we are seeing in both Namibia and South Africa. So in particular Namibia, it began way back during the German period, where indigenous groups were suppressed. Actually, they were separated in different groups. We talk about divide and rule. We talk about the homelands. Coming down to the South African period, they maintained the same policy of divide and rule and repression of political freedom and expression. So that was an intolerant period in Namibia's history. So in order to prevent or avoid that same history from repeating itself, the now leaders who are in government, who experienced the same atrocities, are doing all that they can in order to maintain peace and to tolerate different individuals of different groups.
Of course, David Muya, you are here to speak on behalf of the youth, as a youth yourself. Just looking at where we are as a country, where do you see the role of youth in maintaining a peace and order that many people such as Tate Ben have, of course, fought for? And where do you place the country right now?
Ndeshishi, I think the records can speak for itself in Namibia. I like the way the stalwart put it. We are coming from 1990. First of all, I would love to take this opportunity, by the way, before I come to your question, to say all the young people, on behalf of the young people, wherever they are, those that are still doubting their decision, they must wake up, get their voter's card, and go and make a binding decision. That's the entry point to our discussion. They must pick up their voter's card and go to the polling stations now, because that's a binding decision for the next 5 years. Now, coming to your question and decision of peace. In peace-loving Namibia, you would understand that peace itself is a pillar of development, true? Any young person who ought to look at development and a bright future in Namibia must embark on activity that involves peace. The founding fathers of our nation, of Namibia, when you look at history, we have a historian here and a stalwart, who will tell you that Namibia was started, or the liberation struggle itself was started all in the name of peace. You have heard from the stalwart there was violence here that emanated from apartheid.
Exactly.
But then the founding fathers, we can mention the bigger names now, the Hosea Kumombumbi Kutakos, the Nuyomas, the Kachiwongwas, the likes of Tate Ben here. It's because at that time they were still young, they thought to say, let us embark on a journey of peace. Why? Because any development that ought to take place, the founding pillar must be peace. Now, before I let go of that question, I would love to argue by giving examples. You remember, Ndishishi, you are a journalist, what happened in South Africa? You called it the July unrest.
Yes.
The July unrest. When you look at it, it was started by young people. And when you look at the economic situation at that time, what happened in a period of 2 days?
Exactly.
South Africa lost billions. Why? Because there was political unrest. This is the reason why young people must embark on peace. The last example you can look at, you called it the Gilets jaunes, the one that took place in France. Was it 2015? 2015. When you look at the economy of France at that time, within 1 week, France lost billions of euros or French francos, if you like. This is the reason why I'm calling on young people to say any activity, whether on a political level, on an active level, we must embark on peace. Because this is the pillar of development.
Very much indeed. I like the point that you made about, at the time when many of our stalwarts were youth themselves, the likes of Tata Bendem, when you're talking about the 60s, the 70s, etc. Take us back to that period, when you yourself were a very young man and this drive and this need to free this country. And of course, the level of understanding amongst yourselves as Namibians at that point in time, regardless of political affiliation, but also within, various political affiliation, etc. Take us back to that time, Mr. Mavukuya.
Let me first make a comment on the 26 June 76 Soweto uprising. I was studying in South Africa that time. And 3 out of, I don't know how many of us were Namibians in South Africa at the same university. 3 of us were arrested, we went to jail. June was very cold. Ceiling roof, came to the, I don't know how many, maybe over 50 people in a room, maybe 3 by 3 square meters. So what's the job? Even if you are sleeping, you cannot fall down. That's how we compress. I mean, is it?
Back to work, yeah.
Yes, it's June. No ceiling, no. The roofing is basically not barbed wire, but wire.
Okay.
Wire, mesh wire.
Yeah. So meaning the cold.
June in South Africa. The cold.
Yeah.
So, and the following morning, early in the morning, we are taken outside. You have to stand where every police officer who was in the vicinity of the campus.
Yes.
To come and identify those they saw the previous day participating in the strike at our university.
Yeah.
And of course, we're not in Soweto. But like even in Namibia, people are demonstrating here in solidarity with the fellow students in South Africa.
Yeah.
Because that whole thing was against bad education.
Yes.
So, so during that time, okay, let me leave the Soweto uprising story. But some of us, we are talking from experience. We experienced it, we were there. And imagine you are a Namibian, you end up in jail there, and you went there for studies. So one of the main things that comes to your mind from there, some of us, is no, freedom must come. So that one played a significant part in convincing some of us that we need to go that way. But then apart from that, you mentioned about our old people now, who were young people when they started with some of these things.
Yes.
They were young people. Yeah. If they were not there, if they had just sat down and said, no, this is for elders, I think our independence would have taken much longer than it did.
Indeed, yes.
Yes, so that part.
Yep.
So just as those ones took part and participated and whatever, those who were coming after them and those that are slamming now, those are lessons to learn from. So that in the event there were mistakes during those days, we should not repeat the same mistakes because they were coming from a situation where they did not have the necessary experience. So if we do this, it may lead to this. The issue of civil wars was not known. We were just afraid of the colonizers. We didn't know that civil wars can come also, even when you have your independence, if you do not handle the situation properly. So,
Namibia never went through any such experiences
post-independence. Yes, we did, and I think people of Namibia, I would encourage. People of Namibia should also know, all of us, as part of political tolerance. Let us not put aside those who were opposing, everybody was opposing one another.
Okay.
But peace that came, the adoption of national reconciliation, but the acceptance by the losers, that time, the political parties that lost the vote to rule this country, that acceptance played a key role.
Exactly. The maturity.
Because the winner, there's nothing to worry about. You have the tools of government, you have the army, you have the police, you can do whatever you want. But the others, those who lost, who were competing against you, I think for me, tribute should also go to them, that their acceptance played a key role in the peace that we still
maturity expressed.
Yes.
Just looking at that period, and of course some of the lessons of that experience, how do you think, or what lessons do you think are applicable to our youth of today? Of course, a lot of the youth cannot relate to pre-independence time. A lot of youth are saying, yeah, but we are free today. We have another battle today, which is, of course, the economic emancipation of this country. But just looking at the past experiences and what lessons you can apply, perhaps, and advise to the youth today.
If we start by accepting the fact that the people that brought independence were young people, if we start there, so we ask ourselves, or the young people should ask themselves, what is it that is there? What role can we play now to continue on the path that was started by the other people? Mind you, those that started that time, the majority of them did not have the benefit of the education our young people have now. But they did because they had, they had a vision, they knew where they were going, and they persevered to get there. But for now, with all the young people, with doctors, the doctor here and the many others that are still teaching, that education, that benefit must be used, if possible, to try and change the situation of our country. And lastly on that one, again to the young people, the idea of complacency. No, we are free, no, we can do whatever we want to do and whatever, If those people of the past, our parents of the past and grandparents, if there was that complacency, after all, I have a job, I'm working, I'm feeding my family, so why should I struggle for independence?
Very much.
If people had that, we would not have again achieved anything. But people are saying, whatever it is, what I have is for me as an individual, my family, but what about the nation?
The nation.
That interest, national interest, is important. So the young people must try. In other countries, for example, you don't graduate and leave studies, especially if you are a very brilliant chap. Government will make sure you keep on studying and researching, because that research and whatever, other people will come and use that to make their contribution.
Very much. Gumo, I'd like to get your opinion on that as well, of course. Just looking at, the rhetoric of today, amongst young people. If you go on social media, you hear, we're tired of hearing about liberation stories, liberation this, liberation that. But just, I think there's some key values, some key principles from that period that young people can carry and should carry. What do you underscore or underline as some of those key lessons here?
Well, thank you so much, Deshisha, for that question. I would like to quote the Dalai Lama, who indicated that political tolerance is not necessarily a sign of weakness, as it may seem on surface, but it's rather a sign of strength. And another American activist highlighted the fact that political tolerance is in actual fact embedded within our national laws, it's embedded within our policies, but however, it's not embedded within the hearts of most people. So to begin with, I believe the young people first and foremost need to change their psyche towards intolerance. One philosopher in 1945, a French philosopher to be precise, highlighted the fact that we should be intolerant towards those who are intolerant. We should not show tolerance to those who are intolerant. So it's a paradox, which means for young people, education is key. And I'm confident the government have invested heavily in that through our education system, appreciating one another's differences, whether it's ethnic, whether it's tribal, whether it's religious. Whereas by language, tolerance need to be embraced in all angles. So bipartisan politics too needs to be done away with. Like you highlighted, that the young people, the rhetoric that they are using. Actually, it's not only young people, but our leaders too. The rhetoric, if you look at this past few weeks, the rhetoric, which is in essence propaganda, and propaganda is actually a handmaiden of intolerance. So if you use a rhetoric language, a very strong language, if you use propaganda against a fellow politician or another political party, you are actually embracing or you are showing signs of intolerance. So bipartisan politics and the media, the social media to be precise, young people needs to take, there's great education or there's great advantage that we can get from social media, but if we are not sufficiently educated on how to use it appropriately and not use it as a tool of divisiveness, we are going to end somewhere. A good example is the Rwandan genocide in 1994, where media was used as a tool to spread hatred and intolerance. So in Namibia in particular, young people need to take good lessons from the past, how our country, how the young people in the 70s, Ben here, they were repressed. How can we avoid the same mistake from happening? So that's the bigger question we need to ask.
Big question
and definitely it's through the casting of a vote, like we are doing today.
I'm glad you raised social media, and I was going to go there too with David. But before I get to David, just picking up on social media, and especially this past few weeks, as you rightfully mentioned it, we've also seen a lot of disinformation and misinformation, and the media has really been struggling with that, to clarify and to give the correct information in the midst of this disinformation and misinformation. Just how dangerous do you think social media can be if used wrongly?
It can be very dangerous, Mr. Ndeshishe, to be quite precise. I've already given an example of the Rwandan genocide. But also, if you look at the 2007-2008 aftermath of the general election in Kenya, that resulted in ethnic division. And politicians, instead of bringing people together, they utilize these media, social media by then, to actually send propaganda against other political parties. And that resulted in the death of more than 1,000 people because of that. So it is actually a dangerous precedent, or it is a dangerous tool. It's like a gun. A gun, if it's given to somebody who is mentally challenged, it's a dangerous weapon. But if it's given to somebody who is in their right mind, it is a weapon of peace.
Yes, exactly. It just depends on how you use it.
It just depends on how you use it. Yeah. And our young people really need to desist to using strong language, tribal rhetoric, propaganda. All that actually can lead to other groups of diverse views, including minority, to be repressed. And repression is the epitome of intolerance.
Very much indeed. David, what do you make of the youth's role, the use of social media in fostering peace and desisting from inciting violence? Are we playing our part as youth? Are we using social media in a correct manner from where you sit here?
I'll answer that question in a paradox way. It's a yes and a no, based on the experience. Today, maybe I don't want to preempt what we are going to talk about, but today we have seen a number of youth organizations and movements that are spiked by the use of the social media. Some of these movements and organizations, we might say, they are working good for our societies and the country at large, and some of them are casting aspersions, and some of them are causing a very dangerous tensions within Namibia. But then, however, to extend your question, I would say, today it's pity. I think technology to the young people, let me put this straight, it was meant for a good purpose. When you follow the history of communication itself, straight from Alexander Graham Bell, yes, the one that invented exactly, it was meant for communication. And the reason why it was meant for communication, it was to pass down the information that was relevant to the society. But it's pity today, maybe because of uncensored politics and all of this, people are now using it for taking it advantage to destroy our societies. But then this is the role of civic education. If you like, Doctor, you must stress this. I think maybe you must put something to the minister. We must embrace civic education. Yes. The stalwart
from academic, from a school level, I believe.
You are correct, Dishishi. The stalwart, Baben, will tell you that he lived in Zambia during that time. I also studied in Zambia for 3 years. Yeah. I saw that civic education is embedded in their curriculum. Yeah. And why is civic education important? It's because this is what is going to train a mere Namibian into a citizen. Today we have got two different types of Namibians. We have good citizens and bad citizens. Who is a bad citizen? The one that we are talking about now, who uses social media for their own advantage, instead or rather building the society, what is good for Namibia. And we have a good citizen who will take the social media and use it for the benefit of all of us. This is the reason why I'm appealing to my doctor here and those that are in charge of the education system. Let us focus on the embedding of civic education. Absolutely. Today it's pity you have to force young people to go and vote. You need to give them food.
Spending money on education campaigns, etc.
Exactly. You need to buy them t-shirts. You need to promise them this and that. All in all, we mustn't be forced to go and vote. Why is voting important? Not just voting and also participating, because the decision of today, the reason why we are casting a vote, it is because that vote, that's what is going to determine whether you are going to have a school, whether you are going to have a road, whether you are going to have a clinic, whether you are going to have a pure and good administration. So the issue of voting and young people involving themselves in peaceful elections and peaceful political engagements is very much vital, because this is for the benefit of not just this generation, but the generation to come.
Very much.
Remember, just like they have said, when you start something, a change, you must have a vision. I always tell young people, don't start a movement that you don't understand yourself, because you might start a revolution that will finish you, finish the generation to come, and cause total chaos for the next 100 years. This is the reason why when you look at other countries today, I don't want to mention names, they started revolution. Young people started revolutions. And the people that started those changes today, the revolution finished them.
True.
People are still suffering. Maybe in the next 15 years there shall be no peace.
Very much.
Why? Because young people sometimes do not understand why peace is important in this issue.
Very much indeed. Of course, we still have about 8 hours and 7 minutes to the closing of calls, David. Fortunately, we are pressed for time. We could have this conversation all day, but just your message to young people briefly on this very important election day.
Today the atmosphere in Namibia. By the way, when I was driving from the farm coming here, I picked one young person. That person, she's female. She was very much excited. I think this is a teenager saying, "Today I'm going to vote for the first time." Then I asked a question: "Why are you so excited?" "Oh, I don't know how it feels to vote." But then I realized one thing. There is lack of voter education, more especially on the part of significance and dramatic of why voting is important, because this young person just kept on insisting that it's exciting, I'm going to vote for the first time.
Yeah, but do you really understand?
That is the point. So what I can urge young people is that today they must go out in numbers, because today we have a lot of youth organizations on the social media. Some of them are casting out their anger. They want to make decisions that are unruly against outside the rule of law. But today is the only day that they can make a binding decision, whether to vote someone they like, vote someone they don't like. So this is the only day the young people can take advantage of Namibia to shape their future.
Gentlemen, thank you all so much for being with us today and, of course, unpacking this very important topic. Thank you for your time. And I know that the Ben has already voted. Doc, David, you guys are still yet to cast your votes. All the best, and thank you so much for being with us here. Thank you. Thank you. There you have it, of course, our guests for this very special panel discussion. Ben Mavuku, a retired teacher and liberation stalwart. Next to him was Dr. Elliot Moa, of course, academic and researcher, and David Muya, being an entrepreneur here from the Zambezi region, talking to us about political tolerance. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Thank you for joining us for this important conversation. Of course, we'll continue to bring you updates right here from the Zambezi region. But until next time, it's goodbye for now.
NPC reporter and presenter right there in the Shishi Hamufungu, bringing us an update on what's actually happening in Katima Mulilo in the Zambezi region, and also just, setting the atmosphere as everybody is basically queued up right now, if not getting ready to also go and queue up as they vote or participate and cast their votes. That is, of course, for the 8th presidential as well as National Assembly.
Also very interesting panel discussion there with the panel that he had, and very interesting topics. Some of the things that were actually part of the things that we discussed in the past few days. Talking about political tolerance and just respect for each other, and also the most important thing was also the fact that just appreciating the foundation that has been laid by those who came.
That's right, Jonas. Yeah. Well, that's right. Well, that is all we had for you for this first part of the day, coming to you live from the NBC headquarters right here in Cullinan Street, NBC2. Namibia Votes 2024. This is the special broadcast. We'll be back at 3 o'clock with more from Jonas Mbambo, myself and Power Ambabi. The entire crew will be back later. But for now, we're heading over to Studio 1 for the 1 o'clock news. Until then, bye.
It's on. It's Hene.